There is a great swimming area, but right now I'd currently say Lake Erie because it's not fishing, it's catching. It is unreal what you can do in Lake Erie.
The ugliest. Look, I know what the reasons you're saying
I don't care if it's ugly or not.
I mean, it's the Ohio shoreline is so rocky.
Oh,
and
no,
gross.
I'm not going to Ohio waters. Those are soiled waters.
Well, they had the toxic bloom thing down there a few years ago. Remember that huge
Ohio,
algae storm?
Ohio equals toxic.
Answer's Michigan.
Yeah.
It's easy, best shoreline. Ontario is, if you have ever driven the
great
coast,
salmon fishing.
The coast of Ontario in Canada is near Hamilton is a great drive. Very scenic.
Yeah.
It's Lake Michigan. You have the dunes, you have the shoreline, and you get to the other side of it, you got the skyline. It's Lake Michigan.
Yeah, I will second that. I'll go with Lake Michigan. And John, to Cookie's point, I don't know how this is going to change on a year-to-year basis.
Oh, it does.
Like, it's not changing.
It totally does, yes.
Is Huron going to win the Great Lakes Championship? They're going to win the Great Lakes Trophy?
Yeah. I mean, Bass Masters has been in Lake Michigan, and because the bass fishing is great. And if you go over to Green Bay, the salmon fishing there, I base everything off of fishing. So it does season to season, year to year. A time of year may actually determine what I think is the greatest Great Lake.
Okay, so in the fall we'll do like
Lake
NFL
Superior.
Power.
We haven't even talked about Lake Superior.
It's in the title.
By definition, it's Superior.
When we do NFL Power Rankings in the fall, you should update your Great Lakes Power Rankings on a weekly basis as well.
We'll do the Super Six.
It's only 5. Steaks. I want to get both these steak questions in, okay? The first steak question. A place won't cook it well done. Respect the customer or respect the meat, John?
Oh, respect the meat. I mean, you can't cook it well done. It's now. No, I respect the fact that an establishment has a clear set standard. I've got to respect the meat and also the establishment.
You do what the restaurant says, even though I despise a well-done steak, and I'm in line with you. But if the customer wants it a certain way and they ask you how to cook it, they should cook it that way.
If it's meat abuse?
My wife used to eat the well-done. Now she's medium.
My dad likes his steak cooked well done. I don't get it. You're ruining the piece of meat.
Wow, your dad seems like the mechanic, the man's man. I don't get that.
But
he likes it.
He'd burn
tough.
These damn steaks.
He likes it chewy.
And if I'm a restaurant, I'm not going to soil my name or my reputation putting that on somebody's plate.
Yeah.
You can go to the place down the road and they'll burn it for you.
Now, if you signed a waiver saying that I'm not going to complain that this is tough or it's dry or it's akin to a baseball glove, then maybe. But there'd have to be waiver on hand.
Greg, real quick, because I want to get one more in.
I would say respect the customer, but at the end, we can all make our individual decisions.
Yes.
You don't have to go to that place if you know they're not going to cook it the way you
Correct.
want. Last one. This is raising the stakes. This is a scenario I've set up. You get $10,000. You can wager it against Tarek Skubal. You get 100 pitches. If you get a hit, you get $1 million. If you hit a home run, you get $10 million. Do you take the money or do you go against Tarek Skubal?
You're saying I'm at bat?
You're at bat 100 pitches. All it takes is one hit, you get $1 million. But you wager the money, and if you don't get any, then you lose the $10K.
Well, I'll take the hit. It doesn't have to be a home run, right?
Just you got to get a base hit.
A base hit.
So there's
no problem.
defense out there.
Yes. And keep in mind, it's 100 pitches. Maybe he wears out. But I am not getting a base hit off of Tarek Skubal. I'm keeping the $10K. I'm not playing the game. But do you have the athletic confidence that you would get a base hit off Tarek Skubal in 100 pitches?
I think I could lay down a bunt.
And leg it out?
And leg it out.
90 feet, the bases. Well, 89 and a quarter now, or whatever they changed it to. But
this is now the second time you have called my athletic ability
you are 47
into
or 8?
48.
Pushing
You're not
50.
18 anymore. 18 all day long, I go with John.
USOB.
I know. We're very close in age. There's no way I get a hit at this point. I wouldn't be able to turn on it.
I'm talking about bunt.
First, John, respectfully, you get to go on airplanes early because you are deemed the same status as an amputee.
Yes.
Respectfully.
Yes.
You would not beat out a bunt. Secondly, defense. So Javi Baez is out there? Well, that make me want to try my chance against Tarek Skubal, but I won't. Give me the $10K.
I want the shot at $1 million. Test me.
John's the man in the arena. You wouldn't try for the home run, though. You wouldn't hit a home run off Tarek Skubal.
I would try and leg out a couple of bunts, and then when he gets hopefully a little bit tired, I'm swinging away. I want
Who's
a
getting
shot.
tired?
I want a shot at $1 million. Keep your $10K. I want a shot at $1 million. To say that I got a hit off Tarek Skubal, not only do I get the $1 million, but I get the bragging rights of saying I hit a ball off of a major league pitcher, which likelihood I don't do it.
While you're looking like a fool in the batter's box, I'll take 10K. We'll go on a vacation. Good luck.
Go for it.
That's the cookie jar.
You and your soft opinion.
And now the truth comes out. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. We have the latest on golfer Scotty Scheffler, who was detained after he tried to evade cops while trying to pull in Valhalla Golf Course in Louisville ahead of day 2 of the PGA Championship, according to Jeff Darlington on ESPN. As Darling was filming the arrest, Scheffler turned to him and said, he has reportedly been released, but a mugshot from the Louisville Metropolitan of Corrections has been surfaced by Golf Digest on X, along with a police report. He's being charged with assault, criminal mischief, reckless driving, and disregarding signals from officers. Rule 5.3a in the PGA Rulebook lists when to start a round. It says, quote, Exception 3, committee decides that exceptional circumstances prevented you from starting on time. This would fall into that, according to reports out there who are covering the event. Another interesting quote from Andy North, a former PGA Tour professional, said, quote, small confrontations happen quite frequently trying to get in and out of the property at golf events because there's so many people trying to get in and out. Everybody's trying to talk their way in, and sometimes situations like this happen, but very seldom do you have a huge police force. Usually it's more security guards, rent-a-cops, as we call them, that are part of those situations. He's reportedly on the way back to the golf course right now, according to ESPN+. The Tigers start a series with Arizona tonight on the road, coming up at 9:40, pregame at 9:15, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. With sports, no, that's the other station. It's Newsday, though, at the Coral Health Update Desk. I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, clearly we're going to be talking about Scotty Scheffler. Ticket text, phone calls, reaction to the breaking news of the day. That's what we're here for. We also have ticket texters reacting to the cookie jar.
Of course.
If you want to jump in, 248-539-9797. We may have some time for baseball at the end of the hour. Ticket texter says, John is a meat snob. Anybody can get the meat cooked however they want. I want it well done. Make it well done.
All right. And it is the establishment's right to set a standard of which they want to do. And if they don't want your business, sorry. This is a capital society.
Meat abuse. I hope Roberto is listening.
Yeah.
Comeback Lake of the Year, Erie, on the ticket text.
Oh, man. I love Lake Erie. And you could say the shoreline isn't as picturesque as Lake Superior or Lake Michigan, even Lake Huron or Ontario. But the ability to go out there, you break all the rules of fishing when you're out there, because typically when I'm walleye fishing, I'm there a half hour before the sun goes up at a minimum. For Lake Erie, whenever the kids get up, throw the boat in the water, and within an hour and a half, 2 hours, I got a limit of walleye of great. I've got dinner after dinner already ready for me.
Hey, when you're in the middle of the lake, it all looks the same, right?
Yeah. And
clear horizon.
I'm not
water.
looking at the sidelines. I'm looking at the dinner coming out of the lake. Perch. Don't even get me started. Now if we're going perch,
Let's not get him started.
might be Saginaw Bay. I might all of a sudden make the switch to Lake Huron.
John,
Purchased the Catholic Fish Fry Hall of Fame, by the way.
yes, it is the preferred, fish fry. John, please tell us more about fishing because it's so interesting and never gets old. I think there's some
I could go
sarcasm in
on
that
and
ticket
on.
text.
Well, if you don't want to.
It says Lake Superior, hands down. People apparently have a favorite Great Lake. Someone says any lake you're in is the best lake. John, it says there's no way that you would get a hit.
You're probably right. I want the chance. I want 100 chances.
Someone says
And-
you're betting the odds at that point, that you just get a hold of one.
Yeah, all I got to do is get one over the head of Javi Baez. Or if I do lay it on the bunts, is Spencer Torkelson playing first base? I might get on him. Does an error count?
Morning, guys. There's no way this scenario would even happen. AJ would pull Scooble after 80 pitches anyway. Dave at work. It's well done.
I win by default.
Let's take Jansen out to the USPBL. Have those boys throw him some BP. Bet he doesn't get a single hit over the low level players, let alone Tarek Scooble.
You might be right. You might be spot on. But I want that chance. I would love. I've never been able to stand in the batter's box and see what 95 looks like. Maybe I still don't know what it looks like because I might not see it. But that is an opportunity that I could not pass up.
Okay, a couple more, and then we are going to get back to golf. Hold on. I want to make sure I get these right because there are several Smarm ticket texts that have been sent in. We've got Jim Smarmosaurus Rex judging John for the air dry. That's Gilly at work.
Mm-hmm.
Well, excuse me, there's a Smarmazon origin story, in-ground pool, la-dee-da. That's Tom in Flat Rock.
Mm-hmm. In-ground pool. Mm-hmm. The youth that you had.
Walk around naked, you'll eventually dry off. That's what ceiling fans are for, John in Lake Orion. We've got our bases covered.
See, the problem is I don't like ceiling fans. It's going to have to be the box fan because the ceiling fan, I don't like sleeping under a ceiling fan. I don't like have the airflow.
Tom, you got a thought?
I got a question I have no idea the answer to, much like Greg, who he votes for every presidential election. John,
Why is
are
that?
you so you've talked about taking your shirt off when you go to the bathroom.
Oh,
You like extended naked time?
Sure, who doesn't?
All right. Do you sleep naked?
no, not anymore.
You sound disappointed.
Wait.
No.
So you like to, but you're not allowed to.
No, there's no rules.
Well, then why don't
you control it,
Well,
right?
but so the issue now is since I've lost all this weight, I get really cold. Which it's when I say it out loud, I'm like no, I don't. I just get cold, and I don't know if I've lost all my insulation, and so now I used to be a shorts only. And now I'm kind of sweats and at least a T-shirt, or if not, sometimes a sweatshirt.
You get your jammies out?
No, I don't have
Button
any
downs?
Yeah.
But when it's in the summer, it's not a cold.
I am opposed to what would be identified as pajamas. We do the Christmas pajamas, and they are all so, for me, uncomfortable.
Really?
Yeah.
They make some soft pajamas, John.
Yeah, no, it's not as good as a good pair of sweats.
So would you sleep naked in the summer? It's not as cold. You say you get cold at night.
Well, we do have air conditioning that works. Yes. What was the definition of summer penis?
have
The
no
longer in
idea.
the summer?
John, I don't know the answer to this.
It's the opposite of winter penis.
Well, we got 4 seasons. What's spring and fall look like?
Don't answer that. I want your answer on
Bring
the
forward.
Stop it. Spring forward.
That's right. Fall back.
All right.
I want to know where you're going to go after this.
Yeah, well, how do you segue from this?
We segue to Peter Burns' latest report on
John, I want your answer.
Yeah, don't get too close to the fan. Oh!
I want your answer coming up next, how this Scotty Scheffler thing plays out, okay? You are the king of let it play out. Is he golfing today? Is he going to have these charges stick? How is his reputation altered? There are so many questions we still haven't even gotten to because we're digesting it all morning long. I am not going to segue in segment. We'll do it next. It's 97.1. The latest from Adam Schefter. Scotty Scheffler is on his way to Valhalla per ESPN Plus coverage. He's going to play, John.
It'll be interesting to see how he does. Obviously, this is a huge distraction, to say the least. And I'm sure there are a lot of emotions involved. It'll be interesting to see how he addresses the situation when he finally does speak to the media in regards to what happened this morning and how he wants to he'll have a chance to frame the narrative a little bit.
This is such a shocking story. Diana Rossini, you know her for football coverage, right?
Mm-hmm.
She says, not sure what's crazier, the world's number one golfer, Scotty Scheffler, asking Jeff Darlington for help as he's being detained, or the officer asking Darlington, who is that we just arrested? A bizarre scene from earlier this morning.
It really is. And the bizarreness of it, and the fact that we're just getting trickles of information. And this all happened so quickly in the span of at 6 a.m. when we went on air, we had a whole show planned.
Yep.
And has pushed almost everything off. We had talked about Frank Ragnow, and he's not contemplating retirement. We talked about Scott Harris, my challenge to him, and Javi Baez and AJ Hinch. And then this happened. We got news right after the 7 a.m. update, and pivoted obviously to discuss what's going on in the sports world, what's going on in our world right now. And he was arrested, Scotty Scheffler. He was booked. Charges were filed. He had a mugshot, and then is now currently at 9:20 on his way back to Valhalla to play his round of golf today.
He's probably already there. The Schefter tweet was like 20 minutes ago. I don't know how far from the jail.
Wonder if he'll get in.
And now he's going to golf.
Is there a police escort? I mean, it
is.
I mean, I obviously I've been on buses before, going to games where there's a police escort, and is that something that is happening to get him there on time? Because we don't know if the black eye belongs on Scotty Scheffler, belongs on the police department, belongs on the PGA. I mean, there's enough to go around.
Well, the misunderstanding was the first word used. It was a word used in the first tweet from Jeff Darlington, who again was a reporter on the scene. Misunderstanding. So on some level, there is blame to go around.
Sure.
Now, how it sticks?
Well, that's why, I mean, obviously the Louisville Police Department will be able to make a statement and handle it from their perspectives. There's going to be a microphone, a number of them, put in front of Scotty Scheffler. He'll be able to make his statement in regards to what happened, how it was handled, and any sort of, whether there's an apology or blame, it's all TBD.
Scotty Scheffler was charged with second-degree assault of a police officer, third-degree criminal mischief, reckless driving, disregarding traffic signals from an officer directing traffic.
Yeah, and I did miss, obviously, the key step, because our thoughts and prayers go out to the family of the individual that was killed this morning.
Yes.
Somebody lost their life, which is how this all started. And I apologize, I left that detail out. That happened before, it sounds like before any of the golfers were even on their way or were approaching Valhalla for the PGA event.
This is Ticket Texter. Scheffler charged with a felony, spends a few minutes in jail, and then goes and plays golf. WTF, 2 sets of rules in this country. It's a travesty, signed Andy in Northville. Well, I don't know what they're supposed to, like, should they detain him in jail all day, or is he free to walk and deal with this?
Yeah, what's the normal course of, I mean, I don't know what is the busiest time at a police department. I got to imagine maybe 6:30 in the morning is not a high traffic time in the police department, and maybe they're able to process him quicker.
This is clearly high profile. And we can act ignorant that doesn't matter, but it does.
It clearly does.
It clearly does. Did Scotty Scheffler say, "Do you know who I am?" to the cops? Yeah, like there's so.
Yeah.
You say it as a joke. We actually don't know. I mean, that's going to be some of what comes out here. As we understand it, the moment where this took place, Scotty Scheffler was trying to go golf at the PGA Championship. He was driving in to an area that was under some level of blockade or restriction because of the death of the pedestrian who was hit by a bus.
So TSN on Twitter at TSN_sports has a video that was posted at 9:13 a.m. So just about 11 minutes ago of Scotty Scheffler arriving, getting out of an SUV and entering the clubhouse. So he's on site. It just, I mean, the how rapidly this is all developed this morning is amazing.
And I know all show long we've been trying to put pieces together and offer opinion when we can and defer to what we don't know. And at times I've been called a jock sniffer and you've been called a bootlicker. And, I pointed out, was this excessive force by the police officer? Was Scheffler, acting like an arrogant you-know-what and had it coming? We don't actually know what words were exchanged and why this escalated as much as it did, because it shouldn't have, right? What should have happened is he was trying to get somewhere that he was supposed to be, that he had been told, even with the blockade, was allowed to be. That was not communicated to police. They did not know of that. They were doing their job to secure the scene. What should have happened is you roll down the window and go, "Hi, I'm in this PGA marked vehicle. I am one of the PGA golfers. I don't even need to drop my name, but if you need to see the ID, here's my credential, here's my pass, here's my driver's license. I am who I say I am. I need to be here. If you don't think I'm allowed to be here, please radio your supervisor. Let's get this sorted out."
Yeah.
That was not the mindset that they had when they talked, because that's not how it went.
Right. And if this is not how I can get in, please tell me how.
Direct me where I need to go.
Direct me to the entrance where I can get in.
So what it sounds like is, this is where it's tough. I don't know what happened, because is there a scenario where Scotty was abrupt, was a jerk, didn't want to engage, drove off? That's kind of what it sounds like, right? But
did he even know at the time? Obviously, he probably saw the police lights and had an interaction with the police officer. We don't know if he understood it was a police officer or a security guard, but it was a person of authority. Sounds like they told him not to go, but we don't even know if Scotty Scheffler knew what the incident was that had occurred that caused this scene.
Well, Scotty might have said, "Hey, act like you're supposed to be there. I know where I'm supposed to be. I know I'm in the right. I'm going to go." The police officer grabs the car while it's driving.
Yeah, it was attached to the vehicle.
It's attached to the vehicle is the vernacular, the words we've used. Is upset that he is being dragged by a vehicle, and we don't know how fast the car was going. I think I saw one report that it said slow, but that's subjective. The idea is he's probably heated because he just got taken for a joyride on the side of this car, and he may have said, "All right, dude, out of the car. Out of the car. I'm pushing you up against the car. Handcuffs are going on. Let's." He gets into that adrenaline mentality, and you got to be careful because.
Yeah,
did it warrant that is the only question I would ask.
Yeah, was that the crime scene? Were they trying to secure the scene that he was going to disturb if he drove through it?
Right. And this is a Louisville Police Department matter that they are going to answer for, as well as Scotty. Like, I'm imagining we're going to hear from both sides of this later on today, right? Like a statement from Scotty and a statement from them. From
the police department, from the PGA, from Scotty Scheffler, because there's going to be statements made.
And I would point out, Louisville is the police department that had the Breonna Taylor incident. So they need to be on their P's and Q's when it comes to how they handle incidents. So I'm sure they will be very careful in what they say. I'm not saying it's the same cop,
one
but
is
it is
not like the other.
But this is the same police department.
You're not making the comparison.
I'm not saying it's the same incident or the same officer even. I'm just saying that them as an institution in Louisville, as a PD, as a police department, they are going to want to make sure that they have their story straight on this and that they know that if the cop acted correctly, they defend him. And if he didn't, they say, "Hey, our guy got heated too."
Is there a possibility to make a joint statement?
Maybe.
Scotty along with the Louisville Police Department.
248-539-9797. This one says, Mozzie Smith treated better in Ann Arbor than Scotty is at the PGA Championship. We got a lot of Mozzie Smith on the ticket text this morning. Tom's bringing in more ticket text. This one says, those hillbilly cops couldn't care less if it was Scheffler, if he said he was Santa Claus. Sorry, pal, you're not getting through. I don't want to call them hillbilly cops.
No.
This one says, better check. We're getting a lot of this too. Better check the cops' bets. Attempts at humor.
Yeah.
Trying to keep him out of the tournament. Athletes are privileged. If you're shocked by that, welcome to the real world. Signed, Matt.
Yeah, not everybody is treated the same. I don't
No.
think that's not breaking news.
No, but that has been a pushback today. Is like he was entitled. He was acting like he deserved to be there.
Again, that's speculation. We don't know if that's what caused this situation with Scotty Scheffler and the police officer, separate from the incident that occurred, why this even happened.
Guys, it was a chaotic moment. Reason is thrown out the window. It happens so fast on the ticket text. I do think that's what really lit the match here is that there was clearly some chaos going on this morning
sure.
with, as you said, and we
With a
shouldn't lose
crime
sight
scene.
of it. The fact that, well, is it a crime? Is it a crime scene or
Well, that's how it'll be identified until
Yeah.
they
someone died?
determine what happened.
Right, and they needed to figure out exactly.
Yeah, scene of the incident.
But doesn't it seem like, and again, minutes, we have hours now, doesn't it seem pretty obvious like the person was hit by a bus. It's tragic, it's incredibly sad, but it kind of feels like 1 + 1 = 2. We know what happened, it's tragic. Let's, obviously make sure that we handle that, but it doesn't feel like there's like an ongoing investigation at that point, right? There's not like a connection that anybody could draw to Scotty
there'll
even
be
in that moment.
Two separate investigations, one into the incident where somebody lost their life and one into the incident where Scotty Scheffler had a run-in with the police officer and what happens resulting from that. There's two separate incidents.
All right, ticket texts are coming in, but we are going to switch gears here. We're going to talk a little Tiger baseball. They are back at it tonight after an off day yesterday. I have not seen a lineup. I imagine Javi Baez will be in it. AJ Hinch told us this week he's going to play a lot and detailed what it would take to bench a guy, and he did not include performance. This becomes a bigger question, though. Is it AJ's fault, this Baez situation, or is he just dealing with the cards that are dealt? Is it a Scott Harris situation, or is he just dealing with the cards that are dealt? Does it go all the way up to the top? We'll play a little blame game. Plenty to go around. It's 97.1. John, the Tigers play tonight. They are one game below 500. The offense has wasted starting pitching, and the worst bat in that offense is Javi Baez. You have a challenge for Scott Harris.
Yeah. Excuse me. And this goes to, why is Javi Baez continually trotted out onto the field when by almost every metric he is the worst regular baseball player in Major League Baseball? He cannot hit. And I don't want to hear, I'll tell you what, I do want to hear from AJ, because we asked him about Javi Baez 2 days ago. Mm-hmm. And this is what he had to say. So there's no standard of performance?
That's the thing. I look to you first and foremost as a professional athlete. Like, performance is a reason to be benched.
Yeah, I mean, I can't tell you how many times I was told, if you can't get the job done, we'll find somebody who can. And is it harsh? Sure. But it's professional sports. You either do or you don't. And I'm curious, when he says he has his cold streaks and his hot streaks, and you're trying to lengthen the hot streak versus shortening the cold streak, when was the last time there was any measurable hot streak by Javi Baez? This is now 3 years into the Javi Baez experience. And how many hot streaks has he been on?
Yeah, and we heard, well, this year will be different. He's working on some stuff. It's bad this year. It's worse than it's ever been.
I'm not going to sit here, because I don't get a chance to know what he's done in the offseason, what he does on a day-to-day basis to be a Major League Baseball hitter. But whatever it is, it's not working. And it's not that I'm sitting here saying, well, Javi Baez doesn't want to be good. Like, that's not it. I truly believe he wants to be good. Spencer Torkelson wants to hit home runs, yes, wants to hit the ball hard and more frequently than he has. So if benching is only because you're not putting forward the effort, or you're doing something that is detrimental to the team other than performance, okay, those are benching reasons. But what about performance?
Yeah, we've seen Baez be benched for forgetting the number of outs. He had a base running blunder the other day in extra innings. So there have been questions of focus that he has been sat for before. But I don't think you need focus to be the sole reason to bench a guy. It might be, well, what's in the best interest of the team is that Javi Baez, if he has to be on the roster, which is why we could work up to Scott Harris and maybe even all the way up to Chris Ilitch, but if Javi has to be on the roster, well, then AJ's decision is, well, how often do I play him? And I think the best way to win as many baseball games as possible would be to play Javi as a defensive replacement, hit him occasionally to give people a breather against lefties, and make him the 26th man.
Sub him in as a runner.
Now, maybe AJ is leery to do that and has to protect the player, because if you do that, you create a problem in the clubhouse with him hardly playing. Again, I don't know the personality conflicts, but if AJ's sticking up for his player and he has to stick up for clubhouse dynamics, but guys want to win, that should come first and foremost. And if Javi has to be on the roster because Scott Harris won't cut him and Harris can't DFA him because Ilitch won't pay for that, all AJ can do is play him less, and it seems like, from his own words, that's not going to happen, which is why AJ is part of this discussion too.
So the challenge to Scott Harris is, have you put the mandate out there that as long as he's on the roster, he's playing? Because it calls into question credibility. And I think AJ Hinch is a really good manager. I think he's one of the top managers in all of baseball. I think he's a good baseball man. But it goes to his credibility that he keeps putting him in the lineup. I know he's moved him down, but is that all he is allowed to do? He's been told by the powers that be, whether it's Chris Ilitch or it's Scott Harris, that as long as he is on the roster and we are continuing to fulfill his contract, $20 million a year, the highest paid Tiger there is, that you're going to put him out there, then it's up to you how you place him in the lineup. But is it AJ that is deciding to put him out there? Now I start to question him as a baseball man, as his credibility. Is the mandate been handed down that Scott Harris has said you're playing him, or has it been mandated and from the top down that no, you're not cutting him and you're playing him? Is it Chris Ilitch? Is it Scott Harris? Is it AJ Hinch?
So here's my theory, and it's just a theory, and it's not justifying what they're doing. I think the belief was this year was not a serious year for them, that this was a developmental year for them. I disagree with that being their decision, but I think that was the decision they made. You look at the moves they didn't make in the offseason, the decision to play younger bats. I think the decision to buy Javi Baez out would be an easier one if they felt that they were seriously contending or going for it. So I think this is an organizational belief that this is a developmental year. This is not a contending year. We're going to pay Baez either way. Ownership says if I'm paying him, he's got to play, and that goes from the top down. That's my theory. And then Scott says, well, then I can't cut him per ownership. And I still think he should have added another option at shortstop so at least AJ could bench him. But he's got to be on the roster. That goes all the way to the top with ownership. And I thought it was an interesting article. Yardbarker wrote it. None of the local writers have written this, but it was a Yardbarker article, sports blog. Javi Baez still being on the Tigers is an indictment against the team owner. And it's actually a good article. It says, Chris Ilitch should be asking the man once known as El Mago, what do you actually do here? And saying the magician is disappearing. And points out that Chris Ilitch, this is a billionaire and $1 billion organization, says Ilitch could lose $98 million in his couch cushions and not even realize it. He's throwing the money on Baez regardless, at least use the roster spot to help the baseball team. He's going to get paid either way, and he's not helping the baseball team. But that's ultimately an Ilitch decision because it's a $100 million problem.
And if you're asking me to be serious as a fan, to spend hard-earned money or time to buy tickets, go down to the ballpark to watch this team. Now, some of it's just the experience and it's being there and watching baseball. I do think there's value in that. But if you're asking me to be serious about this team, or now that we have to jump through hoops to figure out how to watch this team and spend more money to watch the team,
good point.
If you're asking me to be a serious fan, but you keep trotting Javi Baez out there, I can't take you seriously.
Yeah, and I don't know if ultimately Chris is putting these people in bad positions by refuse. I don't know. I can't definitively say that. But if he's refusing to buy out Javi Baez and Scott Harris otherwise would, he's putting Scott in a bad spot. And I know I haven't gone to the defense of Scott Harris very often. It also put AJ in a bad spot if that's the case.
Well, yeah, AJ's in the worst spot, and that's why I asked the question of credibility. Is it AJ that keeps putting him in the lineup, or is it Scott Harris that says you will put him in the lineup, or is it ultimately Chris Ilitch that says you're not cutting him and you will play him?
My belief on this is that, okay, they bought into maybe Javi was going to turn it around. That was the offseason thing.
In year 3.
Yeah. And, okay, they've let it play out. You're at a point where you think you know what you have with a baseball team, right? You get to mid to late May. We're far enough in now. They're going to give even him more benefit of the doubt than you are, either one of you or me, because I think it's a joke. I look at it this way: he has got to buy him out after this season. And I do think they care about image and perception. This is a colossal failure. This is one of the worst contracts in sports ever. He could be one of the worst free agent signings ever in sports. This is an embarrassment to a public owner, a guy who has an ego. There's layers to this. I would think you can call it, true BS on this if it doesn't happen after this season. That way they're kind of saying, well, at least we got him for half the contract, even though he didn't do anything.
But the problem is, in the meantime, you're holding your baseball team back in a division that is winnable with a pitching staff that could actually make a go of it. And that's why, ultimately it is Chris's decision what to do with the payroll of this baseball team. He's the one that pays the bills. But if he says, I'm not buying out Baez, I don't want to let the other guys off the hook because Harris could have added a more credible shortstop option for A.J. Hinch to play. And A.J. Hinch doesn't have to play Baez as often as he is. He could say, you know what, if he doesn't like it, he can hit better. And I know nobody wants to create that issue in the locker room, but winning tends to help, and he doesn't help you win.
But if you buy into that, okay, we're just reaching that threshold where you know what you have as a team, that 40-game mark, just past it, that I would expect A.J. to start playing him less in the next couple of weeks.
But that's not what he said. Publicly, to us and to the local media,
he also
to the
said
beat writers.
things about torque, and then he changed his what he had to say that one Saturday. Remember before the game?
Well, he's still stuck by they wouldn't send him down, but he did say
He'll be next to me.
if he doesn't hit.
Well, maybe Javi needs to be next.
Well,
to
that's
him.
why I asked AJ the question, and he defended Javi and said we're not going to turn our back
This is
on him.
where
He's
you
going to
talk-
play.
This is where you talk about the impossible situation, though, that you're putting these guys in. If Javi continues to play every day, just about, and he plays the same way, you're going to have to ask him again.
I know.
And that's the impossible situation that
yeah.
ownership is starting to put his manager in and his GM in.
Well, and yeah, he's putting AJ in a tough spot because he's going to be asked by it, not just by us every couple weeks, especially if it continues. The local beat guys are going to ask him about it too because it is a black hole in a lineup that they could hit even a little bit. I know people go, well, one bat wouldn't make a big difference. Guys are playing a lot of low-scoring games. It could be the difference in 4 or 5 games.
And it's wasting a healthy pitching staff because do we think throughout the course Maeda's down right now due to illness, and he's not even at the top of the pitching staff. But do we think that this staff is going to go through the entire season able to stay healthy? It's just not. It doesn't seem realistic. They're going to miss some starts here and there, and then what happens when the level of pitching isn't what we've seen through the first 43 games?
So who do you blame most? I think we've done a good job kind of leaving no stone unturned and trying to cover this from every way possible. Ownership, team president, manager. I mean, you could blame Baez himself, but I think it's just he's not going to hit and someone has to do something about it, and nobody has.
He is who and what he is.
So the blame game, who's the biggest culprit in all of this? It's 97-1.
Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in Michigan for over 25 years. With a focus on using the highest quality ingredients, you can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. With that focus on quality, they set out to create a beer that lets you have it all. With All Day IPA, here's what you get. Refreshing and deliciously flavorful, easy drinking, and a high quality. All Day IPA is an IPA that is naturally brewed with an array of malts, grains, and hops, creating a delicious citrusy taste and a clean finish. It's the perfect beer for anyone looking to make the ordinary extraordinary and the good times great. Speaking of great times, All Day IPA is the perfect beer for anyone on game days, at tailgates, whatever you want. Visit foundersbrewing.com to find All Day IPA. All Day IPA, it's all in the taste. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
Hey, a couple thoughts on the Tigers and tie up a couple loose ends with this Valhalla Scotty Scheffler story. The bottom line is the Tigers don't hit. They aren't hitting, and they aren't doing anything about it. Now, you could bench Javi. You could DFA Javi. It's been part of a bigger conversation. They aren't doing really anything. Like I heard Valenti had an outside-the-box idea yesterday. I don't want to take him out of context, but I think his pitch was, would you consider trading Tarek Skubal? And I know that sounds ridiculous. I wouldn't condone it. But, John, his point was you have a lot of pitching. You don't have a lot of hitting. You are 2 years away from having to pay Skubal. And if ownership is not going to do that.
As much value as you're going to have in Tarek Skubal right now than you're probably ever going to have.
My answer would be keep him, pay him, and pay good baseball players to play around them. But if that's not going to be how the organization operates, Mike's not wrong to bring it up.
Well, so if you do feel like you have depth in pitching, and Tarek Skubal is a guy that is being talked about as a possible Cy Young candidate. He's having that type of a season. He's following through on the projections that we all had for him around Major League Baseball. It all depends on what's the return. Can you get one bat, two bats?
What about two young, controllable, everyday
Because the
hitters?
The incentive for, if he's under club control for the next 2 years, that they're not just getting a rental. They're getting a top-line pitcher.
He's a Cy Young guy.
That is,
again,
he's under control and he's not expensive.
It was an interesting talking point. But we talk about what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Should they have gone after a rise? What about Bellinger in the offseason? There are moves that they can continue to explore, and it doesn't feel like there's much urgency from the Tigers, as evidenced by the fact that they are seriously playing Javi Baez most days. All right, John, as you look down the TV, you could see Scotty Scheffler live on SportsCenter warming up at Valhalla, and I've seen multiple people point out that one of the owners of Valhalla personally drove Scotty from the jail to the golf course so that he could make his appearance at the PGA Championship.
So he got a ride.
Not a police escort, but
His car probably wasn't there. Somebody had to drive him.
But what does that tell you? That at least one of the owners of Valhalla is like, okay, this is nonsense. Get your ass up on the course. We know you should have been here the whole time.
I don't know that the statement is this is nonsense. I think the statement is
we want you to play.
The course, the PGA, they're all trying to save as much face as possible right now. And it should be Scotty Scheffler. It's the police department. It's everybody involved right now that is looking at how are we going to talk about this? Because Scotty Scheffler will be asked questions, I would imagine, after his round of golf is over. What type of statement is being prepared for him right now?
He has actually spoken. I can't get it for you right now. It's his real-time stuff, but he has spoken to Jeff Darlington. There's quotes.
So Darlington was sticking up for him at the scene of the, I guess, crime?
So you're seeing it right now, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty like right now it's safe. He made no intention to try to disregard any instructions that he got. Sounds like, again, we go back to the first word we heard, misunderstanding between the cop and...
I don't think he was trying to drag a cop by the side of his car.
Right, like I told you guys earlier, I'm pretty sure maybe he just idled forward or barely pushed the accelerator. It's not, sometimes when you hear that, it just your imagination, he floored it. And there was a cop
his
hanging
tires,
on.
yeah,
exactly. So just, again, we did a lot of speculating today.
Hold on, Darlington on Twitter. Here it is. Statement from Scotty Scheffler to me, quote, "This morning I was proceeding as directed by police officers. It was a very chaotic situation, so understandably, considering the tragic accident that had occurred earlier. And there was a big misunderstanding of what I thought I was being asked to do. I never intended to disregard any of the instructions. I'm hopeful to put this to the side and focus on golf today." It continues. Of course, all of us involved in the tournament express our deepest sympathy to the family of the man who passed away earlier in the earlier accident this morning. It truly puts everything in perspective, end quote.
Yeah.
So he says he was following instructions, never intended to disregard any of the instructions.
Right. And that's where, obviously, this is a prepared statement that he came out with. What type of statement are we going to hear from the Louisville Police Department? And is there any way that they would, by the end of the day, be able to put out a joint statement that, hey, this was unintended, mistakes were made on both sides, and
Charges are dropped.
Or
there's a fine or something.
Or the fact that, hey, we're trying to focus on what happened with the incident and somebody losing their life.
It's of course the most important thing today. I mean,
Yeah.
everybody else is alive. The person who lost their life is the sad, tragic part of today. But I think from our standpoint, I mean, this is a sports story because it's at the PGA Championship
Sure.
and involves the world #1 golfer who, for a moment there, was in a jail with a mugshot, and we
In
had
a
to ask
jumpsuit.
in a jumpsuit. We had to ask the question: is he going to golf today? He will golf today. He was charged with a litany of things. I don't know if they're going to stick, and
Right.
certainly he's maintaining a level of innocence when he says, "Misunderstanding. I never intended to disregard anybody. Want to put this aside." Needless to say, it doesn't sound like he's going to wear the orange polo on Sunday to draw attention to this.
Probably not.
That's the thing though. That's not his personality, right? That's what's so surprising. And you guys tell me if you're
His statement is very on brand.
Yeah, I mean-
for it. So again, it just, I think one of the emerging things that's going to come out, did he get special treatment? And we may never know because you never know if you're getting the full story
Right.
in something like this. There's going to be a lot of pressure on the local police. I mean, even a lot of the people that live down there were not happy when this first happened, saying, "Great, Louisville police, you're making us look good or not look good." When you're the world's
eyes are on
watching,
you.
Yeah.
It's a world event because golf's so big overseas. But I mean, the biggest thing I learned out of this morning was the fact that Scotty Scheffler went to the same high school as Matthew Stafford and Clayton Kershaw.
is that real?
Yes, I did not know that. I did not know that. Should I have known that?
I feel like
No.
no.
Where Scotty Scheffler went to high school? No. Nobody would know that.
Well,
Except his
Gator's just
mom.
walking in. Apparently, it's the same high school as Clayton Kershaw and Matthew Stafford. Scotty Scheffler.
Come on, is it? No.
That's what Tom said. He's not, unless
That's
he's
one
following
layer of the
along.
story. Gator, and he can't
doesn't have
hear
a
me.
Highland Park or wherever it is.
Yeah.
Let Gator know the other reporter besides the Jeff Darlington that's been all over this, John.
Yeah. Yes. It's unbelievable.
Peter Burns.
Yeah. Peter Burns. You know Peter Burns, don't you?
No.
No?
No.
Oh. It's probably good that you don't know.
Is there a punchline there?
am I
Is there a
supposed to
backstory?
know?
No,
I actually don't know the
it's-
backstory.
Well, obviously his name is.
Oh, is it a
Oh, I
phallic
got you.
reference?
Peter
Yes.
is in penis.
Yes.
Yes. And
Burns
Burns.
is in it hurts.
Yes. Yes.
Stings.
But so when it was originally reported, I inadvertently said, "Oh, I know Peter," and they have taken that to another level because I can't remember how it was or what we worked. We worked together when I was employed by SiriusXM and doing some radio shows. We did radio shows together. I think he covered.
So you worked with
SEC.
Peter Burns?
Yes, it was uncomfortable at times, and as uncomfortable as I could make it.
No, you were telling me off the air, this is great, that you said that you
Oh,
literally would make jokes about it all the time because you just couldn't
I
get.
couldn't help myself, and it was some obscure SiriusXM channel. There's 350 of them,
Right.
and so yes, there were references that were made, and he kept telling me that he had heard every joke, and by the end, I was trying to come up with
Sure.
jokes that he
Talent.
had not heard. Yeah,
Somebody says I've heard them all. Like no,
no.
Hold my
Yeah,
beer.
test me.
Yeah. I'll give it a shot.
So, guys, this broke during our show, and we talked a lot about it. You guys have had a chance to kind of sit back and take it all in. What's the plan today? Are you guys going to spend
We'll
some time?
talk about
Okay,
it. Yeah, we'll absolutely talk about it. And I mean, we're going to recap all those times we drove through police barricades. Who hasn't driven through a police
among us?
barricade? Yeah.
Anything else you want to preview?
No, we got just a packed show sheet. Lots to talk about. Going to be a fun day.
All right. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Brought to you by General RV Center. Scotty Scheffler was spotted coming out of a black SUV and into the clubhouse following his arrest for this. In a report by Adam Schefter, yes, Adam Schefter is covering golf now. He's still scheduled to tee off on ESPN Plus at 10:08. We'll keep an eye on that. Tennessee safety Wesley Walker is the next Michigan football commit. He played 349 coverage snaps last season and did not allow a touchdown. Arizona has won 7 of their last 10 games as the Tigers march into town. Tarek Skubal on the mound. You can hear the game right here on 940 with Dan Dickerson on the call on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Cornwall Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so look, the first thing about this story is someone lost their life at the PGA Championship today, which is sad and tragic. A pedestrian was hit by a bus around 5 a.m., and honestly, that part of the story is awful, and it should be recognized, and it's probably going to get completely lost in what is otherwise an interesting sports story, to say the least, that adds to the drama of this PGA Championship, but you got to feel for the family and friends and people of the person who lost their lives. Gator, we have been to so many big sporting events. You see shuttle buses, you see fans, you see pedestrians crossing streets, and it can be a dangerous situation. It's dark. It's 5 a.m. There's a chance that people are a little bit foggy, not at their sharpest, maybe a little bit careless, and it's an awful story. Who knows what happened in this particular instance, but can't emphasize enough how careful you need to be in these situations.
Yeah, it's very tragic, and that's kind of gets buried. That part of the story gets buried because of what happened. An hour and a half later or whatever it was.
Yeah,
which is strange. I don't know. Strange isn't the right. I guess the word strange comes to mind with me when I woke up this morning and I started, putting together my sheet, and then I saw the story. I'm like, what? What's it? Oh, I'm sorry. What's that? Scotty Scheffler arrested at Valhalla, and I'm like, and I saw some charges on there, and I thought, oh no, this isn't like, was he drunk? This is not going to go. That doesn't seem like Scotty Scheffler. Wife just had a kid. I mean, literally just had a kid. What? And then I start reading through it, and then, oh no, it was a tragic accident, redirection of traffic, and then maybe there was. I'm going to guess it's going to come out there was just a horrible misunderstanding. It doesn't sound
like there was great communication between what some of the drivers thought they could do, what they were told they could do, and what the police were told that they could do. The cars that the drivers have, typically when they go to these tournaments, the cars that the golfers have, are courtesy cars that have markings on the side. They have like magnetic stickers on the side that says official car of the PGA Championship. And they also have, apparently one of the reports today, they had a big P on them, which stood for player. And some players got to the scene of this accident and either communicated better with the officers on scene or were just waved through. And in Scheffler's case, my guess, I mean, we're speculating now, and I don't want to be reckless with it, but in Scheffler's case, it sounds as though there was some lack of communication and understanding as to, hey, what he has the right to do. Maybe the officers wanted to just hold up for a second while they were clearing something out of the investigation scene. Who knows why they told him not to go, but he went and he shouldn't have, and thankfully stopped before too long.
But it was apparently the police officer had to physically put his hands on the car and get in the way of the car for Scheffler to stop. And when that happens, you can understand the officer is not going to be happy in that situation because his life is in danger. If the car is moving and you're trying to hold up traffic and the guy's ignoring you, I understand why an officer would be hot about it.
Sure.
So Scheffler gets arrested, and then an hour and 15 minutes later is released. So there's a lot to happen with this story. We'll see. I don't know if charges are going to be dropped or what, but for that to be, I don't know, somewhat adjudicated that quickly, it tells me that all parties involved acknowledged mistakes were made and there was probably some sort of miscommunication and we'll be waiting to hear to see if the charges were dropped or not.
Now, we have all experienced part of this story, and that is Scheffler was drive on the shoulder guy. When you are in a traffic situation, drive on the shoulder, drive around the backup guy. And I think we all instinctively, and for the most part justifiably, hate that guy, drive on the shoulder guy. And I always wonder, and I like, okay, is drive on the shoulder guy have a pregnant wife in the passenger seat and they need to get to the hospital, right? I mean, that's part of, trying to give people the benefit of the doubt in a real world. Like if I had a pregnant wife in my car and I came across a traffic jam, I'd be drive on the shoulder guy.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. There are
right.
circumstances that would have you breaking the law. So
Yes. But in this particular
making
instance,
a tea time probably isn't one of
making a
those.
tea time not.
Can you imagine? Like average Joe.
Right.
You pull that move and a cop said, "What are you doing?" "Oh, dude, I got a tea time."
Yeah.
"Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah.
Right this way." I mean,
I got to be at Wabeek in 10 minutes.
right. So he's going to tee off in like 40 seconds here.
Yeah.
Do you think first tee shot will be affected by nerves and he'll hook it or slice it? Or is he just going to be Scotty Scheffler and be right down the
fairway? Do I think he's hitting the fairway?
He's hitting the fairway?
No. Do you think he's hitting the fairway?
I think he's going to hit the fairway. Ken, is he hitting the fairway?
Is he hitting the fairway on his tee shot?
Man, prison changed him. He's not hitting the freeway. Or the freeway.
No, he's not hitting the freeway
fairway.
anytime soon,
Sorry. You changed, bro.
Yeah.
He has changed.
And prison does does weird things to you.
Either that or he drives it like 400 yards.
He drives the green.
Yeah.
Right. Par 4.
Wow.
Launches an absolute nuke.
You get some prison workouts in before you get here? Jeez.
We're looking at
Yes,
a
it is.
scene now from Louisville. We'll have it here. We'll call it live. Does Scotty Scheffler hit the fairway? Quick 10 text. Does he hit the fairway?
Yeah, 10 texts.
We
Let's go.
got time here.
Yeah, he's in a threesome here. What?
Send over.
Hello.
Send over 10 texts. Does he hit the fairway?
And how does it? Will it affect Wyndham Clark? He's got to play with this guy.
It
All the
did not.
attention.
Wyndham Clark right down the middle, drives perfect tee shot, middle of the fairway.
Or
So,
are you cheating?
am I cheating?
Oh, you must be watching on the computer as opposed
I'm watching
to
the
TV.
stream. Yeah.
I gotcha.
So if you're golfing with them, of course you're focused on your game as well. But
Yep.
you got to ask him a couple questions throughout the day, right?
Are you joking?
like
I would be joking. And the thing about Scheffler is this doesn't happen to Tiger Woods or Rory McIlroy. They recognize him right away. Scheffler's always had this unassuming, are we sure he's not 45-year-old? Is he a dad? Is he, taking his kids to school? He doesn't look like an elite athlete.
All right.
Scheffler is stepping to the tee right now. Does
That
he
he
hit the
is.
fairway? How are the texts coming in? Do people think he hits the fairway, Kang?
hold on, updating right now.
All right. Yeah.
This man is going under 30. he hits it. He hits. Everyone's going yes.
Everyone says he hits the fairway. All
Laser
right.
down the middle.
Scheffler is stepping to the tee right now. He's got the ball on the tee.
He was playing for a fade. Now he's just going to see maybe a slight draw.
Yeah. He's over the ball and crowd gathered around,
It's got a
quiet.
little squirrely to the right.
And is it gonna stay
gonna
in
be
the
all right? He's
fairway?
going right
I
in the
don't think
sand?
so. I think he missed the fairway.
He missed the fairway.
Did he?
Yeah.
Called it.
I don't know why there's like a PGA official out there, one of their, not official, but somebody who's helping an employee of the course, if you will. He's
Yeah.
on the side there to identify where the ball is. And he has a
like,
giant smile on his face. He's like, yeah, you're right here, man. You're right here. He didn't.
He's fired up because Scotty Scheffler's walking to, but he did miss the fairway on his tee shot.
There's the perp walk.
It's because he's got the ankle bracelet.
Yeah.
You can't golf like this.
I mean, right?
It's hard to golf when you got your hands cuffed behind your back.
Hey, this is rough, man.
Well, we do have an everyman topic to come out of this. And I don't know how much listener participation we're going to get, but we're going to try as it pertains to Scotty Scheffler and the have you ever been Scotty Scheffler?
First 5 holes are called the Green Mile.
Well played, Scott.
Thank you.
Well played.
Inmate 3, 4, 5.
Now on the tee
Yeah, right.
from USA.
Yeah.
Inmate 1374. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
All right, is he going to birdie the hole?
No, he's not going to birdie the hole.
Well, his second shot, he's right in the middle of the fairway on a par. This is a par 5, man.
No, he's not going to birdie the hole.
Kang, will he birdie the hole? He's in really good shape.
No, man. I think prison changed him. He's done.
I think he birdies the hole.
He's seen some things.
He has
seen some
He's
things
seen some
last
things.
night.
Yeah. One of the best things I saw on the
Saw some
internet.
things for the 48 minutes he was in prison.
The most likely way to meet Scotty Scheffler, okay, is for most of us, to get to spend some quality time with Scotty Scheffler is
Get arrested?
get hammered last night in Louisville,
right.
get arrested, thrown in the drunk tank, wake up in the morning, and Scotty Scheffler's your cellmate.
Yeah, you're getting processed out of there just as Scheffler's getting processed.
That was one of the better things I've seen on the internet. There's a lot of OJ memes.
Oh, no.
I mean, it's...
Do you think Scheffler spent a minute in a jail cell? Or was it just like a holding area? Yeah, you sit on this bench over here and,
Being that I've never been booked and processed, I don't know. I don't know how it works. And I certainly don't know how it works when you are the number one rated golfer in the world.
Scheffler's got street cred now, man. He walks around,
Does.
maybe a rap album coming out or
He's
something.
as hard as they
Yeah,
come.
exactly. He's like, dude,
That's a hard man.
you don't know,
Seriously,
man.
For a guy that honestly is the best player in the world, and we kind of know nothing about him. Like, this is now his number one bullet point on sort of, when the bios, when you have like a media guide and fans see this now, it'll say, 2024 season, and it'll stats, and then it'll say, high school and their stats, and then underneath personal.
Right.
The personal part, we now something can go in the personal column now for Scotty Scheffler.
Imagine the pairings like for tomorrow. Be like, who you with, man? And I'm with Xander Schauffele. Oh, cool. How about you? I got Brian Harmon. Oh, all right. Yeah. I'm with Tiger. Nice. Who you got? I'm with Scotty Scheffler. Dude.
Yeah.
Can you get out of it? Is it too late? Can you switch? Can you, I don't know, fake an injury to get, knocked down further? You sure you want, dude? Did you hear?
So
Chef was in jail.
yeah.
They call him Shawshank now, I think. Scotty Shawshank Scheffler.
Right?
He's got a one-way ticket to Zihuatanejo.
Hey, Scotty, either get busy living or get busy dying.
Did you just turn your iron into a shank?
Incidentally, he's also quite the accountant.
All right, so this is his
Approach shot.
okay. So he's
I'm telling you, he's
it's his
birding this
third
hole.
shot.
He's left it 5 feet from the hole. Not even. It's like 3 feet.
Scotty Scheffler.
It doesn't matter.
You know
Think of
what?
all the credit he's got now. He birdies the first hole after
Dude.
spending the night in the Hoosgow. I mean, he spent 10 minutes in a jail.
Yep.
But seriously, this is a hilarious story. At
But
this
a
point.
little bit, it's a little bit of house money, right? He's just happy to be
Hang
free.
on, let me take that back a little bit. Very tragic about the events
awful.
which
Like, that's
resulted
the
in the
word that-
traffic stops to begin with.
This is
Okay. But what happened after that with the redirection of the traffic and all this and miscommunication, Scotty Scheffler being taken into custody, cuffed and stuffed in the car right in front of a media member, Jeff Darlington, who has a video of this, of him being taken away. This is quite a story that is unfolding.
okay. So here is the topic that I want to bring up.
Okay.
Have you ever been cuffed for just a minor, understandable? If you've got a felony charge and you don't want to call, we get it. I have never been cuffed. And for something minor, where maybe a bit of a misunderstanding, a mistake, wrong place, wrong time, whatever. Have you ever been cuffed? And by the way, is he playing? He's playing 10, right? He's not on the first hole. He's on the 10th hole.
Wherever. I don't know if
Okay,
he's in the back.
gotcha.
If he's playing the back
He's
nine
playing
first
the
or
back,
not.
yeah. Evan just came wandering in.
I thought this was up my alley
Yeah, you've been cuffed.
a couple times. Yeah.
Really?
So I had tinted windows on my Toyota Corolla back in the day.
Illegal tint.
there it is.
It was
Illegal
really,
tint.
really cool.
Nice.
And it was Super Bowl Sunday. I was dropping my buddy off at a house. I was going to go get a haircut. I had to look good for the Super Bowl, I wasn't
Yep.
playing, but you get the picture.
Thanks, Av.
So-
Thanks for including that detail.
I get pulled over for the illegal tints. I'm like, oh, God. All right, here we go. The cop comes up to the car. You got tints. You know why I pulled you over? I'm like, yes, I'm assuming it's for the window tints. He goes back to his car. I'm sitting there with my buddy. It's like 20 minutes, and I'm like, man, this is taking a long time for some tints. I had a speeding ticket like a month or so before that they said I did not pay, had paid, had the receipt, everything. They come up to the door. They're like, sir, do you have any bazookas in the back? And I'm like, bazookas? I'm like, no. I'm like, what is this about? And he's like, well, there's a warrant out for your arrest. So they instantly take me to jail in beautiful Clinton Township. And my dad had the receipt for the paid ticket. They did not care. They said you had to take it up with the court. But just like Scotty Scheffler, made it in time for the Super Bowl.
Okay, all right. You made it. You made your tea time.
I made my tea time.
Kickoff.
But it was for window tints.
Okay.
So they said there was a warrant for your arrest.
Because of an unpaid speeding ticket that they did not have recorded via the courts. And they say they and the courts don't.
It's amazing because
communicate.
this day and age, everything's processed on computers and you can know it immediately. So I'm
This
guessing back then.
was Charles Woodson in the Super Bowl with Gruden as the coach. So whatever year that was,
Okay, whatever year that was.
years ago.
2000s.
Suffice it to say,
Here's the best part. So they impounded my car, even though I was like a mile from my parents' house. And they wouldn't let my buddy drive the car back to their house. They're like, absolutely not. It's against the law. Window tints, man.
yeah.
And for a faulty arrest.
All right, so
What if we
you
rolled down the windows?
so you got cuffed. You said there were two, or was that the only one?
Well, the first time there was marijuana involved when it was
right.
illegal. So I was like 16 years old. I don't know.
Okay.
Things
You made a mistake.
happen.
You made a mistake.
I made a mistake.
Made a mistake.
And I learned.
Yep.
Did you?
He's grown
I
up.
did big time.
He's grown
I have
up.
not been back since. Haven't even had a speeding ticket since.
Yeah, you got
And
your
that was-
windows tinted
I
so
was
nobody could
18.
see what's going on.
was 22 years,
you learned
man.
a lesson.
Jail changed you.
It totally did. I imagine Scotty, he's only driving 40 and a 45. Doesn't even hit freeways anymore.
He released a statement this morning that is so nicest guy ever.
He is the nicest guy ever.
Yeah.
You look at this guy, you hear any press conference, all he cares about is his faith and his wife and his kid. But if it does prove one thing, he'd rather go back to golf than go home with that 1-week-old baby that's screaming, crying right now.
Wow. Because
Well,
you've
it's the
got
PGA
a young
Championship.
baby.
I feel him. I feel his pain. You go home and that baby is screaming right away. But I got cuffed, man. These wrists,
Yeah.
not made for him.
Well,
Yeah, I was going to say,
I
were
could
you
have
able to
slipped
slip
right
out?
out. Yeah.
well, thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
We appreciate it. And I guess if we had predicted before we said we're going to do this topic and had to predict who at the station will have a story, I think Evan would have got some votes.
I haven't been cuffed, but I've spent time in the back of a police car.
Have you?
Yeah.
Do they zip tie you?
There were no
Okay.
zip ties.
Was it mailboxing?
Similar. It was an incident with some cement reindeer on somebody's front yard that one of my buddies attempted to move and procure and then realized it was cement and not just like some kind of plastic gnome
way
type
too
thing.
much.
Yeah. And then I said, let's go. And then we went to take off. And as we were running away, there were cop cars going by with spotlights on because at the same time in that neighborhood, there were reports of theft. So it wasn't us. It was doing the thievery.
You picked the wrong
Picked the
neighborhood
wrong
to be
night,
messing
No,
around.
we're just trying to
Yeah.
push over that cement
Yeah, we were
reindeer.
just trying to
Don't
steal the
mind
reindeer.
us.
We're good. And
We were up to vandalism. We weren't stealing anything. It was straight vandalism.
spent the next 2 hours hiding underneath a pine tree from the police. We heard the police were, footsteps away. We could hear them. We could see them with the flashlights, and we're hiding under the tree.
Yeah.
They didn't find us, and then we thought the coast was clear. Let's go back to the car where our buddy had left us, and his car was there, but our buddy wasn't there. And we're like, uh-oh. It's like 3 a.m. Now what? And then 2 seconds later, a cop car pulls up, drops off my buddy. He gets out, and the cop goes, "Oh, gentlemen, how are you tonight? Have a seat in the back of my car."
Yay.
And that's when I famously gave infamously it made a statement where they asked about my eye color.
Yeah.
And I said, I don't know, bloodshot. And my buddy elbowed me in the car. I'm like, Hazel, my eyes are beautiful. Hazel color. Thank you. Sorry.
All right. So a lot of feedback coming in, and we do have people that want to share their inadvertent, accidental, I got cuffed story happened to Scotty Scheffler today. We'll read his statement. His lawyer actually talked to the media. We'll get to that coming up as well. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Get to your phone calls momentarily. Scotty Scheffler released the following statement. This morning, I was proceeding as directed by police officers. It was a very chaotic situation, understandably so, considering the tragic accident that had occurred earlier, and there was a big misunderstanding of what I thought I was being asked to do. I never intended to disregard any of the instructions. I'm hopeful to put this to the side and focus on golf today. Of course, all of us involved in the tournament express our deepest sympathies to the family of the man who passed away earlier this morning in an accident. It truly puts everything in perspective. Scotty Scheffler.
That's about right for Scotty Scheffler.
Yep. On brand.
Yep.
Do we have his lawyer? His lawyer met with the media. Here was the exchange. There you go. So he carries on playing at Valhalla. We'll keep you updated on how his day is going. In the meantime, we do want to.
He was taken into custody.
He was taken into custody. He was cuffed.
And he was cuffed
Let
and
off.
stuffed. And
there was a reporter on hand. It was Jeff Darlington of ESPN. The video, I'm sure everybody's wanted to see it, has seen it, but it's the video of him and turning to Darlington saying, "Help me."
right. Hey, buddy. But yeah, and not putting up a fight, just walking with him. But he was taken into custody, was booked, and charged with several different charges, and then released like an hour and 15 minutes later.
Well, at least it's an acknowledgement that this does appear to be a massive misunderstanding.
Yeah.
And Scheffler said he thought he was being directed through. But nonetheless, 248-539-9797. Scott, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Scott?
Hey, guys. I'll just tell a quick story. I got arrested coming back from Disney World in the airport with my pregnant wife and my 2 toddler kids.
Oh, no. Oh, God.
Come on.
So, you know, when you take a kid and you bring a stroller, you wait for it in the tunnel for them to bring it up to you. Mm-hmm. And we're waiting, and it's freezing cold. It was like mid-February, and there's like 30 of us, all with babies and kids, and we're waiting almost 25 minutes with none of us getting our strollers back.
Yeah, that sounds like hell.
So no answers from Delta, like anybody in the plane. So I walked up the tunnel to ask the gate agent, like, hey, what's going on? Should we go down to the baggage claim or what? Because we're all freezing. And she wasn't helpful, so I turned around and tried to go back down to get my stroller and wait. And she caused this big scene. She's like, I'm going to call the cops. If you go back in that door, you can't go back in there. I said, oh, okay. Like, I'll wait here then. But how do I get my stroller? And I asked another agent who was helpful. She's like, just go back down and wait. So I go back down and wait. When I get my stroller, I turn around and there's like 15 cops waiting for me. Because apparently once you pass out the door and you go back in, it's a breach of security.
Oh,
so we exit. He basically walks me out the tunnel, and I have my angry mob of 30 other parents following me, and they're all just causing this big scene with the police saying, I'm a witness. He did nothing wrong. He saved our children, and it was a whole big mess. And basically, I got arrested for breach of security, level 3 threat in the airport, and I got a felony charge and all this fun stuff.
Did it eventually get pled down to something less, or do you have that felony charge on your record?
So that's the funniest thing is that we went to court. We got the body footage and everything from the cops and everything, and the prosecutor basically said, I'm going to let it go, but I'm going to charge you with a $1,000 parking ticket.
Okay. All right, so they had to get you with something, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we got the felony off, which was most important.
Excellent. Glad to hear it.
crazy.
Yeah, Scott, trying to be a hero for the strollers, but, glad it worked out for you. 248-539-9797. What is your Scotty Scheffler accidental cuffing story? Corey is next in Detroit. Hi, Corey.
What's going on, fellas?
Hey.
Now, mine was similar to our man earlier that, it was so-called tinted windows. But the crazy part was my windows wasn't even up to see the tinted windows. So he told me that, hey, I'm going to let you go because my computer isn't working now. He lets me go. I'm on 8 Mile heading towards Greenfield. I all of a sudden see his lights blaring. He come racing back down on me. Like, what's going on? I turn into this parking lot. Next thing I know, I got 6 more cars on me. Mind you guys, this is Oak Park. So I said, what's going on? It's a warrant out for your arrest. It's a warrant out for your arrest. I said, sir, I don't have any warrants. They said, it's a warrant in Sterling Heights. I said, sir, I got the paperwork in my glove compartment. Can I get it? Don't move. So needless to say, put your hands on your steering wheel.
Yeah, I'm not moving.
We're taught to do. I did that. Man, they still took me to jail. My ex-wife had to come get me and bring the paperwork that was merely in the glove compartment where they could have just let me go.
Wow.
That's frustrating.
That is frustrating. So nothing came of it when it was all said and done.
Oh no! I all 6 of them because I kept telling them just look in my glove compartment. I ended up going all the way to the chief of police. So happy, I know somebody that knew the chief of police. I was able to get my letter in. there was a three-week suspension for all the officers.
Wow. Corey, I'm sorry you had to deal with that, but it does happen just like Scotty Scheffler. Misunderstandings, people get cuffed. Has it ever happened to you? Robert is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Robert.
Hey, good morning. So, like poor Mr. Scheffler, I once found myself purely a victim of circumstance in a bad situation on the wrong side of the law. I had my wife and I had taken out two friends. We were trying to fix them up. It was a long night. Nobody had gotten along. We had been to 4 or 5 places. We stopped at a bar in Tempe, the city where Arizona State University rests. And it's about 1 o'clock in the morning. I've had enough. I said, let's go. I walk out ahead of the other 3. I'm at my car. I've got my key in my hand, ready to put it in my car. And I hear, there's a fight. Bruce is in a fight. So Bruce is the friend I'm talking about. So I'm like, oh, God, here we go. So I walk back to the front door of the bar. There's a short porch. And the minute I get up to the short porch, door flies open. Guy comes storming out, blurts out something violent and angry at me, blah, 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 and jumps on me like a stuntman in a movie. Now I got a guy on top of me. I'm on my chest trying to prevent getting beaten to death. And he's just hit me. And as soon as he's on me, he's off me. And I look and I spin around, and there are cops everywhere. Apparently, the bar fight had started just minutes before. Bartenders called the police, so there's police everywhere.
So you were just a victim of circumstance of a bar fight that ends up spilling outside, and you get involved out of just being in the wrong place, wrong time.
So the mistake I made, I get up on my feet, I spin around. The guy who jumped on me is now being apprehended, and they put him on the ground on his chest, and I kicked him. Yeah. In rage. I kicked the guy.
Yeah, Robert,
so now,
not a great choice.
Now I'm a culprit, too. To make a long story a little shorter for you, they put me in cuffs. They hog-tied me. They put cuffs behind my back. They put cuffs on my feet, and they throw me into the back of the paddy wagon, and I flop on my face like a seal in the back of this thing. By the time we get to the Tempe jail, I'm so irate that I'm in a rage, saying all kinds of horrible things. The Tempe City Jail is built on the side of a mountain, and the jail cells slope down. They put me in the bottom cell and shackled me to the urinal.
How did it end up, Robert? What was the end result?
So the next day I go to the arraignment. I am chained waist to waist to the guy who jumped me. And when we get arraigned, the guy says, Your Honor, in the light of day, I can see that it was my fault. This man had nothing to do with it. The judge dismissed me without prejudice.
Oh, that's great. You got out of it. Kicking your attacker while probably in the moment feeling like the right move.
Right.
When he's being apprehended by police, probably not the right move.
Big ups to the attacker, recognizing he made a mistake.
Yeah. Well, when people sober up, they realize a lot.
Do they?
Well, not all of them, I guess. Derek, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Derek. By the way, try and keep these stories under 3.5 minutes. Just for the record. Yeah.
I got you guys.
Yeah.
I got you guys. So, dude, okay. So hearing the Scheffler story this morning made me think of this. So I'm so happy you guys are doing this topic. So I go to CMU. I get a handful of parking tickets over the years. You don't pay them, especially super senior year. You're thinking I'm never going to be back here. So my dad goes up for a parents' alumni tailgate 4 years later. He's driving, into the tailgate. I think he passes somebody like Scheffler did, and freaking gets, he gets flicked. The cop goes, "Sir, you have over $300 in unpaid parking tickets in your name." And my dad says, "No, I don't." And he says, "Well, Derek Hoffman does, and his car was in your name." So they cuff my dad in front of the whole tailgate, take him downtown Mount P to the jail, and my mom has to go bail him out. I'm not even at this tailgate, so I get a call. I'm 27. I get a call from my dad. I was scared crapless, dude. I mean, I'm 27, and I'm like, yeah. He goes, "I'm calling you from Mount Pleasant jail because of your foolish college actions."
God. I bet that story gets told at Thanksgiving and Christmas.
3 to 4 times a year, and it still makes me panicky because the way he looks at me when he tells the story.
Over parking tickets, Gator. Does that resonate with you at all?
I don't know what you're talking about. Parking tickets.
Take a few more of these. Got some Tiger stuff to get to at 11:05. How bold should they get? How bold should they get? I floated a name out there post-show.
Yeah.
Would you put that in play? The name I threw out there?
I don't know if I remember it.
Okay, well, we'll get to it at 11:05. Apparently to be a surprise for you, too. Hey, discover how good your water can be, like my family did, with a new Connecticut system that removes 99% of contaminants. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Get clean, purified, great-tasting water, all while reducing plastic bottle waste, which is great. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cdcwater.com. This month, get 50% off a Connecticut K5 drinking water system with a purchase of a Connecticut Premier Softener. Financing options are available with approved credit. CDC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 the ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Tigers on the road in Arizona. I just want to say this about the Tigers in this season so far. There are moments in time that appear to be rather significant. And I would say this. The Marlins series, that series was rather significant for my radio partner. Scott Anderson, yesterday, your tone when talking about the Tigers, but during the show and then after the show, your tone was, I give up.
I feel like, the 43 game mark is enough where we can start to make judgments on the team. And I'm trying to view this as objectively as possible. And I think there's really good pitching. That's not a shock. But the hitting is just so bad, and I just don't see improvement from guys that you would have expected improvement to this point, where the lineup is going to be better and they're just going to produce and everything's going to be okay. I don't see it. I don't see a core of players in the lineup right now. I recognize it's way unfair to say that about Colt Keith just yet because he's a rookie, but I've been disappointed with his start. Torkelson doing the same thing he did last year, said it's not improvement yet. Riley Green taking a big step back over the last 10 games after taking a big step forward to start the season. I don't know. What is Riley Green? I still have higher hopes for him. Wenzel Perez has been a nice development, but I don't know if that's sustainable. But beyond that, what do they have? They've got nothing at catcher, nothing at shortstop. They've got really nothing at third base as a stopgap measure because you got Urshela or, Vierling, whoever you're playing there. McKinstry is a backup infielder, which is not an option to use for a contending team. If you're going to move on from Javi Baez, which is the real big issue. One of the big issues with this team is you got Javi's contract to deal with. Now what? Well, I think one of the reasons that they're giving him as much rope as they can to try to figure it out, A, he can play defense, but 2, they've got no other options in the organization to put at shortstop. Like I said, what do you want to do? Put McKinstry there? Oh, joy. Another guy who's hitting barely above 200. It just doesn't – it's not moving the needle for me at all. And you've got outfielders that are like platoon players, but I don't even know. I am very frustrated. It's not a comfortable place for me.
Yeah, I get it, and maybe this will help a little bit. I mean, last year we were talking about how if you were a 500 baseball team would be within 6 games of first place. And your discussion yesterday, I got the feeling that you were resigned to the fact that this is no more than that, a 500 baseball team. But if you were within 6 games of first place at the end, and look, this division may be better than last year. Let's be clear about that. But I don't know that I really trust any team in this division right now. So if you get to the trade deadline and you get aggressive, can you still make a run for this thing? If you are close enough to justify a move, a 500 baseball team is a team that could get aggressive at the trade deadline and push. Now, are they going to do that? At this point, I don't know how likely that is. I mean, the Scott Harris commitment to getting young guys at bats, I understand why he took that posture going into this season. Will he get more aggressive moving forward? And will they decide, okay, we've given this a shot. We now know that we should have, by the trade deadline, have more of a read on Colt Keith. Parker Meadows has gotten back on track a little bit at Toledo. Does he get another shot back up here?
He's hit a couple of home runs since he's been down there.
Yep, but you got Torque, you got Riley Green, you've got Wenzel Perez. You're starting to get a better feel for who might be around long term. Do you then get aggressive and go try and get a bat? And if you are aggressive and go try and get a bat and make a push for the division, can that aggression help you get over 500 and bring this thing within striking distance? I don't think you're wrong in thinking they're a 500 baseball team. They have better than that pitching and worse than that lineup. So, but that doesn't mean the end of the season, I guess, is the way I'm looking at it.
No, I understand that, but I guess where I'm getting to this point is watching them when they were successful winning games in the first 35 games in the season, when they were winning games, a lot of those wins happened late. A lot of these wins were one-run games, right? And they're still not scoring, but they were managed to put something together in the 8th or 9th inning and come away with a win. But that's not a sustainable model. Mm-hmm. And I feel like they got away with a lot of stuff there, and we were still hoping, please, God, let the bats wake up, be consistent here, because the pitching's been incredible. And that's why they're at where they're at. And then you're getting later into the season, and now maybe some teams are letting their starting pitchers go a little bit longer, so not getting to the bullpen earlier. And what does that do? It has an effect on the Tiger bats, because if they're facing a starting pitcher who is good through 5, now he can be good through 6 or 7. So you're not turning it over to your middle relief guy. Now you're turning it over to your 8th inning guy or your 9th inning guy. I'm not sure if that's the sole reason, but I just look at this team and say the lineup is clearly not good enough. And they've got, a team like Cleveland who's 10 games above 500 right now. The Tigers, I know that it's 5.5 games back, and it seems like you're within striking distance. I guess technically you kind of are, but it's just the way that things are looking. It's what the eyeball test. They're not passing the eyeball test when it comes to the lineup.
No, they're not.
It's not good enough,
Well,
and
of
I
course
don't.
not. No, you could, yeah.
And I don't know if, to your point about do they get aggressive at the trade deadline and try to get something. I mean, for me to say that they need, if they're going to get aggressive, they would have to be by the trade deadline. They would have to be 6, 7, 8 games above 500 at that point.
Well, maybe it depends. It depends. To me, it's not about how many games above 500 you are. It's how many
You're
games
chasing-
back you are.
but-
If you're 3-4 games back, and maybe even 5 games back, is it justifiable then?
See, but that does matter to me because I'm looking for sustainability. I'm looking for, if I'm going to get guys, hopefully this is a team that's good and needs this, and this is going to push them over the edge, as opposed to just making a move to get a guy to hopefully getting into the postseason
Well, to be
and
clear
then
here,
where you're at.
I'm not talking about trading for a rental.
Okay.
Yeah, you're talking if you're gonna do this, you've got to do it while trying to match up the timeline with the players that you have. That if you're gonna go get a bat, that bat is around. And also the one thing I'm starting to think, in spite of what's being said, I'm starting to wonder if the clock truly is ticking on Javi Baez.
Oh, I think it has to be.
Well,
I
but
think-
hold on.
Yeah.
And not with the fans. I mean, with the
Yeah, no,
actual
the
organization considering, all right, we might need to cut bait here.
I don't think they would do it before the season. You know, as for me personally, I would try to sit him on the bench or send him down, ask him if he wants to go down and work on his hitting there. But at this point, they don't have a replacement. They literally don't have a shortstop in the organization that's going to step up and be any better right now. They just don't. And that's the sad reality of it. They're starting the season, they thought they had a couple of guys, but Kreidler got hurt, had to have surgery. And then they had Eddie's Leonard, and he got hurt. Now, are these guys getting closer to coming back? They are, but then they're going to have to prove that they can hit again before you bring it back up. And it's disappointing. I feel like if there's going to be a biased decision, it may come at the end of the year to buy him out at that point, because you'll have knocked off another $20 million or whatever, and then it becomes whatever it is, a $75 or $50 million hit. I forget where we're at on that contract. It's just, and the other thing with Scott Harris is he doesn't want to block people, right? Doesn't want to block the young players. So, okay, I can get behind it. I can be a little patient with that with Colt Keith at second base. But people wanted a third baseman. And the one that people wanted was a guy who hasn't performed this year, and that's whatever. Okay, you want Chapman, and he's not hitting. They're doing fine at third base, I guess, right now. It's a stopgap. So if I'm going to go out and get a player, I'm going to eliminate third base, because I think they're saving that for Chase Young. And as Chase Young continues to hit, maybe sooner or later he's going to be brought up. But there are positions that I feel like are almost going to be eliminated if you're going to look to add a player at the deadline, based on not wanting to block other players, because that's their philosophy.
Yeah, I look the where this organization is. Scott Harris. Under Scott Harris, we have yet to see anything bold.
Correct.
And I'm wondering if we're getting close to the time for him putting his stamp on this organization and doing something bold, because there is an offensive. It's frustrating. It's very frustrating, and you feel like you're wasting an opportunity with a pitching staff that could be playoff caliber from top to bottom, starters to bullpen. And if you got a playoff caliber pitching staff, you have to, I feel like you have to support that. I feel like it's a complete and total waste to pee that away, because it's an asset that everybody tries to hoard. They try to hoard starters. They try to hoard bullpen arms. I mean, we've got a guy trending to be an all-star who doesn't have a win yet this year, who's putting the rest of his numbers say all-star in Reese Olson. We got another guy that might be Cy Young caliber in Skubal, and others pitching well. And this feels like an opportunity for Scott Harris to put a bold stamp on the organization of how it's going to be. And we'll just throw some things out there. How aggressive could he be if the team justifies it? They have to justify it. They have to play better. They have to stay within striking distance. because a trade deadline's a time where you can give gas to your engine. You don't have to. You can also invest in future assets, but can they stick around close enough to give gas to the engine and have Scott Harris make his first bold move? We will get to that today at 11:05. Phone calls and feedback. It's Carson Anderson on a Friday. Scotty Scheffler did birdie the first hole after his arrest this morning. That's a statement I never thought I would ever say on the air.
No?
But he did birdie the first hole after arrest. Did I see that he then bogeyed?
I did not see what he did.
After that. Well, let me double check that. But the PGA Championship continuing. If you missed the Scotty Scheffler story, yeah, he tried to drive around a police barricade on a tragic accident. So unfortunately, ended up in jail, but he got released and made his tee time. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. The PGA Championship X account posted the following. This morning, we were devastated to learn when a worker with one of our vendors was tragically struck and killed by a shuttle bus outside the golf club. This is heartbreaking to all of us involved with the PGA Championship. We extend our sincere condolences to their family and loved ones, end quote. Scotty Scheffler was also arrested this morning heading into the course. Here's his attorney, Steve Romines. He's being charged with assault for disobeying officer orders and then dragging him to the ground with his car, causing injuries to the officer and his clothing, that according to the police report. A 29-year-old Dearborn native, Evan Bowser, made his PGA Championship debut yesterday and ended up tied with Tiger Woods after day one. He told Tony Paul of the Detroit News, quote, "It was the greatest day I've ever had on a golf course, ever," end quote. Michigan softball is getting ready to take on Kentucky to open up their NCAA tournament run in Oklahoma. First pitch at 3 and is being broadcasted by ESPN's Top Crew. Tennessee safety Wesley Walker is the next Michigan football commit. He played 349 coverage snaps last season and did not allow a single touchdown. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines 248-539-9797. You can stream the show using the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today. AUDACY. You can also stream through the interwebs at 971theticket.com. You can stream with video. YouTube.com. Search up 971 The Ticket. And Twitch.tv. Gator, we have got people watching on Twitch today from Scotland.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hey, from Scotland. What are we up there?
So my dad through work met some people and they're over visiting them since retired. And so I'm going to say hello to some old friends that are watching in Scotland. Rob and Jane. Hello.
Hello.
And Kate, Emma, Rebecca. And apparently Emma has a baby, but I don't know how to pronounce the name. I'm going to tell you how it's spelled and you pronounce it in a Scottish accent for me, would you?
All right, let me write it down.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
It's spelled Elodie. Now, the first thing I look at that and I think elote, like the corn.
It's Elodie, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not even close, but it's a little bit like that. Elodie. How would you say that in Scottish?
I would have said Elodie.
Elodie?
Elodie. I can't even say how I'd say it. I don't know.
You can't understand anything anybody says in
No,
Scottish.
no. I mean, you ask. I met a Scottish man one time, and we were talking about beer in Newcastle. Nut Brown Ale, one of my favorite beers. They call them Nuki Bruins. The word brown is pronounced Brun. Nuki Brun.
Somebody on Twitch just suggests, Wolfman 2 just said, when you're speaking with a Scottish accent, just pretend you're coughing. Hello to
Hey, everything I do ends up being Sean Connery. Alexander.
Yeah.
We named a dog Indiana. Drew stepping more on should go on reading books instead of burning. I'll just use my thumb. I'll combine them all.
Well, there you go.
There could be only one. Well, Highlander, Presidio, Indiana Jones' Last Crusade, whatever you need.
All melding into one character.
It's all one great character.
Yeah. Bond.
Right, exactly.
Shaken, not stirred.
There was a movie he did. I'm going to forget the name of the movie. He did with Wesley Snipes. It was an action movie years ago involving the Japanese Yakuza, but here in the States. And so there's parts where Sean Connery has to speak Japanese. And doing it with his heavy Scottish accent is one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
Classic.
It's just great.
So anyway,
I love by the way, I absolutely flat out love the Scottish accent. I could hear it all day.
Yeah. Well, hello to Rob and Jane listening, and I think it's Tryman,
hey.
Scotland. Miss you guys. All right, so Jackson Jobe and Max Clark to the Angels for Mike Trout.
No. Well, I mean, that is bold as hell, right? When you start to think of bold stuff. I feel like Mike Trout's going to be hurt the rest of his career and will probably retires soon in 3-2-1. You know, I mean, it's sad that his body is broken down, but what a player. Yeah.
Jackson Jobe to Toronto for Bo Bichette.
Okay, that's interesting. Bichette, is he having a down year?
Yes, he is. But he's 26 years old, I believe. Middle infielder. Guy's hit near 300 his entire career, do a big contract soon. Toronto last place team. Would they try and load up on prospects?
I'll throw one at you.
Let's go. This is classic spitballing.
Because if you're going to throw Jackson Jobe out there, right, then you got to land a big one in return.
Well, that's the thing is the Tigers probably have some coveted assets in this organization. When you start getting into Jace Young and Jackson Jobe and Max Clark and Ty Madden, that you could probably land a big fish if you got aggressive.
So I got a team that is not performing this year. They got a player that they're going to have to give a contract to soon. I believe he's a free agent in 2026. And that would be sending Jackson Jobe to Houston for outfielder Kyle Tucker.
They coveted Kyle Tucker.
I have been chasing Kyle Tucker for years.
It's not just you, Gator. I feel like this is every Tiger fan.
He should have been a Tiger years ago when they dealt Justin Verlander. This is my own little concoction speculation is that's Al Avila wanted him at the time, and Houston's like, that's not happening, and they ended up giving the 3 prospects that if Al Avila, this is my take, I feel like if Al Avila had simply said Justin Verlander straight up for Kyle Tucker, that they would have gotten it done, but that they tried to get a little bit more than that, and as a result, the Tigers got nothing, really, and they got World Series.
What's JV done, though?
So Kyle Tucker's having a hell of a season, right? He's leading the majors in home runs with 13. He's leading the majors in on-base percentage at 408, OPS at over 1,000. He's having a great year. And the last 3 years prior to this, he hit 30, 30, and 29 home runs, 92, 107, 112 in RBIs. He's a really, really good outfielder. Got a good arm. And, would that get it done? Jackson Jobe straight up for Kyle Tucker if Houston's looking to move on and try to get younger in some areas? I mean, he's 27. It's not like he's ancient, but he's going to command a pretty big salary here in a couple of years. Because, like I said, he's arbitration eligible after this year, and earliest free agency year is 2026.
At some point, Scott Harris has to put a stamp on the organization and do something bold. You can't just sit here forever patiently waiting for your players to develop. And they're wasting a playoff caliber pitching staff as of right now. Now, the team has to justify it by staying within striking distance of first and playing better baseball. And if they do that, come to the trade deadline, we're spitballing ideas how to improve the everyday lineup. 248-539-9797. JT, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, JT?
Yeah, sir. You guys failed to mention the elephant in the room and all these picking up all these contracts. We're already, $60 million below the league average? You never mentioned Chris Ilitch. Chris Ilitch isn't going to pay anything. Chris Ilitch hasn't shown to the fans of the Tigers, and for that matter, the Red Wings, that he cares.
Well, what I'm not going to do, JT, is give up. I'm not giving up, and I'm going to continue to suggest that they try and build.
And how is it that he hasn't? I mean, you want to talk about the Tigers, I get it, but the Red Wings, there's a salary cap in hockey, and they operate just within that. I mean, it's not like he hasn't spent money in hockey.
What has he won since he's owned the team?
Well, that's a completely different issue.
Topic. Yeah, I mean, you're saying he wasn't spending money, and he clearly has spent money on the hockey team.
That's where I disagree with a lot of the Detroit media. You guys, I know. Maybe not you in particular, but they've attacked Jim Harbaugh for years. They go after the Michigan State. I'm a Michigan fan. They've gone after Juwan Howard. All this, you guys in the media, for whatever reason,
JT, if you have complaints with other people in the media, take them to them. I'm not going to sit here and defend other people's positions. And if you don't like...
and that's got nothing to do with Chris Ilitch.
At the end of the day, there's some pressure on Ilitch here. I'm disappointed with it, but we're not talking about ownership right now. Our topic was how do you improve this team right now. If you want to change it to an ownership... if people want to do that, but...
But his point was that even if you want to change and make this team better, that the owner isn't going to spend money to do so. And, okay, I can work with that because we thought that they were going to spend some money this past off season, maybe some big money. And they didn't. They spent money on a couple of free agent pitchers. They traded to get Mark Canha, and they went out and got Gio Urshela and a couple bullpen arms. And no big splash was made, but money was spent. Now, looking back at it retrospectively, the free agent pool wasn't all that deep with big time talent.
A great year.
So maybe it was a good time not to spend money. Like if they had gotten that Chapman on a 4-year deal and paid him $25 million, would we be screaming about that right now? Of course we would.
Yeah.
But I do want to see him spend money to defend the caller. I would love to see him spend money, but spend it in the right ways. Like if you were to make a bold ass trade like this, that then you go ahead and you sign Kyle Tucker to a 5-year and $155 million contract.
I kind of want to see. I mean, I don't think Scott Harris has been told don't make a bold move. I can't believe that I think he's in line. I think Scott Harris is doing what Scott Harris wants to do. If not, he has sold it very well. But I believe him when he says he didn't want to block prospects.
I do. I believe him too. And I think that the Tigers are starting to stockpile a little bit of some prospects here. There's players that nobody had ever heard of right now that through a month and a half in the minor league season are having great seasons.
I think they got
pitchers.
4 guys right now that could fetch them a pretty nice return. If you took Job and Clark and Jace Young and Ty Madden to the open market, I think you could get some people's attention.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. They're getting psyched for the summer with mega deals all month long. Right now, you can lease an Equinox at $239 a month or a Trax at $228 a month. Those are both XL front-wheel drive, and they're 2-year leases with only $19.99 down. Unlock the savings with their GM employee discount and get a lease in your household. Don't forget, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights is the #1 volume Chevy dealer in Michigan. That means they have a huge inventory of Silverado, Equinoxes, Blazers, and Trax, hundreds of those on the ground to choose from. Do what I did. Call 87-SAY-SARAH. Together, let's drive. See dealer for details and get there fast. All offers end June 3rd. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Open lines 248-539-9797.
Solving all the Tigers' problems.
Well, look, I mean, at some point, Scott Harris has got to make a bold move. Now, it might not be this year. The team might not justify it. This might be a long and painful year. I'm also trying to spark a little bit of hope into my baseball-depressed radio partner here, who yesterday you had a give-up tone to your voice. And it's not like you, honestly.
No,
it was out of character. And I've come to know you, and you. I'm not mad at you. I don't blame you, and I don't blame any fan that's given up. You have every right to feel the way that you feel, but I just wanted to point out all is not lost yet, my friend. It's not lost yet. It's trending in a bad direction. Not lost yet.
You know, it feels that series against the Marlins. It has a feel like that one's good. It definitely changed me, and it feel. This is one of those things that 2 months down the road. Unfortunately, I feel like I'm going to go back and revisit this series and say, remember when they went 19 scoreless innings against the Florida Marlins with pitchers that had ERAs in the mid-4s and the mid-6s? Remember that?
Yep.
When they didn't score? And they only gave up 3 runs in those 2 games, but they went 0-2. Remember that? Yeah, that's painful. That's painful. There was a stat I wanted to read you that came from there's a Tigers blogger, Chris Castellani, and he tweeted out, Casey Mize, Jack Flaherty, and Reese Olson have started 24 games. Their collective ERA is 3.16. They've allowed 2 earned runs or fewer in 16 of those 24 games. Their combined win-loss record is 1-9.
Wow.
That's those 3 pitchers. Forget that Tarek Skubal's getting all the run support and getting all the love.
Yep.
And then there's these other 3 pitchers they have on the roster whose combined ERA is 3.16. They've got Skubal and these 3 guys, and this team is a game below 500.
Crazy.
Because their lineup sucks.
Yeah, and yes, indeed. Offense is down. Comparatively speaking, it's not as bad as it could be seen in some other years. But it's bad. It's bad. And it's costing them with a very good pitching staff that's performing at a high level. And and Gator is giving up. 248-539-9797. Mike, you're next. What's up, Mike?
Hey, fellas. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Just a couple things I wanted to hit on really quickly. I was telling the person who answered the phone that I think I'm really surprised, first of all, that Hinch actually re-signed with Detroit, knowing that Chris Ilitch wasn't going to spend the money to give him the tools to work with. I didn't think he was going to come back, but he surprised me when he did.
So let's stop. Let me stop you there. Do you think they had that conversation?
Sure.
Do you think that A.J. Hinch said to Chris, will you spend money?
That's a tough conversation to have. I would hope so. I mean, it's his future and it's his reputation. Whether they had the conversation, who knows? That's, a fly on a wall would know. But
if they had that,
what do you think?
If they had that conversation and he said no, what you have speculated on that he said no, I don't think Hinch would have come back.
That's true. But I mean, I think that the Chris Ilitch will say anything, to be honest with you. Second of all, I think that maybe Tigers should start exploring the farm system and not just our farm system, but other farm systems. For some really good hitters that are maybe overloaded. I know that we have too much on the books to trade Javi for a couple guys in the farm system, but maybe we need to look at making a trade for some of the guys we have and look at getting some guys up here who are ready to hit. And even though we might not find them in our bullpen, down in AAA, they might be available somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, you do have to get creative, and I think that one of the things that the Tigers have done is they've pulled a lot of guys, put them on the 40-man roster, and then been able to get them through waivers and plug them in their system. They're trying to load up that way in a way to sort of backdoor guys in. As far as immediate help from the farm, I mean, Justin Henry Malloy, there's some positional concerns about him in the field. Jace Young could be on his way at some point here. You get to a point of being a little bit desperate, and you try guys out. They did it to start the year. I mean, they kicked the tires on Parker Meadows. He's going to be a full-time center fielder. Didn't necessarily work out. They're still hanging in there with Colt Keith. Now they got Wenzel Perez in the mix. So I think what you were talking about, yes, could be happening with this team throughout this season. But the players got to justify it, and there's something to be said for patience. Because I said this a couple of weeks ago. There is always a feeling, and I don't know that it's the same people, but there's a lot of play the young guys. If you're not going to be good or you're trying to rebuild, fans want to play the young guys. Just play the young guys. But if you're going to play the young guys, you can't also be the person that's saying, this team sucks, they need to trade everybody. Because playing the young guys requires patience. If you've ever said, or if you thought going into this year that you wanted them to play the young guys, that does require understanding that there are going to be some growing pains. Playing the young guys doesn't mean they all debut at the majors and you go, oh my God, we've got 5 future All-Stars. Some are going to be good right away. Some are not. Some are never going to make it. Some are. But when you decide that your approach is to play the young guys, it does kind of require patience. And they've clearly decided that that's what they're going to do.
Yeah, and I would imagine that when they've got a lot of prospects that they have right now, and some guys have already gotten to the major league level and some guys have yet to get to the major league level, that maybe that appeals to A.J. Hinch, because when he walked into the situation in Houston, that's what they had. They had a ton of young guys that all hit around the same time. They all hit the majors around the same time, and then all kind of progressively got better together. And it took a couple of years, but that's all it took was a couple of years. Now, collectively, that group of players may go down as one of the better groups of players you've ever seen come up around the same time. But nonetheless, it happened. Can that same thing happen here with the Tigers? Is that group there with Colt Keith and Chase Young and Riley Green and Spencer Torkelson and the pitching staff that they have? And is there, is Malloy going to be a real deal? Is Kerry Carpenter going to be somebody that's more than just hitting against right-handed pitching? You got to look at all that. And does that appeal to A.J. Hinch? Coupled with the ability to spend money, because the Tigers have spent money in the past. They haven't done it lately, but they also haven't had this team that maybe they thought was together enough where you're adding pieces through free agency. When we looked at the Lions, it was all about building the team up through the draft. They had to build this team, and then to go into free agency, they weren't making big splashes. They were getting players to fill holes, right? Look where they're at. Different sports, but is it the same philosophy that you can use? Can you use the philosophy we're going to build through trades and through the draft, and then when the time is right, we can go ahead and strike in free agency? Well, the time hasn't been right. I mean, nobody wants to hear it.
I do wish they'd done a little bit more, but as it turns out, this free agent class looks like collectively sucked so far. Gary is next on 97 on a Ticket. Hi, Gary.
Hey, how are you?
Okay.
All right. I'm just every time I turn around and I watch a game that the Tigers play, and they get in crucial situations where they have guys on base, they got one out and maybe 2 outs or whatever the case may be. But every time they turn around and Baez is batting, why are they still playing this guy? I mean, I know he makes a lot of money, but I mean, they're playing
him for 2 reasons. They're playing him, A, because he fields a position better than anybody they have, and 2, they have nobody else to put in there.
There's no other major league options.
Unless they go out and trade for a shortstop, they don't have anything right now, because the guys that maybe they were counting on in the minors got hurt early in the season.
There is always a feeling of play other guy, but if you don't have an other guy that's worthy of it, that's why. I mean, there's a little bit too of you bought a used Rolls Royce and you keep sinking money into it, and you're driving it around, even though the driver's side door doesn't work and the air conditioning doesn't work, you're driving it around. You can't sell it because of all of its problems, but you bought it, and so you're using it, even though it's guzzling gas and inconvenient as hell, but you don't have really any other option. You don't have another car.
Yeah. So, it was in the latter year, sort of like the Cabrera Rolls Royce, right?
I don't know about that. Because they weren't playing for anything, and he was a draw. People still loved him, and he was doing better than this.
I just took a quick look at some potential free agents for next year in the shortstops, and wondering, okay, would they do a rental on a guy because they're just desperate at this point, and maybe it comes cheaper? Ahmed Rosario is a shortstop with Tampa Bay. He is 28 years old. He's hitting 300 this year. His on-base percentage is not Scott Harris friendly. His on-base percentage is only 315. But his OPS is 743. He's been around the league for 8 seasons here and comes kind of cheap. Like I said, free agent. It's Tampa. Tampa notoriously moves on from guys when they hit free agency. They'll trade him away so they don't lose him for nothing. Is this a possibility? Could they go out and give some mid-level prospect to get this guy as a rental? Or
I don't see them doing the rental thing, but for a mid-level prospect, maybe. Look, the bias clock, I think, has to be literally ticking. I think it is ticking, but they're trying to squeeze everything they can out of the rolls, and they don't have another car. 97 won the ticket. All right, so the big story of the day for people just joining us is this morning, Scotty Scheffler. Yes, that's Scotty Scheffler, the number 1 ranked golfer in the world, was arrested this morning. Unfortunately, it's part of a tragic story. And I mean, someone lost their life at the PGA Championship this morning. The pedestrian who was hit by a bus around 5 a.m. crossing a major thoroughfare. It was like a shuttle bus. And that part of the story is awful and should be recognized. And, tragic, absolutely tragic. But in the aftermath of that, the police had taped off the area as an investigation scene. Golfers were told that they could drive around it. They have courtesy cars that are marked, and apparently are not only marked as official vehicles of the PGA Tour, but the player cars are even marked more so. So here comes Scottie Scheffler for his early tee time this morning. Now, it was raining, it was dark, and it was already under delay, and Scheffler had been told, and many players had been told, and according to some reports, players were driving around the cordoned off area. Well, when Scheffler got there, a police officer who was in rain gear and
yellow reflective rain gear.
You couldn't really tell it was a police officer, but whether it was a police officer or a security guard, it may or may not be relevant to the story. But just so you know, it wasn't a police officer who was clearly a police officer, but somebody tried to stop Scottie Scheffler. He says he tried to flash his credential as he drove around after being told to stop. This officer grabbed a hold of the car, got dragged a little bit, and actually had some minor injuries. And Scheffler ended up getting arrested, taken away, booked, mugshot, everything, charged with 3 different crimes, was released. The tournament was delayed because of the rain and the death. He hustled back to the course and made his tee time.
He was there long. I mean, he wasn't there long, but he was there long enough to get put into the orange jail suit. And then get mugshot and fingerprinted the whole bit, and then was released like an hour and 15 minutes later. It's a crazy, crazy story from start to where they're at right now, where he's 1 under for the day. He had 2 birdies and a bogey through like the first 4 holes. It's really kind of crazy what's happened here.
Some of the feedback we've gotten. If the PGA doesn't get Morgan Freeman to announce the rest of Scheffler's round today, they're missing a golden marketing opportunity. That's from Kellen, PA.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Morgan Freeman, the character Red from Shawshank Redemption.
Scheffler's got to have a tattoo or a nickname from being in prison.
Here
right?
you go. Ed in a car. Did Scottie Scheffler get a prison tattoo like par 4 across the knuckles or something?
Maybe instead of the teardrop, he got like a golf tee on the side of his eye, like right underneath his eye.
It's one across one knuckles, it's double. The other with knuckles, it's eagle.
Scottie has so much street cred. Tiger calls him sir.
Do you think Scottie has enough time to adjust to the outside world now? That you know, yeah.
He's such a badass that there was no adjustment. It was just straight through.
Andy writes in, ESPN has reported his parole officer now has to serve as his caddy.
Got to keep an eye on him.
No.
Another unnamed texter, the arresting officer's name, Corey McElroy.
Is that GPS on your ankle? No? Oh, it's just a... I mean, it is, but it's not for golf.
Yeah, exactly. Tether, GPS, golf,
interesting accessory you have there.
Yeah. Same thing.
Can you get those at the pro shop? How distasteful would it be if like somebody set up a stand with it's going to happen with the T-shirts with his mugshot on it?
There's no question. I mean, this is going to get marketed like crazy.
Might as well make money off it.
You might as well, but there's something kind of dark about it. Somebody was killed, and so it's the story is a degree of amusing.
Well,
but it is tragic.
Yes,
it's absolutely tragic.
Of course it is, but the Scheffler part has nothing to do with any of that.
It doesn't.
I just want the license to keep making jokes about this.
Oh, I know you do.
And I think we all do.
Gator. Free press story today. A 21-person lottery club in Milford recently won $1 million in the Mega Millions. According to the Free Press story, the winning Lunchroom Ladies group is made up of co-workers who've been playing the lottery together for a while. The winning ticket was purchased at the BP gas station located West 9 Mile Road in Southfield.
Nice job, ladies.
21 people won $1 million.
That's almost, $50 grand a piece?
Well, I mean, a cash out option, right? is, first of all, how much is the cash out option on $1 million?
I don't know what the rules are when you get below the jackpot. Like, is it actually like you literally get cash out $1 million? I think that would be the case, as opposed to when you win like the big jackpot of, 25, you have the options of what you want to do. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either if you have a lesser jackpot.
If there's a lesser hit on that, do you just get the full amount there right away? Like, hey, here's $1 million.
The actual math on $1 million is $47,619 each, split
before taxes.
Yes, before taxes. The tax hit on that is
probably, I don't know, on a windfall like that, is it taxed at a higher rate? That's a CPA question, but let's just say you get 60% of that.
So the takeaway is
$30,000 or something.
$28,571.43. So the million, big gaudy flashy number, large pool. Now, would I turn down $28,571.43? Hell no.
No, but you wouldn't have gotten in the pool in the first place.
Excellent point. Would you ever? Well, how big? I mean, we have had. What's the biggest? How many people here have we maxed out at when we?
I would imagine that for one of these, it's probably gotten up to 50 people.
50 people.
Yeah.
So the $1 million win, cool, very cool.
Yeah, I mean, you're shooting for the big jackpot, and if you end up getting $1 million, you'll take it. You'll take whatever you can get, because that's still going to be thousands of dollars to you.
Yep.
I'll take it.
Yep. Do you think they go in on something together? Do they
like a timeshare,
or do they buy more tickets? Like they say, this pays for our tickets for the rest of for eternity. We'll always buy.
I don't know.
Probably not.
Probably just take my $28,000 and invest it or whatever.
By the way, there are pictures now circulating that have been forwarded us of people at Valhalla right now wearing T-shirts with Scheffler's mugshot already. Oh. The mugshot was taken 4 hours ago.
That's quick work.
Takes 4 minutes, Doug. Right? I mean, yeah.
Yep.
Do you think Scheffler is going to want cartons of cigarettes and yard time instead of the prize money when he wins this thing? Right?
Do I think so? Probably.
Someone wrote out there, because he just had a kid. His kid's going to grow up one day. He's like, what's the first thing you did when I was born? I got arrested, son.
Got arrested, yeah.
And then I won the tournament.
Didn't take long. Don't bet against him, I'll tell you that.
Somebody, another one I saw out there, I don't remember who it was, but said Jim Nantz 3 days from now. From hands up to hands down, the best golfer in the world.
Oh, Jim Nantz. That guy.
The king of schmaltz. But that would be a Nantz.
Fellow Texan, right?
Yeah, Nantz is a Houston guy. And Scheffler used to wearing orange because he was a UT guy, right? Is he Texas? I think it was Texas. I'm pretty sure. All right, Gator. We have a new venue going up in Detroit. Is there a chance to score here? And I'll explain today at 11:47 here on Carson Anderson Open Lines, 248-539-9797, 97.1 the ticket.
Hey, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill is my favorite place to go. You want to watch sports? This is the place to go. You want to see your baseball team play? You can watch them play over at 24 Seconds. Hey, if you've got a end of the school year party you want, book your party at 24 Seconds. They'll provide all the catering for the grad parties. It's great, and the spring weather is here. Means the rooftop deck is open as well. As long as it's not raining, you head up to the deck and really enjoy yourself for a beautiful view of downtown Berkeley. It's got great happy hour specials there, daily specials as well. They got $3 margaritas on Wednesdays, $3 Long Islands on Thursdays. You can go to 24secondsbar.com and check them all out. Great specials for hockey and basketball playoffs. And like I said, for Detroit baseball, this is the place to go. You get $4 bottles of Miller Lite and Coors Light, and the specials are all day, every day. If you like trivia, and who doesn't, check out their trivia on Thursday night. Plus, they're open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. You're going to want to check them out on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram for all the great contests they have. You just search for 24 Seconds Bar. It's my favorite place to go. They're also looking to hire cooks and servers and food runners and hosts for the summer. So check it out. Every seat's a great seat. They've got flat screen, high definition TVs throughout the place. I love it. My favorite place to go is 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. What?
I got to retweet this so you can see.
All right.
Super 70 Sports just tweeted out.
Dude, that's the funniest follow on Twitter.
It says,
it's like using the power of Twitter for good. Most people use it for evil. That's Super 70 Sports.
This is breaking. Scheffler has reached the clubhouse at Valhalla.
What was that? Was that
it's a picture of Michael Scott from The Office with a bandana.
What did he call himself? He had a nickname. He had a nickname for himself in The Office. What he put on the bandana, he was like Penitentiary Michael, or
I didn't watch the show, so I couldn't tell you.
Kang, do you
Great
remember?
episode. I cannot remember the name.
He called himself something, right? Somebody will let us know immediately.
Please, 10 text now.
Yeah. Here we go. Miller K, Prison Mike. Yeah, everybody's texting over now on Twitch. Prison Mike. He called himself Prison Mike.
Kenny just came in and told us to.
Yeah.
Prison Mike. So good. That's Scheffler right now.
Prison Scott.
Prison Mike. There you go.
Change, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, Prison Scotty doesn't have the same ring to it, does it?
It'd have to be Prison Scott. Prison Chef. DCFC, the Detroit City Football Club, has bought the property of an old Southwest Detroit abandoned hospital for $6.5 million and plans a 14,000-seat stadium.
That's ambitious.
It is. So here's my question. Keyworth seats, every time I see these games on Channel 20 or Channel 50 or whatever, because, hey, I can see them. I can't see the Tigers, but I can see DCFC. Every time I see Keyworth, it's full. And when you have a smaller but full stadium, it is a vibrant atmosphere.
Yeah, it's part of what makes it pretty great over there.
If you take DCFC and plop them down at Ford Field, and remember the MLS team, that when we were bidding on an MLS team, we talked about if you're going to do a non-major sports league, I think the key to success is the right size stadium. You have to have a stadium that you can come close to selling out. You don't want to make it too big, but you don't want to make it too small either. You want to make it the right size for the product that you're putting out there. Because if you have a butt in every seat, you've got atmosphere. And the USPBL nailed it with their little stadium up there, with their 4-team league. It is an entertainment. It is a sports entertainment venue. How long has that thing been around? 4 or 5 years now?
In Utica?
Yeah.
More than that. I would guess probably closer to
whatever it is.
8. Yeah.
They've got a sustainable model. We've been to games up there. It's cool.
Yeah, and they have local high schools play there. I'm sure. I know they have some colleges play there, like Lawrence Tech has played up there.
Mm-hmm.
So they get use out of the stadium. It's a great ballpark.
They've done a really, really nice job with it. So now DCFC is looking to expand. And certainly wish them nothing but the best. At times, I feel like the DCFC fan base doesn't want to expand. At times, they give off that vibe that if you're not in the club, they don't want you in the club. That's just the vibe.
No, I get it. It is an interesting vibe that they give out, whether they're aware of it or not.
Yeah.
The vibe is because we are people that are outsiders to that, right? Because we're not part of the crowd. I don't go to the games or whatever. I have seen some of the games on TV a couple of times. I recognize that the fans are devoted and they are diehard.
Very, very devoted.
They have really leaned into it and they love their team and I think that's great. But the vibe they give off is that it's an exclusive club and they don't want others in. That they don't want it to get too popular. They don't want it to lose that edge, right? Like punk rock lost its edge. They don't want this team to lose its edge. So moving from the friendly confines of Hamtramck, where they've made that their own and made it a really
they've
great
done a
experience
great job creating
for
what appears to be an awesome culture for that fan base. And now, by the way, that team, they play the Indy 11, a team they've already beaten in the U.S. Open Cup. And the U.S. Open Cup it's actually something that's really neat because it takes MLS teams, actual MLS teams, and teams from I think it's the USL, U.S. Soccer League, whatever, I apologize, whatever second tier league this is that DCFC plays in, and they're in the same bracket. Like they play a bracket style tournament, and this is the second year in a row DCFC has beaten. I think it's the second year in a row they've beaten a MLS team. This time the Houston Dynamo, and so they're playing an Indy 11 team that they've beaten in their league play already for a chance to go. I think it's to the final 8. So it's a cool story.
Yeah.
And I
so
think
now they've announced that they've got this property in Southwest Detroit, over by Corktown. And I think that's cool too, right? Because it's a hipster area in Corktown. It's also you're staying in Detroit, which is cool. It's not like if they were to think that it's selling out, you imagine that's going to the burbs. You're selling out. Oh, great. You put a stadium in Troy. Awesome. But this isn't. This is Southwest Detroit, and they're making use of a great site there. But the 14,000 seat stadium sounds a little ambitious to me. And to your point, it always looks awesome when it's packed. But they're only packing in, 5,700 people, whatever it is at Keyworth Stadium.
It is, I think it's close to 7,000.
Okay.
Maybe even a little bit more than that.
So can they double that going in? I hope they can, because that would really be great if they can. But like you said, the vibe that their fans give off is one of not the most welcoming vibe ever. Some are, but if the vibe is that most are not.
They're probably. Look. The truth is, we've talked a little bit about DCFC, and not everyone, but some of their fan base meets us with hostility. And I'm like, okay, look, I'm sorry, we're not as into it as you are, but what you have going looks like an awesome thing. If they can still pack it out at 14,000, but here's the collab opportunity. Call up the Michigan Panthers. See if they will help you build the stadium, invest in the stadium, because a 14,000 seat UFL stadium would be so much better than an empty Ford Field.
Yeah, but that's a league-wide thing with the Ford Field experience for the Michigan Panthers.
I don't think they.
I think they want everything that Ford Field brings them to, with all the scoreboards and all the sound and everything else that comes with it, that I don't think that this 14,000 seat stadium they're going to build in Southwest Detroit would have all those bells and whistles. I think they want all the bells and whistles. Plus, you're talking about, massive locker rooms to account for, rosters, sizes like that.
Well, I would say build your stadium. I'm looking at like the Arlington Renegades playing a 48,000 seat stadium, Birmingham Stallions 47,000, the DC Defenders playing a 20,000 seat stadium. And that's where I think you can create the atmosphere. You can get something where you could pack it out. Maybe the Panthers would make, you don't want to make it too big though. If you're DCFC.
Do you think they want to share?
I was just going to ask that, Gator. Do you think they'd want to share?
Their seasons do coincide.
Maybe they want hey, we are our own thing, right? We are separate. We're an individual.
We're our own entity.
Yeah. I don't think it's a big deal, but I'm asking them, what do you want?
Yeah. It's a good question. I mean, if the fan base for the Michigan Panthers, and right now I don't know how rabid the fan base is for the Michigan Panthers. I think that's confirmed too. But the DCFC fans, we know they're rabid. This stadium, it sounds very cool to me personally. Like, you build something new, you can modernize it, and the modernize it is taking advantage of sporting events that now incorporate sporting venues that incorporate beer gardens and places for kids. The Comerica Park experience is so much more than baseball. And you do that on a smaller level, this could be an awesome thing for that fan base. And I suspect they'll do it right. I suspect they know what they're getting themselves into.
Hope so.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I hope they're successful with it. It'd be awesome if the venue they build is sizable enough to grow, that the footprint of the area that they're building on, that perhaps it's also built for future expansion if it really hits. And if they get their dream, which would be to be promoted to the MLS or whatever, or to get an expansion franchise, and DCFC takes that place, which I think is their dream. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe
Yeah,
it's not. Maybe
easy.
they're just very happy where they're at.
I think
I
it
don't
might
want to
be
speak
treading.
for them. You know, I feel like we're walking on
You know what
eggshells
we
when
do?
we talk
We
about
are.
these.
We've been yelled at before.
I don't even mind because you know why? Because I meet them with eye rolls
I know.
because of what I think that they really. I'm trying to be very delicate here when it comes to the DCFC fans.
My thing is, so if I went to a game and I have not gone to a game, you guys haven't either, right?
I've not.
Are you like? Do you have to act the way they act, or they tell you to? Like, is this like a thing? Like, hey, I can't just be whatever kind of fan I want to be, or do I have to be like everybody
The last
tells me to be?
professional soccer game I was at, I almost got in a fight because I wouldn't stand up and my family wouldn't stand up because we didn't care about the Seattle Sounders. They had their fan base where everybody chants and sings songs and they all are wearing scarves and they have these big flags and it was right behind the goal. We weren't in that section. We were out of towners visiting. Hey, let's go check. I was like, I'm going to check out the Seahawks stadium and kids play soccer. I like watching a game. Sure, I'll go. We'll go. And then there were these 5 guys right behind us that were hammered that like, hey, stand up. And we're like, oh, we're good. No, you know, we might even stood up at one point, but we sat back down and one of them came down and confronted me and said, don't you want the Sounders to win? And I said, no, I don't
really care.
I'm from out of town. I just wanted to experience. And I told my
and you're
wife, take the
ruining it."
kids, and leave. And I mean, by the time I was done with this interaction, I was like, no, I now want the Sounders to lose badly. F you. And
No, FC.
right. Yeah. So your question, Kang, is there a certain expectation when you go to the games? My last soccer experience, I hold it against the Sounders, though. I don't hold it against DCFC, and I just really hold it against the 5 tools behind us. 248-539-9797.
5-tool, huh? That's a different meaning.
97-1 the ticket.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. Michigan softball has Kentucky today in their opening game of the NCAA Regionals. It's a double elimination format, but Coach Bonnie Thole says it's still a must-win. Ace Lauren Durkowski will likely make the start for the Wolverines. You can watch it on ESPN with the top broadcast crew at 3. The Diamondbacks are third in the NL West, but have been hot lately. The Tigers are looking to snap a 4-series losing streak as they face them tonight at 9:40, and 97.1 The Ticket right here. One of the pieces that helped lead the Diamondbacks to the World Series last year, Corbin Carroll, is scuffling. He's hitting under 200. He inked an 8-year, $111 million contract last season. Ace Tarek Skubal starts for the Tigers tonight. He's been really good on his first pitch strike, 70%. That's 6th in the MLB. Following his arrest and 4 charges this morning while entering the PGA Championship, Scotty Scheffler is still currently tied for 9th at a -5. The leader is -9. It's been kind of staying that way for the last hour or so. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So those Corbin Carroll numbers make you feel a little bit better about the Tigers that are scuffling. It is a league-wide thing. The offense is down. There's no question about it.
Yep.
But unfortunately for the Tigers, collectively, they are so far below the league average, and the league average is bad.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because they're wasting. They're getting all-star caliber pitching.
They really are,
and they're getting playoff caliber pitching, and it's not happening in the everyday lineup. I'm hopeful that they stick within striking distance to justify us talking about adding pieces at the trade deadline and considering it. And Scott Harris, this would be an opportunity for him to put a stamp on the organization, and it would have to come with commitment and ownership to pay people, which is a belief that they won't. And we got scolded earlier for not talking about the elephant in the room, but I think Scott Harris, I believe him. I genuinely think he's executing a game plan that he wants to execute, which is to not block young guys, get them opportunities, see where it leads to you. If you're going to go the young guys route, though, you almost have to be patient because young guys need time to get. It's not like calling up the young guys is a magic elixir. As soon as you call up the young guys, you turn yourself into a great team. Some of them are going to struggle. And that doesn't mean they're going to suck. But
no, and I wonder, how patient he's going to be with some of the younger players that aren't performing maybe as well as you want them to.
Mm-hmm.
Like if this goes on for another couple months and Torkelson is still hitting like he's been hitting, and he doesn't, bounce back like he did last year at this time when all of a sudden he started to hit last year. If he goes through it, and we're talking beginning of August, does the thought go into his head, maybe I got to start moving on from some of these players that we have here? I didn't draft this guy. My draft record is only a couple years old. So I'm trying to build my team my way, and I'm not getting that with some of these guys that were here before me.
We've also been talking about DCFC's move to a stadium in Detroit. The organization has purchased some land on Michigan Avenue at 20th Street on the west edge of Corktown, bordering on Mexican Town. It's up the street from the old Tiger Stadium, now the Corner Ballpark, as it's called, venue. And I think this is really cool for a minor league or not major league team. I don't want to say anything that's insulting, believe me. But we've been tiptoeing around this because I think we're scared. We're going to get yelled at. We're going to get yelled at again. A not major league organization, when they build the right size stadium, they've definitely been in the right size stadium, Keyworth. Mm-hmm. The assumption here is that it's now too small because they're going to build a 14,000 seat stadium, and hopefully they can fill it and keep a great atmosphere. And, we've talked about the USPBL quite a bit, how it's a great entertainment sports option here in Detroit. The city went for an MLS team. I think the moment that they switched the bid from building their own soccer stadium to they're going to be in Ford Field, it was done. when you go to these events like the UFL and the Michigan Panthers, I wonder if the Panthers would want to be, get in on this deal. Could they do a collab and maybe build it a little bit bigger? And would that make sense? But nonetheless, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We got to Ed in Garden City. You're on 97.1. Hi, Ed.
Yeah, how you doing?
Okay.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Hey, you know what they should have done?
Who's they?
I thought about this in the spring. I figured since Cabrera retired, they go after a power-hitting first baseman, like the Guerrero, because, really Toronto ain't having a good year. And actually, they could probably still do this. In St. Louis, they could go after, what's his name, Goldschmidt.
I got a question for you, Ed.
Right.
So you thought after last season that the Tigers should go after a power-hitting first baseman?
Yes, since
like one
Cabrera retired?
One that might be capable of hitting, 30-plus home runs.
Yes. That's what old Sparky did when he got old Darrell Evans. He was out there hitting 40 home runs a year, and he somehow, I forgot how that
Would you prefer an older guy like Evans or a young guy just starting his career?
No, they need a veteran. That way they can bring up the they can show these young guys.
So if you had a power hitting first baseman who just hit 30-plus home runs, wouldn't you have a power hitting third baseman?
First baseman.
A third baseman?
First baseman.
Yeah, well, 30 home runs. Yeah, yeah. I mean,
how about 31?
Okay.
Well, that's what they did last year. That's what Spencer Torkelson was last year. He had
power
31 home
hitting
runs
first
last
baseman.
year, 95 runs driven in.
But your idea
most
was
of his
to-
damage happened after May
Was to get a power hitting first baseman after last year.
when they already had one.
Well, yeah. I mean, not a veteran, but I mean, Cabrera was a veteran. I mean, he did a lot of
But
things.
he wasn't a
I
first
mean,
baseman anymore.
They need some kind of veteran somewhere. I mean, I don't know. What do you think? I mean, what exactly
I think they
does
need
that
to
team-
find some hitters for sure. Their lineup is. I think their lineup is pathetic.
I don't think there's a chance in hell that Ed thought after last year they need to add a power hitting first baseman. After
If he
Spencer
said-
Torkelson early in his career blossomed and hit 31.
If all he said was they need to find a big power hitter to replace Cabrera, can't argue that. Do I think they need that? Yes. Is it possible they could find one this coming off season? Absolutely. There are more free agents available that way. If you want, like Pete Alonso, if you wanted to spend money, there's a big power hitting first baseman. But I don't know if I'm looking for first base necessarily, although based on the season that Torkelson's having, if he doesn't straighten it out,
then they're going to need a power hitting first
then
baseman.
you're going to need that, right? And, Pete Alonso's 29 years old. And Goldschmidt, he mentioned, I love Goldschmidt, but he's almost 37 years old at this point in time. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense.
248-539-9797. Bobby is next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Bobby.
Hey, hang on a minute. I'll drop my phone right quick.
Oh,
Listen,
whoops.
man, great topic on the bridge, on the stadium. Check this out.
Yep.
The bridge, the Gordie Howe Bridge, it's going to coincide with that. We're talking about an international sport, right?
Yep.
So you're talking about crazy traffic coming on down that way. I think it's a great idea. And what you said about the combination of the two sports, I think, like Gator said, somebody need to consider that fact. All of that traffic coming over there. I think the Gordie Howe Bridge will be finished, completed maybe next year or around the same time the stadium will be finished, something around that area. But whoever's doing whatever vendors down that way, owners of bars or what have you,
yeah,
man, they're going to make some crazy money. I think you need to really hit on that topic because they didn't just do that. That wasn't coincidental, trust me. They already knew that bridge was going to be completed. It's an international sport. You're going to have a lot of Canadians coming over here to that game.
It's pretty convenient. It's actually, isn't it right by the Ambassador Bridge, actually?
Actually, it's not too far, but
Yeah.
logistically, it makes a lot of sense because you're right there at the freeway.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you have so many ways to come in and get out real fast.
That's a good
So
point, though.
that
They're
old
gonna.
hospital
It's gonna
is
be
right there.
easier to draw from Canadians, yeah, because it's literally,
Oh, big time.
yeah,
Big
a
time.
real close shot from that bridge.
Right. They don't have to worry about the tunnel. They don't have to worry about the Ambassador Bridge where it gets to be bottlenecked down that way with the truckers commute from, citizens, dual citizens come over to work here and vice versa.
No, good
So,
point.
That Gordie Howe Bridge, I'm going to tell you, whoever's working or living down that way, just stick and stay, man. You're going to do real well that way. Thanks, man.
Thank you. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Rob in Oakland. Hi, Rob.
Hi, guys. Hey, I was just going to call in on AJ and Scott Harris. Look, they keep promoting controlling the strike zone, and yet they put Andy Ibanez and Vierling in the 1-2 hole, two guys who don't control the strike zone at all. So it's such a mixed message coming from those guys. And when people talk about young players, I mean, we don't know what the young players are yet, but we do know what these guys are. And we know that they're free swingers who don't take walks. And so when you have that going on, I don't see how that's a recipe for success. And I just keep seeing AJ fall back on, it's a righty-lefty combo, or he rakes against lefties. Andy Ibanez, his on-base percentage is the same as his average, which basically means if he doesn't get a hit, if he doesn't hit 300 with balls in play, or actually 400 because he strikes out like 16-1 in his ratio, I mean, he's not a great major league player. He definitely shouldn't be at the top of an order anywhere. And I don't get what message they're trying to get across here, because the guys in the minors, at least they have a track record in the minors of taking pitches, of seeing 5 pitches
Rob,
in an at-bat. Let's see what they can do.
To your point, I mean, I'm just looking at the walk totals right now. Javier Baez has walked 5 times in 126 at-bats. Matt Vierling has walked 3 times in 124 at-bats. He's walked more infrequently than Javier Baez. Gio Urshela has walked once in 63 at-bats. And Andy Ibanez has walked once in 56 at-bats. He's right. That's not preaching.
No,
I mean, that's not practicing what you preach.
I think it's a little bit in lieu of other options at this point. I would guess that as soon as somebody's ready, those guys could be replaced.
Well, then that's I think what he was calling for is that at some point, if Jace Young continues to hit, how much longer do you want to keep him down there before you bring him up and say, let's go. Play third base, young man.
Carson Anderson, 97-1 the ticket.
Well, it finally happened. We got the weather. It has changed. Now we've got a little bit of wet weather here. And if it's wet, check your basement. Check your crawl space. If it's wet there, that's a problem. If your house isn't quite getting cool like you want it to because the AC isn't working, or you got a pool in your backyard, do you want to be heated in the backyard and all summer long, make sure you do the right thing and call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. That way, everything will be working just the way you want it. You don't want to play the waiting game. You don't want to get burned. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today, or you can schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. I don't want to be in this mood about the Tigers. I really don't.
Yeah, I
I'm in a
watched you
bad
yesterday.
place.
You were in a bad place. I want you. The truth is, I didn't even recognize you. It's relatively early in the season, and you had such a defeated demeanor. I was taken aback. It's not really in your character, and I've tried to give you a little pep talk about why the season's not over.
Oh, the only thing that's going to change is to see the team change, and I desperately want to see that happen. And I did write in my show sheet. One of my notes in my show sheet was a thought that I had, and that is, I think this team is going to wake up offensively this weekend against Arizona. I think that will happen. I can't say for certain it's going to happen, but I feel like it will. Arizona has the 20th best ERA in the league. Tigers need to get back. They have no excuses when it comes to the temperature, the climate, right? Because now you're going to Arizona. It's going to be hot. Go out there and get them. I mean, A.J. Hinch mentioned the weather the other day about this team, and this team does better when they heat up. He doesn't want to make excuses, and I wasn't taking it as an excuse. So this is an opportunity for them to go out and hit.
Mm-hmm.
Go hit in the desert air where the ball is going to travel further, and then follow that up with 3 games against your interdivision rivals with Kansas City, and you got 6 games there. Can you win 4 of them?
Yep.
Can you win 5? You win 5, I'll feel a lot better about it.
I know you're at a place where you've got some big asks, and I kind of want your eyes don't have that sparkle anymore.
You've lost that love and feeling, Gator.
I have lost that love. I really have. I know I have, and I recognize that I have. I'm telling that Marlins series took it out of me. Losing those last 2 games by a combined score of 3-0, where you don't score for 19 straight innings. The last time they scored was on the home run from Torque. I mean, come on.
You never close your eyes anymore.
Oh, boy.
When
All right.
we kiss.
Look, I heard enough karaoke last night.
Doug knows the song, though.
Yeah, too.
Because he knows the movie.
There's no
It's just-
tenderness. Yeah, I do know Top Gun.
And the new one. The Maverick.
You've lost that love and feeling.
Whoa.
Oh, that
All right.
love.
See, Doug, Gator listens to real professional musicians, so he doesn't want to listen to
You don't
us,
wanna
man.
hear us.
Yeah, you don't want to hear us.
Actually, the truth is nobody wants to.
No,
hear
yeah,
me
that's
sing.
true.
But
Shout out to the people at the Oakland County Boat Club last night who were killing it at karaoke.
were they?
Really?
What did you sing?
Yeah, what'd you get up there
I did
with?
not.
What?
Come on.
No,
You
I
have
didn't.
to.
I
You
didn't.
have to go sing. Even I go sing.
I didn't.
I sing one song.
I know
one
you sing
song
one
only.
song. You're a one-trick pony, and
I
your
am,
one
but-
trick is just fine.
I own it, and that is my karaoke song.
Yeah.
She's a fine girl. What a good wife she would be.
Brandy by Looking Glass.
Your eyes could steal a sailor from the sea. Anyway, doo-doo-doo-doo. There's a poet. The thing about that song is you don't have to sing. You can just talk. The way that song is, you just talk it. And those of us that can't sing, it is a safe song to go do.
Well, there was a guy last night who got up there, and when he got up there and it was announced what song he was going to do, everybody kind of looked at it and said, really, is this what's going to happen? The song Barracuda by Heart.
Mm-hmm.
Great song. Great classic rock song. Ann Wilson's awesome lead singer for Heart. This guy gets up there, and we're like, oh, dude, come on. This isn't going to, you're not going to do this.
This isn't going to work.
And he nailed it. Like he had a high registered voice anyway. He killed it. It was awesome.
Did he?
It was, crowd went nuts afterwards. Standing ovation.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you go to, like, I don't know why you went to a karaoke bar last night, but because you watch so many.
I don't normally.
Okay.
Yeah, Gator sees more live music than anybody I've ever met.
Yeah.
Yep.
I wouldn't call this live music.
No, I understand, but for somebody who sees live music, it feels like karaoke would be such a dramatic departure from what you're accustomed to that it would be hard for you to be entertained.
Well, I went to see some friends I hadn't seen in 6 years. So that's where it starts. There were 3 guys I hadn't seen in 6 years. Another friend of mine I hadn't seen probably a year. So that's what got me out there.
Gotcha.
And the karaoke had me staying.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it.
You got some more today, too.
So anyway, he's depressed about the Tigers, people.
Yeah.
And
I've lost that loving feeling.
it's my whole thing is stay within striking distance, get to the trade deadline, and then see if they stir the pot here a little bit. And Scott Harris has a chance to put a stamp on the organization and give the Angels Jackson Jobe and Max Clark for Mike Trout, or offer up Torque and Ty Madden for Bo Bichette, or Torque and Jace Young for Bo Bichette, or something. You had a Kyle Tucker deal. What was it, Jobe for
Jackson
Kyle
Jobe
Tucker?
For Kyle Tucker.
Yeah, and I'm not really particularly interested in trading Jackson Jobe. Kang said, Doug, you love Jackson Jobe. I love Jackson.
Yeah, you are.
Jackson Jobe. I'm a big Jackson Jobe guy. I went down the internet wormhole and started watching YouTube highlights and came out aroused from watching how good he was. And Kang said,
You sure it was Jackson Jobe videos you're watching on YouTube?
it was Jackson Jobe, yes. But Kang said, if you really feel that way, how about they trade Scooble for a hefty, and then you make Jobe, you buy into the Jobe hype. And I'm like, yeah, I don't love him that much.
Jeez. Only free trial with Jobe, huh?
Maybe that's the other part of why I'm depressed about this team right now, is because I caved. I went and I got the Bally's app because they haven't figured it out to put it on TV for everybody.
Are you still 1 week trial Bally's app?
Yeah, because I got it the other day for
okay,
the.
So you're not financially committed.
Not
this
yet.
is a big weekend. Holy cow! What if they go 0-3?
I'll be committed. I'll have to. I have to be. Yeah, because I love baseball. I'm always going to want to watch it. So I'll be committed beyond this. But I'm doing the month to month instead of the yearly thing.
Yeah,
well, you could save a lot of money if you do it yearly. But
you're hoping.
I'm hoping they're going to figure things
resolution.
out. Please figure things out.
Oh, I hear you on that. Well, dude, for all of our sake, they got to
just hit the damn ball.
Yep.
See ball, hit ball. And if ball's not where you can hit it, take the pitch and walk.
Well, the productive outs thing that AJ Hinch
Please give me a
talked
productive
about.
out.
A productive out. Get the guy from second to third. Hit behind the runner. Move him over.
Do something for this rotation, this pitching staff as a whole. 6th in Major League Baseball with a 3.33 earned run average. They are 5th in Major League Baseball, the 1.13 whip. Come on.
Gator, these have been around our entire lives, and they might be going away. We'll explain today at 12:31 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. All right, so a story came out this week that Red Lobster is shutting down 48 stores, and they're nationwide. There are concerns that Red Lobster is headed for bankruptcy. The cheddar biscuits are the thing that seems to have, in the food world, caught people's attention. But one of the casualties is the one in St. Clair County. They are auctioning off all the restaurant equipment there. Do you have any Red Lobster memories or observations?
This may surprise you.
Yeah.
I don't have a single Red Lobster memory.
Don't you?
I've never been to Red Lobster.
Come on.
You never went to Red Lobster?
In your life?
Never.
Wow.
There are very few places that I can say that when it comes to food that I have experience and you don't.
Never went to Red Lobster. I hear the cheddar biscuits are amazing.
Dude, you love bread, and you've never had a cheddar biscuit from Red. You need to get one.
You kind of do
before they close.
I would
Seriously,
agree with that. I would agree with that.
Go now. I mean, you want to go after the show? Seriously,
No, I don't.
It's endless. You can keep asking for more.
Okay.
I feel like he does. You know what?
It's not.
If you don't know, you don't know.
Yeah, I suppose. No, I'm sure they're great. I'm sure they're great. It's nothing against Red Lobster. I just never went there. I don't know, but it always felt to me like fast food, seafood. Which
I mean, it's
doesn't
not like
sound
a
like it's
high-end,
it's chain restaurants.
Yeah,
I know, I
restaurant,
get it, but I have it in my mind, so it's like I never did that. So,
gotcha. Well, the thing about this is that there was a rumor out there recently that Chili's was next, but it's not true, right?
What happened was they had closed a couple stores throughout the country, but it had nothing to do with them possibly filing for bankruptcy. So people kind of latched onto that, got on the message boards, and started spreading rumors that they were next. But they say it's not true.
Okay, well that's good. Good to hear that. I do like Chili's. I do not eat the ribs, but I do like Chili's.
You don't want your baby back.
No, there's something about Chili's atmosphere too. The colored tile bar that they all seem to have. I can go sit down there and be happy. They always have a good TV setup at Chili's. But it begs the following question.
Chili's I've been to.
Oh, good to know. What chain restaurant, if you found out it was filing for bankruptcy, for you would be a gut punch? Chain restaurant, if it filed for bankruptcy, for you, it would be a gut punch.
I mean, it's already happened to me twice recently. At Baja Fresh Mexican Grill, which I first had the first time I went out to Los Angeles, and my buddy took me there. I'm like, this is the greatest burrito I've ever had. I love this. Every time I'd go back to L.A., do that. One time we drove from L.A. to Vegas, and we looked up if there was a Baja, and there was Baja Fresh in Vegas. Let's find it. We went to Baja Fresh in Vegas. I loved it. When they had it here in Michigan, I could not have been happier.
They had one close to the station.
They had several locations, and one was real close to the station. I was this is the greatest thing ever. And then sadly, it went under, and they no longer here, and I was very depressed about it. Then came Capriati's sub place. And Capriati's had amazing sub sandwiches, sandwiches. And I used Capriati's for one of my Gator Paloozas for catering. Got a bunch of subs and had them cut up and whatever. And it was a big hit that year, huge hit that year. And then sadly they went out. I'm afraid to even mention anything at this point.
Okay, so I will say that I've already received that gut punch. Mine was Boston Market. Yeah. I loved Boston Market. Their turkey sandwiches, their chicken sandwiches, the barbecue, like the grilled chicken that they had.
It was a good hard roll that they would have with that those sandwiches.
All the sides. I mean, Boston Market for me was the spot. It was originally called Boston Chicken.
Yes.
And they changed the name to Boston Market.
Because then they started to venture a little bit. Then there was a Boston Pizza involved with that. Maybe they got too big.
Maybe.
That was the first place you sent me as an intern to get some food.
Is that right?
Boston Market.
Oh, boy.
Of course, you got chicken.
Yeah, right.
It really was delicious. I think.
I like Boston Market.
I think one of the problems they had, though, is because it got popular, but there was you would have these lines, and it was just too much of a line to deal with.
Maybe the turnaround wasn't quick enough.
Yeah.
Maybe Costco or Sam's Club selling the rotisserie chicken probably didn't help either. You know,
Yeah, that probably doesn't help.
Mine would be Texas Roadhouse, man. I love that place.
I've never been to Texas Roadhouse either.
Dude, have you been outside? God, they got great bread too. They got this dark loaf bread with this cinnamon butter.
Oh,
I don't even want to look at you right now, Doug. I'm looking at you, Doug. We're talking food, and I'd rather look at you.
My son just graduated from college where he took the whole family to dinner. Texas Roadhouse.
Good job, son.
Yeah.
You said cinnamon butter?
Yes.
I think you've just offended Kang worse than you ever have before.
I didn't mean to, buddy. I'll get there. I'll go there. You want to go tonight? Let's go
Dude,
tonight.
you need to go to Red Lobster too before they close, just because they're filing for bankruptcy. Don't eat any fish if you don't want to. Get some tenders. I don't
like
care.
fish.
But
I just,
get the biscuits. Anyways, mine's Texas Roadhouse. I love that.
All right. What would be the chain restaurant if it went under would be a gut punch? A gut punch for you. 248-539-9797. Mike, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, Mike. Hey, guys.
Hi.
What's up, Mike? Well said. Well said.
You can't even talk about it.
I gotta
Hit the
tell
nail
you,
on the head.
that one went down in a hurry. He greeted us as him
Right.
and then hung up.
Hey, Mike. No, you're Mike.
Chain restaurant that if it went under, you would be. Now, I really like Texas Roadhouse. I just want to make this comment. One of the takeaways from a member of the family was, wow, that was salty. Very, very salty. Now, I don't know what particular, if it was one particular item or just there.
So it wasn't you.
Wasn't me. Wasn't me. But they had a really good like grilled chicken, a barbecue chicken with the sauce slathered on and
Slather.
yeah, I was digging it. 248-539-9797. Chain restaurant that if it went under, be a gut punch for you. Scott writes in B-dubs. Now B-dubs would be tough because the B-dubs, the two places I'll go to watch games, B-dubs, Twin Peaks, both very good places to watch games. But I got a B-dubs relatively convenient to the crib, so I like posting up there.
And it seems to do well?
Yeah, they just kind of redid it. Kyle in a car says Outback Steakhouse. So where my kids played soccer, there was an Outback close by. And sometimes I had time to kill. Head into the bar at Outback, maybe get a nap.
I liked Outback.
Kyle in Oxford, Longhorn Steakhouse. An unnamed texter, I had thought Chili's was closing, and that would have been a gut punch for me. Glad to hear it's not true.
Is Ruby Tuesdays totally done? Are they still?
I think so.
I think they're done.
Ann Arbor kid growing up, Ruby Tuesdays right across from the Briarwood Mall movie theater. That was after Farrell's. Farrell's was there.
Farrell's.
First. You go to Farrell's, you'd load up on candy.
Right.
You then sneak it into the movie theater. Farrell's was great.
Doug, you're probably a big fan of that salad bar. Didn't they used to have that salad bar?
Ruby Tuesdays? Yeah, I think so.
I like the salad bar. I like salad bars in restaurants. I like to get a nice salad. But the Ruby Tuesdays, the fries are great. And the burgers, even I have had a turkey burger there. Outstanding.
Yeah, I remember the turkey burger.
Like a brioche bun, the whole thing was really, really tasty.
Brandon in Shelby Township here on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
All right, Brandon.
So two things. One, a place that shut down that I used to love, and a place that I would be sad if it shut down. The other guy said B-Dubs. B-Dubs is amazing. I know sometimes it gets a bad rep, but I think it's so much better than Wingstop and other places, so I would be devastated. And there used to be a place called Piata. It was like the Chipotle. It was like Italian Chipotle. So instead of making the burrito, you make pasta. So they're like, oh, do you want pesto? Do you want Alfredo? And they had cheesy breadsticks. So the place called Piata shut down, but they were amazing.
Do you remember it, Gator?
Did you say Piata? I think it was
Piata.
Yeah, it's like a Mexican or Italian street food or something like that. Yeah.
Yep.
I had gone there a couple times. It was they had one in Troy.
Yeah, that's where I went to.
It was delicious.
That's gone already?
I apparently. I think it is
It was
gone
like
from the location that I remember. I think it's gone from there.
Yeah, it's like fast casual.
Yeah.
It was kind of like they took the Chipotle business model essentially and made it Italian. Right?
Yeah. It was really good. what I had.
Paul, you're next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Paul.
Hi.
Hey.
I'm going to have to say Outback, but you guys already said that, so I'm going to say Shoguns.
Shoguns? Is that a Japanese place?
Yes.
Hibachi?
Yes. Yep.
Love hibachi.
Hibachi is so good. I always feel like I don't get enough, though.
Yeah, sometimes you got to go double fried rice, Gator. Me and Evan talk about it all the time.
Fried rice is a solid.
Not that you've given it much thought. He's got a whole game plan he's sharing with the world.
I also like don't skip on the ginger sauce.
Oh,
you can always ask for more. I believe.
I do, but I always feel guilty. Like, can I have some more? They like look at you like, really? I'm like, yeah, I'm a big fat guy. Give me more of that. Ginger, it's healthy for you, right?
248-539-9797. Summer sporting event. Kang has concerns. I wonder how many people share the same concerns. We'll get to that today at 12:50 here at Carson Anderson 97.1. The NBA playoffs. FanDuel is giving customers 2 chances to bring home a big win with a no-sweat same-game parlay every weekend of the playoffs. Just place a same-game parlay on any playoff matchup, and you'll get bonus bets back if you don't win. Bet on everything from rebounds to assists to three-pointers and more. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to shoot your shot on America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Again, that's 2 chances to bring home a big win, a no-sweat same-game parlay every weekend, getting bonus bets back if you don't win. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Maximum refund is $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines. Thanks to all of you listening on the Odyssey app. Download for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Also, thanks to those of you listening to our website, 971theticket.com, wherever you are. Twitch crowd, love you. Go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket. Same thing, youtube.com. Participate in the streaming chat on both of those sites where you get to watch the program. That's Twitch and YouTube. Okay. Feedback coming in here. We were talking about the bankruptcy and the expected closing of, well, there's one here in Michigan. Red Lobster's in trouble, but we were asking, what's the chain restaurant that if it went under would be a gut punch for you? Let me bang out a bunch of these real quick. Mike at St. Clair Shore says, if Olive Garden closed, that would break my heart.
Olive Garden.
You been there? You been there, Gator?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Breadsticks?
Breadsticks are all right.
Okay.
Tour of Italy, I like that too.
Yeah. It's Southern Italian combination platter.
Max and Irma's killed me. That's from an unnamed texter.
Max and Irma's. I miss Max and Irma's.
Me too.
Jim doing yard work. Applebee's, not even close.
That's Frank Ragnall's favorite restaurant, isn't it?
It's where you're feeling good in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Mike writes in, Gator's never been to Texas Roadhouse. Deport this man.
Oh.
Here's a great
Not like I
one.
don't like steak. I just haven't been there.
If Tropical Smoothie Cafe went under, it would be just a gut punch. I might just simply not survive. I get the Chipotle chicken flatbread and smoothie every day there. A day.
It's really good.
Todd and Dearborn, mid-state local favorite, Big John's steak and onion subs. Those things are a godsend on the way up north.
Have you ever been there? I'm asking the wrong person.
I think actually I think they got like the chicken.
Do they have a chicken?
Yeah. Yep.
Because I've seen it every time I stop in Lansing and I go get a Jersey Giant, like in the same area right across from there's a Big John's. And I'm like, I wonder how good that is. But the memory or that question fades quickly because I'm right there at Jersey Giant and I don't need to get anything else. But I am curious about Big John's.
Justin in Lansing writes in, the first time I met Doug was at Texas Roadhouse to go in Ann Arbor. Gator, I worked there, and you have to order the 12-ounce traditional cut New York strip with loaded baked potato and a house salad. You're welcome.
All right.
Jen and Troy, I miss Max and Irma's. Curtis from Taylor, my chain restaurant that I'd be bummed would be Cracker Barrel. I've never been to Cracker Barrel. Am I going to get deported?
I don't think you're going to get deported.
Okay.
But it feels like you've got plenty of opportunities to go to Cracker Barrel.
I see them all the time.
All the time.
All the time.
All the time. You ever been to Culver's?
Nope. Soccer team trip. One of the dads, his kids wanted to go to Culver's, and I got the scouting report from the dad.
Well, that's not your place.
Let's just say I'm not likely to go to Culver's.
They got
place
butter
that they're
burgers.
known for the butter burger.
Yeah,
I don't think Doug's going to go for it. Yeah.
You probably see a lot of places though, Doug, with your traveling around with the kids' sports and things like that, different states, areas. Like
I do. And when you get to those other areas and you're like, ooh, Cane's. You get the Raising Cane's chicken, and that's one of the fun parts about going different places. Is finding,
Zaxby's.
Yep, Zaxby's. You don't see those around here. Did I tell you we're not supposed to do this because it just trends old. I was driving back from South Carolina last summer, and we were in Southern Ohio, and I saw a Rax. R-A-X. And I'm like, wait, what? Weren't those roast beef sandwiches from when we were kids? And apparently there are a couple left. 5 locations in Illinois, Kentucky, and Ohio. I drove past the one in Ohio.
And he didn't stop.
No. Let's go to Rick in Pontiac. Hi, Rick.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi, I'm from Ferndale, actually, but Panera Bread, I wouldn't be able to live. I love their broccoli cheddar is to die for.
It's a great soup.
But anyway, that's mine.
No, the kids love Panera. Kids love Panera.
Got rid of flatbread pizzas. I'm not happy about it.
No.
Not happy about it.
they got other stuff.
They do have other stuff, but I wanted the flatbread pizza.
I got breakfast from there yesterday.
From Panera?
Yep.
What'd you get?
I got the steel cut oats.
Come on.
Yep.
Dude, you went to Panera and just got Steel cut oats.
For breakfast. He went for breakfast.
It was breakfast.
They got breakfast sandwiches.
It was like 7:30 in the morning, and I was out of the area and I was taking a different route in. And I got the steel cut oats. It came with strawberries and berries and chopped up walnuts.
Right.
I mean, this is Doug. This is Doug.
It was so good. So good. Highly recommend. You're missing out, is what it is.
Yeah.
I trust
pity.
you.
I have pity. Okay. We were talking in the office. Kang, you have major concerns over a big sporting event this summer. And I don't share your concerns, but now I'm scared you might be right. I didn't think that this was in play, but you brought it up. Your theory is?
I'm just really concerned and scared that Jake Paul's going to knock out Mike Tyson, Gator. I do not want this to happen at all. At all.
I'm curious why you're going to say it if it is anything to do with something I saw the other day I did not like.
Well, they're doing a press tour right now, and they're at the press conferences, trying to quote-unquote hype up this fight. Jake Paul is much bigger than Mike Tyson, okay? And it's not just a size thing. People need to start respecting Jake Paul's skills a little bit here. He may not be a professional boxer, but he's getting paid to fight. I mean, Tommy Fury's an up-and-comer fighter. He's won most of his fights. He lost one fight, right? Mike Tyson's almost 60 years old. And I don't think Mike Tyson's is scared one bit of Jake Paul or intimidated at all. He's not. This is a just father time thing, and I think that Jake Paul's not dumb. He's not going to stand in the pocket and just trade with this guy. He's going to move around, tire him out, and I think eventually he's going to knock out Mike Tyson, and it's going to destroy me that day. It's going to be terrible. And I'm going to watch.
My concern was when I saw something from that the other day was that like they embraced, and Tyson was like, "I love you, man." I'm like, that's not, no. You get there, you stare each other down, and you strike the fear of God in that man, the fear of Tyson in that man. Like, you look him in the eye, and he all of a sudden is like having second thoughts about having this fight. Why? Because that's what Mike Tyson used to do. When you would look at him straight, no way, man. I saw a recently, I should say, it's not a recent. Recently, I saw a clip of one of his old fights, and it was the stare down before the fight. Are you kidding me? How could anybody want to fight that guy after a stare down? I'm walking out. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. How much do I owe you? Right? I'll pay you my purse. Take it all. I don't want it. Please leave me alone.
You didn't see that fire yesterday, right?
Nowhere near it. No. In fact,
he's like laughing.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm like, is this even going to be a fight? Is he going to take it seriously?
This is the problem. This is the first thing that Jake Paul has done that I think could garner outside interest from guys like me that aren't interested in watching Jake Paul fight. I'm not a fight fan. This fight on paper interests me. That kind of stuff doesn't interest me. If this isn't going to be a real fight and they've released like the rules and it's a sanctioned fight and there's no headgear and like it counts on the record.
And they got the heavier gloves.
This is going to be much closer to an actual fight. But if you're telling me they're laughing and embracing and saying, "I love you, man," that doesn't sell fights. And maybe we should thank them for being honest about it. That not waste our time, although it's on Netflix. So if you have Netflix, but maybe it won't compel people to get Netflix if you ask me. That's A. But B is, Kang, you better be wrong. Tyson better not get knocked out.
I'm scared, man, because, they tried to, insult each other, but it was whatever. No one cared. The old Mike Tyson, that Gator you're talking about, I agree with, was the one who threatened to eat your children.
Yeah.
You're like, that's the Tyson I want entering the ring against Jake Paul. But I don't think skill-wise or mentally he's that Tyson anymore, and he's susceptible to get knocked out, and I think Jake Paul's going to do it. This is a worst nightmare scenario for me.
Does anybody else share Kang's concern? Now, maybe some of you will hear this and go, you guys are foolish to even think this was going to be a fight to begin with.
Well, I'm sure there are people like that. Yeah, and I get it.
It wouldn't be the first time that people got suckered into buying a fight.
No, but there have been some. The Conor McGregor fight was actually, it was a pretty good fight. McGregor put up, I think everybody who watched that fight with he and Floyd came away kind of impressed with McGregor's skills. Was he a professional boxer? No. Was Floyd Mayweather just kind of dragging him along? Maybe a little bit to that extent, but McGregor was game for it, and it was fun to watch. I don't know about this one now. This one, I was really hoping Tyson was just going to put him in his place, but now it seems like these are two friends. They're going to engage in an exhibition.
248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket.
Tigers are back on the diamond tonight, starting a 6-game road trip with the first of 3 in the desert. Tarek Skubal on the mound at 5-0 with an ERA just over 2. Detroit's ace firmly in the Cy Young conversation, but he and the rest of the Tigers pitchers could use some help from the bats. Detroit is in the bottom third of baseball, hitting just .237 with runners in scoring position. Tigers are third worst in the majors in left on base percentage, stranding runners at a 71.5% clip. Here, Tigers and D-backs right here on 97.1 tonight, covered starting at 9:15. Just one game in the NBA playoffs tonight. The Knicks are at Indiana for Game 6 with a chance to punch their ticket to the Eastern Conference Finals. 2 games in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Bruins at home against the Panthers trying to force a Game 7, and the Avs looking to do the same against Dallas in Denver. And checking the PGA Championship leaderboard, Xander Schauffele in the lead at 9 under. Scotty Scheffler, only hours removed from that orange jumpsuit, tied for 7th at 6 under. Tiger Woods is 1 over. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. Kang, I'm totally with you. Father Time is caught up. George Foreman won a heavyweight championship in his early 40s. Early 40s is so much different than 57. Wow. Tyson will not lose. Plan on betting $50K. That is a bold bet.
Well, you're getting odds, too, because I believe Tyson's still the underdog, according to the betting lines.
So they are taking bets on this, huh?
It's a real fight, right?
248-539-9797. Joe's on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Joe.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
We're good, Joe.
Yeah, so I have this conversation with my brother every now and then, and he's like, would you take a punch from Mike Tyson as he is right now for like $50 million? And I say no every single time because Mike Tyson is in his prime. He was a dog. Regardless of the fact, 57 years old or not, he still has that animal in him. He's still going to go out there, and I feel like he's going to destroy Jake Paul. Jake Paul, don't get me wrong, he's a great boxer, but
Is he a great boxer?
I mean, considering what he's done, I'm not trying to hype up Jake Paul. I mean, obviously there are way better boxers, but considering what he's done, I mean, he's kind of making a name for himself.
By
I'm not
accounts,
saying
he's turned himself into a respectable boxer.
Yes, for better words, yes.
Yeah. But you still think Tyson's going to get it done?
Yeah, I think Tyson's definitely going to get it done.
I'm on Team Joe, not Team Kang here. But I have no reason to be. I don't follow the fight game. I'm just hoping Team Joe is right.
I hope so too.
I want you to be right.
Well, we all want him to be right. Nobody wants Jake Paul to win.
Nope. Well, and by the way, I don't think Jake Paul wants to get hit by Mike Tyson either. I mean, the whole point of boxing is also not to get hit. So the bets with
sweet
your
science.
Yeah, the bets with your buddy. Does anyone want to get hit by Mike Tyson? The answer is no.
For $50 million.
Yeah, I might do it for $50 million.
By the way, George Foreman was 45 when he knocked out Michael Moore.
Wow.
He was 45.
That's different than 58 still.
Yeah. It's definitely different. But
2-4.
Tyson's in better shape than Foreman was back then, but Foreman just needed that power which he always had.
Kang is scared Tyson's going to lose, and it's going to be ugly. More feedback coming in. If you watch Tyson versus Jones, I could tell Tyson does not want to fight anymore. J.M. Warren says, I'd be interested in watching a Jake Paul fight where he actually fights a current top 20 ranked boxer. Until then, he's just a gimmick fighter. Will that ever happen?
We'll see. He's still young. How old is he? Is he like 25?
Yeah, Jake Paul's, he's definitely young enough to.
I could see him. I mean, at some point he'll amass. He's already amassed a ton of money from this, from his boxing endeavors. I could absolutely see him at some point in the next 5 years say, all right, fine, I'll take on a top 20 boxer. And under actual boxing rules, does that mean he's too cocky, overconfident, or is he actually built himself up to where he is a competent boxer?
Justin in Madison Heights writes in, I am 100% with Kang. I hate this fight. I'm terrified that Tyson gets knocked out and his image is forever tarnished. I love Tyson and want this so badly, but I'm terrified. And the next one, this fight is as scripted as a WrestleMania event. It's entertainment, not competition. Tyson will lose because he's getting paid to. Well, that's a concern. That is absolutely a concern.
It's boxing. You always got to worry about something, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So the big story of the day is what happened this morning in Louisville. Unfortunately, the backdrop of it is a tragedy. A pedestrian was hit by a bus at 5 a.m. this morning. It was dark. It was raining. This is before the PGA Championship second round, one of the majors, and tragically lost his life. And certainly that part of the story is awful and it should be recognized. But in the aftermath of that, the scene outside the gate at Valhalla Country Club was cordoned off for a police investigation. And again, the rain continued. It was dark. There were traffic backups, significant ones. And according to what now is a picture that's being painted, that Scotty Scheffler approached in a courtesy car, which has usually they're giant magnets on the side that say courtesy car, PGA Championship, Valhalla Golf Course. And then apparently the player cars also included a giant P on them. It stood for player. Yeah, it stood for player to distinguish them as being able to get into a certain lot. And when Scheffler got there, he was stopped by a uniformed police officer who was wearing rain gear. Wasn't quite as easily identifiable as a police officer or a security guard, and maybe it's irrelevant, but he was asked to stop. He says he flashed a credential and started to drive around. The players have been told they could drive around. Others had driven around. Police officer told him to stop. At one point, latched onto the car, physically was hanging onto the car, got dragged a little bit. So much so that he sustained some minor injuries, and apparently the pants he was wearing were ruined. And
beyond repair.
Yeah, they
valued at $80, according to the police report.
Scotty Scheffler then pulled over, stopped the car. He got pulled from the car and arrested. He was charged with 3 violations. He was booked, a mugshot, booked and processed at 7:28. A mugshot was released. He got a 2nd-degree assault of a police officer, a 3rd-degree criminal mischief, a reckless driving charge, and disregarding traffic signals from an officer directing traffic. He was released on his own recognizance and made his, I think it was a 10:08 tee time, and is currently playing in the PGA Championship.
And playing well.
Yes.
He's 2 under par on the day, and I think he's through 10 holes.
His tee shot on number 10, his first hole he played, landed in the rough, and he birdied the hole.
Yep, long par 5.
It was a shank redemption.
I see what you did there. No Shaw involved, just shank redemption.
Anyway.
It's well played.
He's, there's something to be said for the law applies to everyone. And it sounds like this is a case of a massive miscommunication in that Scheffler thought he had the right of way. The police officer tried to tell him, no, you can't drive around. And when it was all said and done, he got arrested. I don't know that anything's going to come out of this. I suspect probably not. But it's a fascinating story nonetheless.
Well, I mean,
the world #1 player was in jail like an hour and a half prior to his tee time.
The police officer involved, this is where it's going to get interesting, right? Is he going to file suit because he suffered injuries? Is that a possibility? Did Scheffler know that this guy was being dragged by the car as he's pulling away? That's not a good look, obviously, because the guy did get hurt, suffered some minor injuries to his wrist, and obviously tore his pants beyond repair, as the report says. So I don't know if there'll be any. I can't imagine the PGA is not going to send out any punishment to Scheffler. I mean, his camp is going to say, "Well, we did what you guys told us. You said we were supposed to do this."
He sent out a apology note and explained that he didn't realize he hadn't been waved through. He thought he'd been waved through. So I can, you can see his side of this. But I also, the law does apply to everyone, right? It applies to everyone, and it should apply to everyone. And if a police officer tells you to stop, you stop. Now, did he know it was a police officer? Did he misinterpret what the police officer was telling him? Scheffler, there's video of Scheffler being led away in cuffs.
Yeah, well, he was cuffed and stuff, and apparently the cops didn't know who he was.
Which is kind of on brand for Scotty Scheffler, who's the most unassuming looking world #1 ever. I mean, I guess if a sport where you can look kind of like an average dude, and he was dressed in shorts and like a quarter zip and regular tennis shoes because he was just rolling up to the course. Right. He wasn't dressed in his...
He was getting there to change, and then you go out in the course and you do your practice. Yeah, but this is also a situation where if it's you or I, and we're there and we turn around and we drag a cop and we get taken out of the police car and cuffed and stuffed, you know where we are right now?
We're probably still.
We're still sitting in jail.
Yep.
We're still sitting in jail.
Yeah, and that's did he get preferential treatment? Sure looks like it. And if it was a case of a misunderstanding, I'm kind of glad, but I wish the system could move as fast for all of us.
Yeah.
If there's under a misunderstanding. If it's a simple misunderstanding. 248-539-9797. Hey, you guys hear me talk about Twin Peaks a lot. It's hard not to. In terms of being a sports bar, no one does it better. But compared to other restaurants, they deserve your time. They don't just serve a bar food. It's elevated and impressive. They have a scratch kitchen. Cruise in there every day at 7 a.m. I drove past one morning just after 7. I thought, are they open? Then I realized, no, it's the crew. They're getting the food ready. They smoke their own ribs, brisket, chicken wings, and thighs. They cut their own New York strips. They craft their own meatballs, hand cut their chicken tenders, boneless wings. They make all their own salad dressings. They even make their own croutons. They're not just burgers and wings. Try their trophy trout or mom's pot roast and see for yourself. Plus, the bourbon list is high end. Favorites like Orphan Barrel, Jefferson's Reserve, and Blanton's. They even have high-end tequilas like Cincoro Anejo and Don Julio. And you should know they also pour the coldest beer in the state. With a teeth-chattering 29 degrees and pair all that with wall-to-wall TVs, the beautiful Twin Peaks girls, forget about it. Make sure you get there early tomorrow as the undisputed heavyweight championship is up for grabs as Alexander Usyk squares off against champ Tyson Fury. Main car starts at 2 p.m., so mark your calendars. Twin Peaks, to find a location nearest you, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views. Got a quick question before we get back to the phone calls. I have raised your ire on more than a few occasions with my food takes.
Not raising my ire.
You are in disbelief sometimes.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
And then I check myself and remember that you don't eat meat, and it's
red meat. Kang,
so that's me raising your ire on purpose.
Kang, you same thing, right?
I just feel bad for your taste buds, man. I don't know.
Have you ever reacted with such hostility and disdain to anything that I've said as you did to Gator having never been in a Texas Roadhouse? Is that more offensive to you than any of my food takes ever?
Okay, probably just because I should know better with you. Like, I sometimes forget, hey, wait, Doug, he eats really healthy and he's a little different in his, food choices, which is fine. That's you. Gator, I thought for sure would have been in a Texas Roadhouse and had their bread. Like, he loves
that
bread.
surprised you.
Yeah. That really shocked me.
I don't shock you anymore.
No.
Yep. Okay. Fair enough. I just kind of wondered where that ranked. 248-539-9797. Speaking of that food topic, because we were talking about.
I'm sorry I've let you down, Kay.
You really did. We were talking about if, with the news at Red Lobster, bankruptcy around the corner, and that what chain restaurant, if it went under, would be a real gut punch to you. We got this from a listener, Brian Dewald, who writes in, I live in Statesboro, Georgia. Statesboro, Georgia, proud home of the Georgia Southern Eagles. Just so you know, we still have a Ruby Tuesday. Salad bar, still available.
It's good to know.
Statesboro, here comes Gator.
I like the salad bar with lots of options there is always great.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Matt in Royal Oak. You're on 97.1. Hi, Matt.
Hey, guys, just one quick question and then a betting comment. Did you see the attorney interview this morning?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
Yeah, so that plus some other things that I've read, it appears that this particular officer that he had the altercation with was not part of the assigned traffic police detail. He was there as an officer that showed up as a result of the accident. So I'm guessing he did not have all of the training about who to let in and what those procedures were. So that starts it on his end. And then whatever decision he made to do whatever he did to attach himself to Scheffler's car, clearly that's where the disconnect happened. So I think there's a lot of latitude here on that charge to get either greatly reduced or I don't know about completely thrown out. But I don't think that person was there with the full training and what he was supposed to be doing. Scheffler was just following what he had been told to do, and that they had the ability to get in and get access. Like so many other people on ESPN said, we all did the same thing where we went around stuff. So there's a ton of interesting factors here.
Yep.
And then also, just on the betting thing, it was interesting. After last night at about plus 360.
Can you say it again? You were breaking up. Can you start that again about the betting thing?
He went in this morning at like plus 360. When this happened, the books took his line down. He came back at 500, and then for a brief window, he flashed all the way up to 800, and that's when I jumped with a 25% boost, because that's all you could do with Scheffler in these tournaments is wait till he starts and then hope that he stumbles out of the gate a little bit and his number goes up, and that's when you grab. It's like when you see a good football team play a bad football team and you wait till they get down by 10 and then go in on them.
Yeah.
That's what you do with Scheffler. That's what I did. So let's hope he pulls it out.
All right, Matt, thank you. 248-539-9797. Tommy's in Troy, and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Tommy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, as far as the restaurant, I'll start there first real quick.
Yeah.
I hope Maggiano's, the Italian restaurant there in Big Beaver, I hope they don't move or close. It's like I love their lasagna, and I love their spaghetti and meatballs.
There you go.
And I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
Solid.
Yeah, and great. Everything there is great. But Scheffler thing, it's like, imagine you're driving. It's like 5:30, whatever. It's dark. It's raining. All the cops were in rain gear.
Yeah.
They had raincoats on, and it's like maybe he had his radio on. Maybe he didn't hear the police officer say, "Stop, stop." It's like. I mean, we don't know yet. We don't know all the facts.
Don't, and I think that's something we try to be very careful of. I'm not sure that, I'm too worried about us painting Scotty Scheffler in too negative an opinion here. But,
help me.
Yeah, that was actually the kind of funny part.
That was weird. He said, help me. I'm like, okay, I'm like, oh, who's going to help you? You won 4 tournaments this year. You're a multi-millionaire.
Wow. But
I
what's
think it's
crazy
kinda
is
funny.
he's not recognizable. Like, I think he probably wanted Jeff Darlington to tell the police officers, hey, that's a player who's supposed to be here.
Well, that or he was being hauled away and now he doesn't have his phone. And hey, help me by getting in touch
I
with
mean,
the
you know what?
PGA people.
You know what, guys? You know what he should do? Like Tiger always wears red on Sunday.
Dude, I know.
Scotty should start wearing orange.
Yep.
Every Sunday. Prison orange. He should just start wearing orange.
All right.
Wouldn't that be funny?
It would be
Funny as
funny.
hell?
It would be funny, and I just don't think Scheffler's that kind of guy. But
prison orange.
Yeah. I mean, the picture of him in the jumpsuit did circulate pretty quick.
I spent 97 minutes in a Georgia jail Louisville jail, and all I got was this lousy orange shirt.
Yep. Funny story. Well, other than the obvious tragedy.
Yeah, dude, he was 5 minutes away from having to join a gang, man. Come on. Don't downplay this.
Just to survive.
Yeah.
You got to do what you got to survive
Seriously.
to do on the inside.
Give me some cigarettes.
Yeah.
Please.
So yesterday the NFL schedule came out. I think the funniest post I saw came from a gambling podcast.
Wednesday came out.
Yes, Wednesday. Sorry. We talked about it yesterday. My bad. It came out Wednesday night. We talked about it yesterday. There's a gambling podcast that tweeted out breaking news: the Dallas Cowboys have been eliminated from playoff contention after their schedule release, which cracked me up. But the Lions today tweeted out a graphic of their road games. Just with the caption, "The Honolulu Blue Wave is coming soon to an NFL city near you." And it had their 8 road games: at Arizona, at Dallas, at Minnesota, at Green Bay, at Houston, at the Colts, at the Bears, at San Francisco. The only road game in September is at Arizona. 2 October road games, Dallas and Minnesota. 3 November road games with Green Bay, Houston, and Indy. And 2 December road games at Chicago, at San Francisco. Let's take 10 texts right now. We want to know which one of these road games you are road tripping to. You've started to put the wheels in motion. You're making the plans to road trip. Now that we have the actual dates, we found that last year the Detroit Lions traveled extraordinarily well. Did they not?
They traveled well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do you guys think the same will happen this year?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it might be better than it was last year because the belief last year was fun. The belief has skyrocketed. And if they get off to a quick start, I think you're going to see a lot of Detroiters traveling around, fans that have been displaced and are in other communities. But we want 10 texts. Make sure you sign your text right now at 248-539-9797. Which one of the 8 road games are you starting the process of traveling to? Yeah, you don't want to go against God.
Please.
So sign your
Please
text.
sign your text.
Yeah.
All right. Slow down.
Sign your text. Now, the first 10 texts that come through, we'll read on the air. Gator, which one do you think, do you have one in mind you think might be the most popular road trip?
Maybe Dallas.
Think it might be Dallas?
Yeah, because of what happened last year.
I'm going to go Chicago for clinching the division and affordability reasons. I'm going to go Chicago late. I think it's third to last game, late December. Well, December 22nd. 248-539-9797. Get your texts over. We'll read the first 10 texts we get. See which one is the most popular. Got a ton of feedback on the DCFC thing we want to get to today at 135, building the new stadium. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines. Lions tweet out a graphic today. Honolulu Blue Wave is coming soon to an NFL city near you, and it was all the road games. We asked if you put the wheels in motion, took 10 texts, the wheels in motion for a road trip somewhere. Here's the feedback we've gotten from Charlie in St. Louis. Already got my flight and tickets to go to Minnesota. Kevin writes in, Indy, done and done.
Wow.
Jalen from Detroit, Houston, all day. Steve, Houston, I'm there for a marriage counseling trip.
Hopefully not a divorce one after, right?
No, they're in counseling.
I'm
can go one of two ways.
I'm intrigued by this. It is May 17th. You have a marriage counseling trip scheduled for early November?
How's that going to work? Hey, honey, we're going to the game, right?
Well,
this again?
Let's start with this. Problems in the marriage. What's the plan? Houston?
Let's go to a game. And Houston.
We're going to Houston? This begs a lot of further questions, doesn't it?
I think it does, yeah.
Steve is going to Houston for a marriage counseling trip, but he's going to the game. Jack in Plymouth, we're headed to San Fran. It's winter break, and it's California. Tyler in a car just bought 8 tickets for Houston. Between airfare and hotel, we're looking at over $1,200 a person. Not surprised. Cool stadium. I think you'll enjoy the stadium. Daniel in Clinton Township, the road to Green Bay is one worth doing. Not only will it be a spectacle, but I'd love to shut them up. Yeah, I want revenge for what they did to us at Thanksgiving. Green Bay looks so good that day.
First play on, man. Yeah, that was the one where you were like, is Jordan Love really this good? Yeah. Crap.
Alex at work, Dallas, baby. Got to show up early, have to talk with the refs. Yeah. Make sure you report.
A lot of this.
Yeah. That's going to be an ongoing joke.
Pat in their chest. Yeah.
Just showing off the new jerseys, man.
Yeah, look at this. Isn't this beautiful?
You like them? Do you like the New Jersey?
Are they slimming?
Levi and Dearborn, the NFC Championship game, because I'm assuming they won't host that. He's war chesting for a trip to the NFC title game.
There you go.
I like it. Slim and Milford, the wheels are in motion for Indy. College roommate is a Colts fan, lives just north. Lives just north, I think it means, of the city. So we got Houston and Indy were the most popular responses.
Yeah, you can make a case for every one of them, right? I mean, Indianapolis we've been there. It's a great stadium.
Great stadium.
Great atmosphere. It's, walkable from hotels, great restaurants there. Mm-hmm. It's a pretty cool town. I get it. Minnesota, newer stadium. I want to see that stadium. Looks really cool. Lots of restaurants and bars to go to in Minneapolis.
Yep. Well, it's going to be a fun season. It feels like it's a long way off right now.
It feels as it's way off, and still the Twitter timelines are still just littered with stuff about the schedule.
Yeah,
for all the teams. I'm like, are we really? I mean, it's May. Games aren't for another, 3.5 months here. I get it. We're excited, but football's going to take a while.
So we were talking about that story that DCFC has bought property of an old Southwest Detroit abandoned hospital off Michigan Avenue, several blocks up from the old Tiger Stadium location, 5.5 acre site. It's just north of some railroad tracks, and they're going to build a 14,000 seat stadium. The railroad tracks, it'd be cool if they're still operational, if they incorporate like seeing trains go past the field. But Keyworth Stadium holds over 7,000. This place is going to be 14,000. Hopefully it's not too big. I assume they've got a lot of feedback on being able to seat more people, because Detroit City Football Club in their league has crafted quite a home environment. It looks pretty good. And we were talking about whether or not they'd be able to fill it. Should the Panthers get involved to collab on a stadium that might be right size for them and their fan base? Here's some of the feedback that we have gotten from listeners. I think the hardest part sharing the field would be keeping the field conditions in good shape when both soccer and football will be playing on it in the same season. It will be tough with grass, and with turf, it'll be a very busy field with both soccer and football lines. I think that's a valid point. The busy field look is so D3. And, you know, I've seen some wild Division III turf fields where they're like, we've got this turf field. This is going to be a football field, a soccer field, and a baseball field.
Multi-purpose.
And there is a soccer field / baseball field at Cleary up in Howell that leads to some very weird outfield dimensions. I will tell you that.
Yeah, throwing baseball in the mix is that's difficult.
But the more stuff you put on there, like I understand the multi-purpose uses, but the more stuff you put on there, it does get very busy. From an unnamed texter, there are two sides. One side is the rowdy, insane peeps. The other non-camera side is the family-friendly and chill. The NG, that's right, unnamed texter. The NG, which I believe is their fan base, the Northern Guard. The NG accepts anyone that wants to be a part of it. We don't want the MLS unless it's with current ownership. $500,000 is too big a price. Unnamed texter, please go to a game at Keyworth. The food trucks, affordable beer, and family-friendly atmosphere are unlike any other. And being a neighborhood as opposed to downtown where other stadiums are is so unique. I am not against going to a game. I will admit I'm a little scared to go to a game. I've been yelled at enough by DCFC fans.
Do you have your maroon and gold ready to go?
See, I don't. And if I show up not wearing, I mean, I guess I'm wearing a maroon sweatshirt. Does this count? Do I have to?
You're
do
in.
I have to have
Buy
officially?
a scarf.
Do I have to be a
Buy a scarf?
Now.
Like that's the fear, isn't it?
Are you thinking about sitting down? Are you thinking about it? Don't.
Why do you have a seat cushion? Right. What do you mean, why do I have a seat? Because it's comfortable.
Yeah.
We don't sit here. Stand up!
Right?
All right, Mr. Bangers Mash. We'll be all right. Here's what I think is great, though, with this new location.
Yep.
Having it in Southwest Detroit with the population there, heavy Mexican-American population. Safe to say they love soccer.
Yes.
They're big soccer fans.
Yes.
I think this is great. To have a stadium that's basically going to be in their neighborhood, isn't it kind of exactly what the European models are? Everybody, hey, the game's at 1 o'clock. Everybody starts walking to the stadium together at 11 o'clock in the morning, whatever. And,
yeah,
you know, I can envision that to be part of that. That would be awesome.
Yeah, I mean, look, it has potential. And as one caller, I think it was Bobby, called and said near the bridge.
Yeah.
To take advantage of people that just want to come across, take advantage of the accessibility for the Canadian audience. I think soccer, my impression is, I might be wrong on this because I got Canadian relatives. I get the sense that soccer is more popular in Canada than it is here.
Really?
Yep.
You think so?
I think so. I feel like a
No
greater
way to gauge that.
I have no way of gauging it either. My Canadian relatives seem to be down with and talk more about soccer than any of my American relatives. So that's probably not even a real measurement.
Based on Canadians, you know.
Yeah, based on Canadians, I know. I would say that. Oh, it's a good call.
I like that Doug stat.
Yeah, that's a good stat.
It's a great stat.
Yep.
We were banning about the question. Do the Canadians like soccer? We're like hockey. Okay.
Yeah, I might want to retract this statement from the record. But based upon Canadians, I know.
Mm-hmm.
They do seem to dig football. Well, anyway, hopefully it works out. Gator, you had a potential road rage incident that you have avoided?
So last Saturday night, I was driving home, and I get into my subdivision, and there's this car that's following me. Or I shouldn't say following me. It's behind me. And I'm making my way into the subdivision, and it's, I got to drive almost a mile to get from the beginning of the subdivision into my house. And going through these twists and turns, and this car is kind of like riding right up on my backside. And I'm like looking at my speed limit, and I'm going like 25 miles an hour because it's You're in a subdivision.
Right.
Plus, it's night. Plus, my neighborhood is notorious for deer, tons of deer.
Okay.
So I want to be alert for that. I'm driving at or below the speed limit. And this car starts to bright me, give me the bright lights. And I'm thinking, are you kidding me? I'm in a subdivision. I mean, if I were on a street, I'd let you pass me, no problem. But I'm just driving 25 miles an hour to get home. I make my last turn going towards my house, and he's still bright. The car still brights me. So I stop the car. And I'm not going to be belligerent about it. I was just going to be curious as to, if he pulls up next to me, I'm going to say, are you okay? Is your car okay? Can I help you? So I stop the car, and the car behind me stops. And I realize these are younger people, probably high school kids or early college, and they sort of wanted the smoke, but didn't really want the smoke. Mm-hmm. And I wasn't looking for any kind of heavy confrontation. I was trying to, just pull over. Is there something wrong? Or do you need help? Because you're brighting me. But they kept their distance behind me. And then I rolled down my window. I waved them around. I'm like, go ahead. What's up?
Yep.
And then they just went past me and then literally pulled into the driveway one house down in front of me of where I was anyway.
Oh, that's awkward.
It was awkward for them, I guess. For me, I'm like, I don't know what you guys were trying to accomplish there. And I looked, and they were out-of-state plates. I've never seen that car in that house before. And I'm just shaking my head, and I pulled into my house, which wasn't far away.
So you had the opportunity to roll up?
I mean, I thought they were going to roll up on me and say something, and I was going to have an opportunity to diffuse the situation and just say, you guys okay? But when you're brighting somebody, you're trying to get their attention for something.
Yeah.
What were you trying to get my attention for?
Or you're trying to be an a-hole.
Right, which is apparently what they were trying to do. But I left open the opportunity, the possibility, hey, you want to have a conversation about this? Not being a tough guy. I'm not being a tough guy. I was curious. Yeah. Why are you brighting me? Was there something I need to know about? Was there a deer in the distance I wasn't seeing that you're seeing?
Is my car on fire?
Right, exactly.
I can't see it.
I have a low tire, or what's going on here?
Yeah.
But Doug, they didn't give me the opportunity.
No.
Said they kept their distance.
Well, you decided in that moment in time that you were going to not go approach them when they pulled into the driveway.
Correct. I wasn't going to follow them into their driveway because I think that would be antagonistic.
Well, you were smart. You were smart. Because I always say you never know what the
I have no idea
issue that what kind of day the person behind you has, how triggered they might be.
Yeah.
So
no, it's not like I was flipping them off and they came after me, and it was nothing like that. I still don't. I have no idea why they were giving me the brights. My guess would be because they thought I was driving too slow in my neighborhood.
Probably. 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. The Detroit Tigers on the road in Arizona. Did I give you any hope today, or are you still in that defeatist place?
I'm in a bad place, Doug. The only thing that's going to change it is the Bats coming alive this weekend in Arizona, and they better. They better.
Well, the spark in your eye is gone, and I don't like this version of Gator. I'm here for you, buddy. If you need some cheering,
I
up this
appreciate it,
weekend,
man.
yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Hey, did you see the story? Speaking of Gator, that it's believed that there was one loose out of Kensington Metro Park in one of the lakes there.
I saw that.
It's at Kent Lake. The Michigan Department of Natural Resources was there. The Oakland County Sheriff's Office was there. The Detroit Zoo was there. Is this possible? Because I got to tell you.
Sure it's possible.
Well, here's the thing. I feel like when you choose to live in an area, you accept certain risks.
Mm-hmm.
We live in an area where there is a risk of blizzards and tornadoes. When you choose to live in California, you might have to deal with drought and earthquakes.
And wildfires.
When you live in Florida, you might have to deal with hurricanes and gators.
And everything else in the world that could possibly go wrong.
You are a believer that everything.
And Florida, man.
Yeah, Florida, man.
You got to be aware of that, dude.
It's real.
But when you live here, we do not have to accept or concern ourselves with the worry of gators in our lakes.
No, we shouldn't. And this is why people suck.
The hell?
Yeah, I'll tell you why. People suck. Because obviously alligator's not indigenous to Michigan. So what this is some jackass went out, got an alligator as a pet, and it got too big, didn't want to take care of it, and goes and lets it loose by a swamp or by this lake or whatever. Because they're stupid.
Is that what this is?
They're stupid people. It has to be. Well, it didn't just grow there.
Yeah, I guess.
Wait, you think a gator got up and decided to start walking, get the stepping from...
Haven't we heard about the toilet flush? Is that possibly it?
Someone flushed a gator?
Yeah.
Well, wouldn't that be the same? It's roughly the same type thing as stupid owner.
Yes, it would
gets
be.
to go to, but now what am I going to do? Yeah.
Roughly the same type thing.
I don't understand why people have exotic pets. I don't get it. I don't understand why it's legal. When you hear about people, oh yeah, I've got these, I got 7 venomous snakes, and why? You shouldn't have them. They're not pets.
There's an exotic pet guy out there.
I know there are.
That's mad at you right now.
I don't care. You should not have venomous snakes.
Well, you certainly
should not
shouldn't
have
them.
an alligator for a pet. You shouldn't have a lion for a pet. Sorry, Joe.
Joe.
You just want to share his love of animals with everybody else, man.
Just share your love of music, Joe. You're good.
Let me tell you something. This is a terrifying thing, isn't it?
I would be, yeah, it is, because we think our lakes, there's nothing wrong with our lakes. What are we going to, a fish went past my foot? Ooh.
Yeah.
I mean, we think the lakes are fine. You go swimming in lakes all the time. There's no issue with it. But there could be an alligator there?
Mm-hmm.
We're not supposed to have alligators here.
No, we're not.
Come on.
No, we're
I know
not.
there's an alligator sanctuary somewhere more towards the west side of the state. I know there is.
Didn't somebody stay in that one on their way to the national championship game?
I think that was down south.
Okay.
In Louisiana. But there is one in the state of Michigan. There's actually an alligator sanctuary.
Is there?
But they rescue gators from, like, if zoos have too many gators they can't take on, they'll take them on. And that to me seems strange. We have one in the state of Michigan. But for people that actually own the exotic pet, it's never made any sense to me. I just don't get it.
Well, it's dangerous as hell.
Yes.
And terrifying. And you have to wonder, I mean, this is like Jaws at Amityville. Are people going to stop going in that lake because of this story?
Maybe. A hunt for Nessie? Is
Yeah.
that where we're going to look? I'm not sure. What scares me more would be, the snake part would scare me more than the gator part. Like if all of a sudden we got like pythons, like Florida's got the python issue.
Yeah.
That would, I would never set foot in water again.
Did you hear there's a scorpion issue in Vegas?
It doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. Apparently there's an area in Vegas that's getting overrun by scorpions.
Oh boy.
No.
Where in Vegas? Asking for a friend who may be going soon. Where?
I'd have to look it up, but
On the Strip, of course. Come on now.
On the Strip?
Yeah, everyone goes to the Strip. Even the Scorpions.
Scorpions?
apparently they do hang
Oh,
out
wait.
there.
Now, are we sure about this, or are we talking about the band Scorpions that have a residency in Vegas right now?
Do they really?
Yeah.
Or maybe it's a tribute band. That's why there's so many Scorpions. They're
Vegas headlines: we are currently experiencing a scorpion infestation. And this is a cause for concern. Consider carrying blacklight.
What?
We've just a few months after guests claim, I don't want to say the word, Venetian Hotel.
What?
That's not where your friend is staying, is it?
No, but
sounds like they were thinking about it.
so we may have gone for dinner a couple of years ago when we were there.
Are we concerned about more concerned about Vegas Scorpions or Michigan Lake Gators?
Scorpions. More of them.
And in your sleep, man.
Hey,
dude.
Hey. I mean, they're not deadly, but they can, they do have venom.
Mm-hmm.
Inject you with it. That's not good.
Nope.
They're creepy too, man.
Yes, they are.
They are cool as hell looking. I always thought the scorpion's just a really kick-ass looking creature, but I'm terrified of them.
All right, updating in PGA, Colin Morikawa 4 under for the day. He's moved into a first place tie with Mark Hubbard, who's 3 under for the day, and Xander Schauffele. Scotty Scheffler's moved to 7 under. No case hung on him is slowing him down. He's 3 under for the day. Morning before tee time, he catches a case. Afternoon, he's catching birdies. This guy's unbelievable.
He really is.
And this is like the most personal thing that personality-wise thing that's happened is this. Him getting detained and arrested earlier today for what is otherwise considered a rather boring world number one.
Right. And then released shortly after.
Yep.
Then straight to the golf course. I love it. If you're talking to the police officer and you have to say, I have a tee time.
I know, right?
And it's going to work on most of them because there was the event there.
Probably not going to work for the rest of us, is it?
No, I don't think so. Rico looks like he's ready to play some golf.
Yeah, it's a good shirt.
Yes.
You know it ain't working on me, so. That would have hinted a different way.
No? Not going to happen?
We were just saying it'd be good if, for the average man, miscommunication cases could be resolved as quickly as they were for Scotty Scheffler today.
Yes.
Not likely.
No.
Especially with the Louisville police, but all right.
Yes. How are you?
I'm good.
That's good. Anything going on good in your world?
Supposed to be going to be a nice weekend. Evan and I going to try to hit up Comic-Con this weekend.
Oh, are you going?
So
there's something in particular you want to see or meet? No, just go to go?
Just like hanging out with Evan. We normally do it every year.
Yeah.
Where's it at? Huntington, or is that Novi?
Novi.
Gotcha.
Yeah, through all the traffic and everything, for the next.
It's going to be difficult to get there, yeah.
Getting the damn roads fixed.
Yeah, well, feels like I've got 3 construction zones on my way to work, and now 1 massive one on my way home from work.
Did you have to fix them all at once?
I know, right? I mean, they don't know everybody's route, but it does feel like I've
shut everything down.
I can't get to work sometimes.
Yeah, but they can't win, right?
No, they can't.
No, either you do it or you don't do it.
But it's just like, okay, can you at least do it in pieces?
Maybe they are actually doing it in pieces.
Hey,
they have so many projects they have to get done.
You know what? We have a bet. Good luck seeing if Trowbridge Road will be back before football season.
Oh.
That exit doesn't exist right now.
Is that going to be a problem?
They took it down. They're rebuilding it.
Wow. Yeah, that's a major artery in.
It's a big one, yeah. I got to keep going up the freeway and get off at Jersey Giant. And
real quick, what do you have planned next?
Mike has something Tigers related, Tarek Scuba related.
Okay.
And Jared Goff or who?
All right.
Little game we're going to play.
Have a great show. Have a great weekend, everybody. Stay safe and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Bill Brown Ford. Tarek Skubal on the mound for the Tigers tonight as they begin a 6-game road trip. Up first, 3 with the Diamondbacks. Skubal going for 6-0 and trying to get Detroit back to 500. Hear it here on the ticket. Pregame coverage at 9:15. Updating the PGA Championship leaderboard in Louisville. Right now, a 3-way tie at the top between Xander Schauffele, Colin Morikawa, and Mark Hubbard, all at 9 under. The man of the hour, for all the wrong reasons, Scotty Scheffler. He's tied for 4th at 7 under. And it's back for the first time in 11 years. That's EA Sports official. That's EA Sports official trailer for College Football 25 that dropped today. The video features U of M and cover co-star Donovan Edwards. Every college football player who agreed to be in the game gets a $600 annual NIL deal. So far, EA says over 13,000 players have opted in. Got special deals for Edwards, Texas' Quinn Ewers, and Colorado's Travis Hunter for being on the cover. College Football 25 releases on July 19th. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
It is Friday. Good to have you with us. We've got a jam-packed show today. I'm leaving that alone.
That has so much potential. I thought it was going to be Kenny's phrase from yesterday in there. That would have been funny.
Hold on. The this or that Kenny created for the drop tournament this summer.
Yeah, that would have been
stiff
funny.
competition.
Name something your pastor says that you say in the bedroom.
Hit it. No, we don't have it queued up. All right, let's just move along. There. Versus. All right. So, we are going to build off of the show we had yesterday, and we're going to have some fun doing it. But yesterday, we had great response to a topic that I tried to flip the script, Rico. Okay, if you want me to handle the Tigers in a way that is non-East Coast, patience, rebuild, they're not going to be big spenders. Okay. And I gave you an offering. Consider it the offering plate. You didn't have to put money in. I know at David's church, they pressure you to do it. But see, at my church of trades, we don't pressure anyone. I just offered, okay, if you're not trying to win and you're just going to not be that good this year and probably not be a 90-win team next year, why don't we see what Skubal's worth? Because that can supercharge this rebuild. Mm-hmm. You deal from strength, you could name your price, and you could get high quality, high caliber, everyday positional players with tons of team control. And people really were into it yesterday. So today I wanted to do something a little different as we build off of it, which is the following. Now we're going to put you, the fan, to a choice. See, yesterday was, would you consider it, would you not? Today's different. You're going to get two options. And I think it builds off of what I said yesterday, which is I think I am yearning for Scott Harris and Chris Ilitch to show us who they really are. Show me. If you're going to be serious people, and we're going to make a serious attempt to bring the good people of our city a World Series, show me. I don't want to hear about, well, when the time is right, Chris will spend. Will he? I don't have proof. Well, in the summer of 27. No. Just hear me out on this.
Okay.
Tarek Skubal is rep by Scott Boras. Tarek Skubal has 2 more arbitration seasons left. And the refrain you will hear is Scott Boras is going to take his contract and his client to free agency, and he's going to take him away from the Tigers. And you go, probably. And I threw a number out yesterday, had a conversation with a couple of people that I really do respect in baseball. $400 million is not off the table for a guy like Skubal.
Okay.
So I said, okay, well, it can't be exclusive. I dug up a piece from CBS Sports that chronicles Scott Boras signing long-term extensions with his clients with years of term or arbitration still left. And I have 8 examples.
So get the deal done early.
Right. So we're going to play a game called Show Me. Here's your 2 options. If you don't believe the Tigers are going to win a World Series this year or next year, and you believe Scott Harris and Chris are rebuilding, that this is a long Iser plan type thing, your 2 choices are the following. Show me you're for real and make a huge offer to Tarik Skubal. Screw the 2 more years of arbitration. Sign him up for the next 6-7 years. Keep him in the old English D. Show the fan base you want to lock up your best and brightest. Show this town you're going to be a real owner.
Mm-hmm.
Or trade him. Peak of his value. Why is he this valuable? Because the team who gets him, they get 2 more years of arbitration. They get a left-handed ace.
Team control.
Right. So I want to put the fans to a choice. And I don't think there's a wrong answer here, guys. But what is going to be the wrong answer would be waiting and getting in a stare down with Scott Boras when you're in Detroit. And if you wanted to know some of the players that Boras got done, well, I mean, here they are. Cargo. Now, I know you got to go back to 2011, but he was a young, age 25, 4 years of arbitration to go, had just finished 3rd in the NL MVP, and the Rockies and Boras came to an agreement. 7-year deal, $80 million. Now, I know that that's paltry compared to today's numbers.
But at the time.
Yeah, let's factor in inflation. Elvis Andrus, same deal. Had a couple years left, 8 at 120 with the Rangers. That was in 13. Steven Strasburg, 7 at 175 in the summer of 16. Jose Altuve, 5 at 151, March of 18. And again, all of these aren't equal. Some guys had a year of arb. Some guys had 2 years of term. It's Boras doing longer-term extensions. Xander Bogaerts, it's a good list. So here's my question to everybody in this room and to everybody in Tigerland. Skubal's going to take the mound tonight. Probably pitch really, really well in Arizona. Try to get to 6-0. I give you 2 options. Yesterday's option is if you believe Scott Harris is for real and you believe that they need to supercharge the rebuild, you trade Skubal. You got plenty of pitching. Job on the horizon. You got the law firm, albeit who's hurt for the year. He'll be up here next year. You've got Matt Manning. You've got Olsen. You got Mize. You got Flaherty. You got Maeda. You got pitching. Right. You do. And you bring in 2 or 3 elite, high-end, everyday guys that are either partially in the league, like a Colton Cowser, or about to be in the league. You go to Baltimore, you go to the Yankees, you name your price. Or sign them. Think about it. The closer you get to free agency, the more Scott Boras will take him to free agency. So sign him. Show your fans you're for real. You're $65 million below league average.
You got the money.
And here's the thing. If you want to tell me, Mike, it's not a good idea, he's got 2 years of arbitration, you can live in that world. But I'm living in a different world. Because if he has the 2 years of arbitration and you don't want to sign him, trade him. And let's recharge this lineup. Or pay the guy. Plant your flag. You're going to be the ace here. You're going to be the next great Tiger pitcher. And we're going to sign you for the next 6, 7, 8 years. Done. And it says to the fan base that despite the fact I got to look at Javi Baez's dead body every day, you're serious about winning, you're serious about spending, and you are going to lock up your best players. So the choice is yours.
The choice is yours. Mike, I look at this and I don't think they're serious. And if you're, I don't, because the fact of it would be a mixed message. If you did sign him for this extension, but yet you're still trying to explain to me why you're playing a guy like Baez, why you're not really looking as if you're trying to improve this everyday roster. I think his stock is sky high right now. I'm going to try to trade him. If you really are in we're going to kick this can, just admit it to the people.
Right. And if you're not, and understand, Rico, you're right, is that if you don't believe you're in a position to make a meaningful run and win a World Series in the next 2 years, i.e. the next 2 primary arbitration years.
Because I think you could probably get 3-4 people, and of that, if you can get one really good and one okay player, and the other 2 just become a trivia answer, fine. But at least you've tried to improve this team, and you improved it 2 everyday spots.
Buddy, I got news for you. You're selling short what he's worth.
Left-handed ace. I'm being conservative.
Okay.
And so I'm saying you get 4 in return.
Well, the other thing, it forces Scott Harris into a position of show me who you are. See, the Erod thing, that was a nothing burger.
Yeah.
Okay, the Matons and the Veerlings, I don't want to hear about it. All right, credit for Justin Henry Malloy. God bless. Yet to see him play. The reality is a major move, a seismic move, puts you on the main stage with the light shining down on you. Show me.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. David, your 2 options. Sign him or trade him. No wrong answer.
I'm going to try to sign him. That would be what I want to do. I want to sign him.
So it would give you confidence and credibility that Chris and Scott are for real.
Correct.
We're going to be spending. We're going to lock up our best guys, and we're going to win a battle with Scott Boras by doing it early.
Correct.
Okay.
That's what I want to do. Yes.
No wrong answers. Kenny, Floral Fridays. They're back. You didn't text me. I'm in stripes over here.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Your 2 options. What do you want to do?
See, this is why you're right when there's no bad answer here, because if they trade him, that just means we're getting bats that could be ready real soon. Gives you a chance to win the division. But I think I'm with David in that I try to sign him because we've yet to see any proof that Chris Ilitch wants to spend money. So we are assuming, maybe, quote unquote, that he doesn't want to. But if he does this, that means, hey, we're going to be spenders. We're going to actually put our wallets where our mouths are.
Okay. And again, understand something, guys. If people don't meet your level, you don't find what you like, you don't do anything.
Right.
But I'm just making the point that if I call Baltimore, who's in a World Series drive with new owners, the 29th payroll, and a gaggle of unbelievable positional players, I mean, I'm calling them up, and it's going to be one of Colton Cowser or Jordan Westberg. It's going to be Connor Norby. It's going to be McDermott. You're going to give me a haul. Or you don't get the guy, and the next thing, it's like Moneyball. Dombrowski on line 3. I'm calling the Yankees.
Right.
And you don't want him in your division. So my whole premise of this is, look, Parker Meadows, Colt Keith, whatever Henry Malloy might be, Torkelson might be, guys, you're short on bats. Big time. Mm-hmm. As I said to Rico yesterday, tongue-in-cheek, 9-man lineup, we got 8 job openings. Mm-hmm. The only guy I have, even though he's mired in a slump right now, is Riley Green.
Right, because I guess the reason being, if you go ahead and you re-sign him, you extend him, it means that you're going to have to really go and be a serious owner.
That's
and
right.
a serious GM, and you're going to have to shore up more talent around him. I don't see that happening. I don't see them being that serious that this is what they want to do.
And we don't even need to go there.
I mean,
you're saying, I don't believe they're going to be good the next 2 years.
Right.
And therefore, to recharge this, to give us the best possible pathway forward, let's trade Skubal at the peak of his value.
Yeah.
That's it. We don't even need to go down the line.
Yeah.
And if David says, look, I want them to prove to me they are serious, we don't even need to get into an argument. David is saying you make the call and you go, I don't care about 2 more arbitration years. I'm going to offer $250 million. And if they say no, they say no.
Right. And because I think if they made that move, it would be the only move. So let me help you. I'm going to help you help yourself. You're going to kick the can down the road. I'm just going to get you more cans to kick. Here you go.
248-539-9797. Let's start the day with that. We're going to play Goff or Who. Promised we'd do that yesterday. We got Who Said It. Yes, we're going to get in the 4 o'clock. EA Sports, the trailer. College football's back. Can we get a senior citizen on an oxygen tank, a.k.a. Rico Beard, to get back into video games? It is so exciting. So much to do today.
Huh? What? You say something?
Okay. All right. Football season's done. Mix and match menu at Hungry Howie's. They've expanded the platform. $6.99. You take any 2 items. You mix and match. Dinner on the table in under 30 minutes, whether it's the Howie bread, the pizzas, 1 topping medium. It's anything on the menu pretty much. You can mix and match it. $6.99 each. It's the best deal in town. The possibilities are truly endless. 8 flavored crusts. Never settle for less than the best. It's Hungry Howie's. Order off that mix and match menu tonight only at Hungry Howie's. All right. Obviously, we got a lot to do today, but I thought this was kind of a way to build off of what we talked about the last couple. I can't let go of A.J. Hinch's remark about Javi Baez. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. Maybe I'm letting it impact me too much. But I take it as a little bit of a slap in the face, to be quite honest with you. I mean, if his answer is, oh, no, we're not benching Javi. In fact, we're going to play him a lot. We're not going to turn our back on him. Well, then you're telling me that, in essence, you're not willing to put the best team out there to give you the best chance to win. Javi Baez with a negative defensive run saved and a negative WAR overall. He's the worst everyday ball player in the game. These are all facts. You don't get to argue those. And yet, They're going to keep trotting him out there. So then we got into the thing. Okay, people get mad because I don't accept a rebuild of a rebuild of a rebuild, a re-rebuild, and I don't accept that their offseason was garbage, and I want to win. So I said, fine, we'll flip the script. Let's say it is a rebuild. Let's say Scott Harris has all the answers and all the time in the world. Great, then trade Tarik Skubal. Peak value, completely re-energize this entire franchise's farm system, including real positional players, not ones that are floundering, and let's go get it. Or today, I said, look, here's both options. Scott Boras will sign long-term extensions with clients who have multiple years of arbitration. And I gave you examples. So you can sign Skubal or trade him, but you got to do one. Because what I don't want to do is meander and have a Fulmer 2.0. I don't want to meander and then have Scott Boras stare me down, and then I got to spend an extra $100 million or $150 million, or even worse, I don't get to dictate where Skubal goes. I have to sit back, relax, and watch him become a Texas Ranger, whatever it is, in a couple of years. So if you believe the Tigers are good and you believe they're going to win sooner rather than later, sign the kid. Let's not get into a Boras war. Or if you believe they're bad, this is going nowhere, and I'm scared about Chris owning the team, trade him. But I want Scott Harris and Chris Ilitch to have to show us who they are. And that's where we start the day. David, Ticket Text, what do you got for me?
Mike, great idea on trading Skubal. I would do it in a heartbeat. Al from Macomb. Someone else says trade him. 2 major arm surgeries. Let someone else pay him. I would not trade Skubal if they don't sign him. I trade him with a year left, but I try to extend first.
Okay, and that's fine. Just understand, the longer you wait, the less he's worth. Right now, you would command a Godfather offer. That's what Skubal's thought of in baseball. And he's left-handed.
Mike, I like it. Interesting. This is the time to make the decision and put out feelers. Do it before the All-Star game so you know what you can get. The value may change as you get closer to the deadline.
Right. That's right. And again, you don't have to do it.
Right.
But I think if you're a supporter of Scott Harris and you're a supporter of Chris Ilitch and you're a supporter that, hey, Mike's an unreasonable bleep hole from New York, fine. Then go shopping. Because what's the point of Skubal winning a Cy Young if you're going to finish the season 3 games under 500? I mean, just answer it for me. Or what do you believe is going to happen this offseason that will have a seismic shift in who they are to be a 95-win team
Well,
next
see, that's
year?
why I said to me, you just go ahead and trade him because you kind of shown me this past offseason.
Past 2, Rico.
Yeah.
You can say it.
No, but see, I really put a lot of stock in this because the bad contracts were gone. So we didn't have to hear about, well, we're paying Miggy and we're all gone.
Still paying Baez. That's a cheap shot. I'm not arguing with you. I couldn't resist. I'm sorry.
You did nothing. You really didn't improve the team that much. You have money. It's not like you're like, well, we're so over, the payroll is so ballooned.
Have you seen the new bathtubs in Lakeland, though? Those cost money, Rico. How dare you?
I mean, the new stripes on the plane. Team plane.
God.
Yeah.
My goodness. A scoreboard that no one sees.
And last
yes.
time I heard, they're extending the tarmac.
That's right. Endless runway. David, one more and we'll go to the people.
This is from Mike. He says, trade him. I would never give a pitcher that kind of money. They're ticking time bombs. I save that kind of money for positional players. So, yes, trade for some.
Okay. Call the Yankees. Get Dominguez and Spencer Jones. Now my outfield's what? Oh, but what about Max Clark? I don't know if Max Clark's any good. And plus, I'm not waiting around 2 years to find out. I'll figure it out. I'll teach someone how to play first. I'll figure it out. We have a DH. I'll figure it out.
Or best case scenario, he turns out to be good, and now you have trade pieces.
Let's go to Paul, 97.1. What's up, Paulie?
Hey, I appreciate you good gentlemen. How you guys doing?
Hey, man.
Hey, before I start real quick, Rico, I'd like to ask you a favor, man. Can you please keep an eye on Mike? I mean, the last couple of years, Mike's rants, specifically on the Tigers and our sports teams, has really gotten, it seems like, his blood pressure up. And you don't want to come into the studio one day and see on top of the ceiling Mike go Shawshank with Valenti was here.
No, Paul, I'll just tell you.
Just so you know, we've been working on a new marquee. So if that happens,
Yeah, the letters, Paul, the letters are up there in Velcro. They're easily changeable. No, Paul, we're
Paul,
in a...
it's why I send him off to go watch the ponies every now and then.
That's right.
It gets his blood pressure down. Go watch him run around in circles.
All right. So real quick, hey Mike, I'm telling you, I'm a little bit older than you guys. Huge sport. Love all the sports, and a huge Detroit sports fan. And I'm saying the last, I'd say probably 5 to 6 years, probably a little bit longer than that, man. Something about just watching all the sports and tuning in and going to the games is kind of soured on me. We're gonna throw out what the Lions did last year. We'll throw that out. But Mike, it was to the point where I couldn't even explain to my friends why, hey man, you're not watching the games, you're not involved, what's going on? And Mike, I could not figure it out, but finally I really think it's because of all the treacherous team, the management we've been seeing with all 4 of these teams, and especially the Tigers as well.
Yep.
But I think it's worn on me and really turned me off. I never thought I would say that, but going back to your point, I think I would trade him because we have all the pitching. And definitely, I would definitely try to go after some skilled positional players. But if you decide to keep them, I'm cool with that too. But I would prefer trading them based on all the arms we have.
That's
I'll
right.
listen to you guys. I appreciate you.
Appreciate you. And Paul, just understand something too. I mean, we are in the longest championship drought in this city's history, 16 years. We got a basketball owner who isn't aware the playoffs have started. We've got a guy who owns the hockey team, and it's starting to feel, if I have to hear another, well, they're incrementally getting better. Stevie, make the playoffs. We got a baseball team that has the longest playoff drought in the sport and no end in sight. Sorry, not sorry. The saving grace is the Lions.
Mm-hmm.
My point to you is, it's like I am who I am. I don't get apathetic. I get angry. And I feel like that's just, I can't be anybody else. I want to win. I want a baseball team that helps our business. Okay, here, you want the real deal?
See,
them losing does not help us.
No, and I think if you go out there and you at least try and you fail, but you know what? I thought that player X, Y, and Z would help bring a title here, and I was wrong. You made a bold move. It happens. But you made a move. Yeah. You did something.
Oh, I think it's nearing a point where Scott Harris has to do something. See, what I don't accept is this. I hate when GMs never talk. They're never seen. The only thing Scott Harris has said all year was at the Detroit Economic Club. Either Chris or Scott, you come out and go, not going good. Or, hey, guys, straight up, we're nowhere close.
Mm-hmm.
Just tell us what is going on here, or you got to do something. Now, I'm gonna get to the point. Obviously, it's only May 17th, but Rico, if it's a month from now and they're 5 games under 500, guess what? Oh, I'm right there with you. The topic will be, you need to make impactful trades.
Gotta make it
Trade and develop, because the spending I really don't think is going to happen. Not the way I want.
Right. And with the whole pitcher thing, like as the caller said, the texter said, it is a time bomb. Like you want these guys to stay healthy, but the sooner you can move them while his stock is high, the more you can get back in return.
Uh-oh, microphone went off mid-sentence. We might need an engineer on that. Being number one isn't easy. Takes years of experience, dedication, determination. Serta's got it all. They got the experience, 111 years of it, making the best mattresses. And they're made right here in Michigan. Right now, during the Memorial Day sale, you save $900 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, to the people we go. We're going to play Goff or. It's the last chapter in the week of Goff's extension. I think it's going to be interesting to see if Kenny and Rico and David, if the list looks different. It's going to be a fun game. You guys get to play along with it, but it's about positioning your quarterback now that you've paid him. And we're going to make money a factor. We're going to have some fun.
Okay.
Let's go to TJ 97.1. TJ, how you doing, buddy? What's going on?
Hey, guys. What's going on?
Hey, talk to me.
Yeah, so I'm really in agreement with Rico here. I remember when Fulmer was crushing it in his rookie year, a buddy of mine said, buddy, we got to trade him. And at the time, I was like, come on, bro. We're like almost there. But we have precedent for what ended up happening, an injury. And even if we did get a couple bats, we'd still get blasted in the playoffs like we would now. So I think trade Skubal, get the most value we can, and let's seriously start competing.
Yeah, and again, TJ, it's a specific type of deal you'd be looking for, which is going to be I've used the Orioles.
A King's ransom?
Yes, and it'd be the Orioles and the Yankees. I'm not dealing for single and double A guys. I'm dealing for guys that are here and or about to be here.
I was going to say the key is that by the end of the season, everybody that you traded for will get a shot at the major leagues. That's what I'm looking for.
Right. Yeah, and maybe they'll be in a different farm system and not look like our prospects end up looking like when they get up here.
That's the other thing. And fair or unfair, I can only tell you what I'm feeling right now is it just doesn't feel like your prospects are any good. I mean, Cole Keith, we'll give him all the time in the world. We paid him. I hope he turns it around. Right now, he's a platoon player. Parker Meadows sucks. Torkelson looks closer to a guy who's not going to be in this league than a guy who's going to be Pete Alonso. And what else? Max Clark 2 years from now? Justin Henry Malloy, am I waiting on Young, who I got to teach to play third base? The point is, we need help. We need help.
Yep.
And I unless all these guys together turn it around and hit and become stars, you're headed nowhere.
That's why I say, you know what? I'm going to give you new cans to kick. There you go, Scott.
How uplifting by Rico. Let's go. I'm talking about supercharging a rebuild and getting us to be interesting and fun. Rico, kick can.
No, because Mike, sometimes you just have
the deflator.
No, sometimes you just have to accept people for who they are and what they show you. And he is showing me they're not that interesting.
Okay, well, I'm going to believe Scott Harris is a good baseball man until I have proof that he's not. Okay. Right now, I just view it like he's Yzerman 2.0 and that he thinks he's got 5 years.
I'll wait till Monday. You'll see things my way.
What are they going to get? Swept out of the desert?
No, I'm just,
They'll win tonight.
No, because when I said, hey, maybe we should make this trade. Don't you say that. And then the next day, you agreed with me.
Oh, I had a better spin on it. You were just like, sell everything. I'm like, Rico, it's April.
No, I was like, your pitching staff is going to be coveted. And it still is.
Taylor, 97.1. What's up, Taylor?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Good. I am calling with a bit of a unique perspective as a Cleveland fan, but I think the Tigers need to trade Skubal with the years of control that he has because his value is never going to be higher. And it's something that I've seen my team do, the Guardians, for years when we traded Sabathia, Cliff Lee, Clevenger.
And you messed up last year. You messed up by not trading Bieber.
Exactly. And that's what I was going to say is, and we've seen it go the other way where we hold on to a guy, and then once these pitchers hit 30 years old, you don't know what's going to happen. They're going to flame out. For every Verlander pitching into his 40s, there's 20 guys who flame out at 30. So get the value now. Get hitters. We got Josh Naylor for Mike Clevenger. We got Michael Brantley for CC Sabathia. That's something that's allowed Cleveland to be competitive for a long stretch because we move our pitchers and we get hitters in that we know we can develop and turn into quality major league bats.
Yeah, and I mean, Taylor, let me ask you a question since you've got a perspective of being a fan of another team. When you see the Tigers continuing to roll out Javi Baez on a daily basis, what is your response to that?
Yeah, I mean, I hated that signing when when it went down. I thought that he was the last guy I'd give, triple-digit millions to. But yeah, it's inexcusable. I mean, my team doesn't spend at all. We are always bottom 5 payroll, and I accept that. But for the Tigers, this is a big market. This is a much bigger market than Cleveland, and you guys have the cash, and so to see Javi Baez, just like nothing should be stopping this organization from being able to just buy this guy out and say, get out of here, let's move on. You've got the cash. I don't understand.
Yeah, he's one of the richest owners in the sport. And I mean, Taylor, I know, the Chris defenders will come out. Oh, easy for you to say. Guys, he's one of the 6-7 richest owners in the sport. $90 million, he'd find it in his couch cushion.
Yep.
He'll make it in interest next week. I know that sounds insane, but you got to work on billionaire scale. That's before we even talk about the payroll. And if you bought Javi out.
I mean, man, he may see it just in ticket sales because people all of a sudden may say, hey, you know what? They're trying.
98 million in ticket sales?
No. I'm just saying. But all of a sudden, people will start coming back to the park and saying, okay, now you're doing something. Now you're showing me something.
I think the biggest failing of Harris is not bringing in just a competition at the position. You bring in another guy who's not named Zach McKinstry to go, look, if the Baez thing goes sideways, I got an option. Yeah. See, that's another topic we haven't done is who do you blame here? Look, do you blame Chris as to why Baez plays every day? Do you blame Scott Harris? Or do you blame A.J. Hinch?
See, I would have to go all the way up to the top to Chris because bottom line is if he said, I don't want him here,
he'd be gone.
He's gone. Like, A.J. is the least, because to me,
but see, AJ's too smart of a baseball man to be rolling out a guy with a negative WAR, negative DRS, the worst OPS in the sport. AJ plays analytics to death.
And maybe I'm giving AJ too much credit, but I just feel like he is saying, guys, you got to help me out here. No, we have a plan.
So then you're blaming Scott or Chris.
I'm saying higher than him because you're right. He's smart enough. It's the conversations we will never be privy to, but I got to think that you got to help me out here, guys. Am I putting him back out here again? Yes. Fine. I'm going to bat him 8th. I don't care so long as he's in the lineup. Like, he's doing everything he can. Telling you, like, well, maybe I have to just sit him down. Maybe his hands are tied.
He needs to do what Philip Seymour Hoffman did in Moneyball. I'm playing Pena. The lineup card is mine. Go back to your office. I want Hildebrand at first. I'm playing Pena. And then you make Scott Harris go, well, you can't play Pena tonight. I traded him. Mm-hmm. Just, please, somebody stop the insanity.
Right. So, yes, I do believe it's higher than that. That it could simply be, we're paying this guy all this money. Let's wait and see if he turns it around.
Oh, my God. God is demanding Baez plays?
No,
is
not
that what you're telling
high.
me?
Not that high. You went too far.
Baez must play. Rico.
Nah, I think it starts with ownership.
Hear my words. Baez plays tonight.
But then I would say you must know something he's going to be doing in the next couple of weeks. Show me a sign. If that's the case, let him go 3 for 4 tonight.
Man, I got nothing. I got nothing for you.
Right, I need a sign or else I got to get rid of him.
You realize elite shortstops in the league right now are +8 in defensive run saves? Javi Baez is a -1. You can't even hang your hat on, well, he's a good defensive player. No, he's not. Everything's gone.
Yeah, there's really nothing.
And the Tigers collectively are the puppy with the house on fire with their coffee cup saying, everything's fine. This is fine.
And that's why I say I don't blame AJ for this. I think that his hands are tied. He has to.
I blame everybody. All right.
Everybody's got a boss, man.
You know what? But what are they going to do? They're going to fire AJ Hinch because he wants to sit Baez? Do you know what an embarrassment to this franchise that would be? You can't fire Hinch for that. I tell you what, you want me to play AJ Baez, you come down here with a handgun and you make me play him. Get the hell out of my office. What are they going to do? Fire him? Go hire the ghost of Louis Pujols?
But remember, AJ is still trying to get his image back from, the whole Astro thing.
Don't nobody think about that anymore.
No,
they don't think about that anymore.
You think about what's happening.
What image? Would you rather have the image as the guy who played Javi with a 411 OPS?
No, I'm sure he would not want to have that image, but you're saying, well, what is he going to do? Yeah, AJ, remember, we gave you this job when nobody else would.
Oh, then take the job.
He can go anywhere else then.
He don't need the money. At a certain point, you go, fellas, if you fire me on my own merits, I'll live with it. But you keep making me play this dead guy, I'm not doing it. What?
I'm not his agent. I'm just saying I don't blame him.
Well, I do. And things. All right, listen. Summer weather, road trips, fun. Things that are not Baez related. Moran Buick GMC, 24 GMC Terrain, $279 a month, 24 months. The 24 Buick Encore, $229 a month, 36 months. New stock arriving daily. Easy ordering process. MoranExpress.com. Yes, Yukons are available. Denali's are available. Make sure your car is ready for the summer road trips as well. With Moran Buick GMC's certified service, you get the free loaner vehicle. It's always fast, always easy. MoranExpress.com. At Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. All right, let's get a little football in the mix. Music, please. It's Floral Fridays, Kenny.
It's a Floral Friday football today. I wanted to start with a little bit of college.
Okay.
Saw a headline on
Oh,
exactly. I saw a headline on CBS this morning saying Caitlin DeBoer thinks Alabama is playoff ready right now. No big deal about that. But is he ready for how high the expectations from the fan base in Alabama is going to be?
I don't think so. I know Rico and I disagree, and that's okay. I question
Oh,
the
no,
fit.
we actually agree on this.
Oh, all right. No, I question the fit, brother, because he's not a recruiter. He's never coached in a high-pressure environment. And no disrespect, while it takes skill and wisdom to go, I'm going to get my guy from Indiana to come to Washington. He hasn't proven he can develop a QB. Penix has been Penix from day one.
Right.
So Kenny, and here's the other thing, I'll just say it, Milroe sucks.
Well, that's just it. Milroe is going to be the litmus test. If all of a sudden he can get consistency out of him, that'll buy him some time that because you're Alabama, you simply walk into a kid's house and say, don't you want to play for Bama? Yes, I do, coach.
Right.
You don't really have to recruit that hard. It's like Duke in basketball. You're going to get players. Now, to answer Kenny's question, I don't think he understands the pressure cooker that he's in because 3 wins means you've had a failure of a season.
Right. Win, but it's not by enough, you're dead.
Right.
It's a whole different thing down there.
We just lost to Auburn? Oh, okay. Hot seat.
Right. So going to the NFL, one of the bigger storylines has been Tua. He's been absent for most of the offseason, worked for the Dolphins. Mike Florio said that he's in a tough spot with the Dolphins, that contract situation. How do you see that ending?
Him getting paid. It's how it always ends. Yeah. He'll get paid. I think it's a dicey contract to sign. I mean, I don't mind him, but am I really ready to pay him more than Jared Goff? No, I am not. But that's what's going to happen, Kenny. Deadlines make deals. People don't.
Yeah, and you have to be ready to say, I'm going to pay this guy higher than, player X because that's just the nature of the beast. And it doesn't make sense, but it's who's ever next is going to be the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. I don't think that Miami's going to get rid of him. I don't think Miami wants to start over again. It's more of the devil that you know. We score a lot of points. We just have to find a way to stop teams and play in cold weather when it comes to the playoffs.
Here's the delicate balance, too, is you don't want to saddle a new coach with that contract. If McDaniel doesn't make the playoffs or doesn't win a playoff game, I could see Stephen Ross getting rid of him. Meaning, if I sign Tua, the next guy has to be willing to inherit that. That's also a danger thing. Like, I'm not trying to be an alarmist. I like McDaniel. He's fun. I don't think he's done a bad job. But they can't go out and have a year like they had, tank in December, and get embarrassed in a playoff game again.
Right, but the thing is, you've had a little bit of success. It'll be hard to sell your fans on, well, we're going to bring in a new quarterback, and we're going to have to start all over again.
So over 100,000 fans and people have signed a petition for the Chiefs to release kicker Harrison Butker for his speech that he made. God. I want you guys to discuss that because I think that's been one of the bigger storylines.
Yeah,
in the NFL
here's where I'm at with it. I don't understand why we have to cancel people when they say things we just don't agree with. All right, look, am I endorsing what Butker said? No. My point is, I don't feel a need to launch him into space. It's America. He said so. What do you want me to say? Now, I also didn't just take a word of it. I listened to the whole thing. I think he's a little zany. I'm also not a religious person. But you're at Benedictine College, and it's all this faith-based stuff. Whatever, man. Somebody should have looked at his speech before he got up there. But no, I don't think it should cost him the ability to kick a ball. You could just say, I don't agree with the guy. And I move on with my day. It takes a lot for me to be offended. Sorry. Go ahead, Rico. Am I crazy that I'm not crazy about the Butker thing?
No, Mike, you're not crazy. The thing is, he went off the rails. It was like, oh, okay. I've been saying, it reminded me back in the day of the old Reggie White speech where he had great intentions and somehow it just went sideways and got away from him. Would I have said it at any of that stuff? Probably not, but he did. You chose to bring him here, so you deal with the fallout, but to kick him off the team, no, because you're right. That's what's wrong now. It's like if you say something that you offend people, well, now you need to be buried in a hole somewhere.
But you have people now who are professionally offended. That's their profession. Be offended. Find something to be offended by or they cannot function in their day. I saw what Bucker said. I go, well, that's probably not going to go over well. And I finished eating my breakfast. I don't need the man launched into space.
Right.
I don't care.
Because when I heard it and I watched it, I was just like, well, that's odd. Like, why would you say that at a graduation?
I go to David. He's the religious one. I don't know.
No, I mean, it was just one of those, like, I didn't understand it, but I don't have to understand everything. You knew who you were bringing in. Maybe somebody should have read the speech. Hey, you know what? Run that past us. We just want to see what you're going to do. It felt like he may have gone off script a little bit, and here we are.
Some teammates have supported him. The heiress to the Chiefs' kingdom has supported him. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't really care. Next.
Both of you have said this. If you have to pre-read someone's speech, then just don't invite them, period. Okay? That's what they probably shouldn't have done in the first place.
How many people had to say no to Benedictine College before Harrison Bucker is your choice for a commencement speech?
Can we get Mahomes? No. Kelsey? No. Taylor Swift?
Rashee
No.
Rice? He's indisposed currently.
You can either get Buckner or Kadarius Toney. We'll take Buckner.
Let's go up to the broadcast booth. Jason Kelsey in, RG3 out on ESPN's Monday Night Countdown. Is that a good ad? Is that a good replacement?
This would be my version of can't be worse.
Like RG3?
RG3 is a crime against broadcasting. So can't be worse.
At least RG3 is entertaining.
No. Once you went with Big Penix energy and orgy in the end zone and all the nonsense. No, we're done here. We're good.
He's just a modern day Chris Berman. He just comes up with weird stuff to
So an
say.
idiot. Got it.
But Berman ends up going into the Hall of Fame.
Not my Hall of Fame.
Kelsey.
You can like him. I don't.
No, Kelsey is just one of those, okay, after you finish shotgunning a beer, what else are you going to bring?
I said to you, it ain't that Kelsey's good. It's that I would have taken an empty beer can over RG3.
I like RG3.
Good for you.
So I saw a headline, an article about contending teams and their biggest weakness. So speaking of speaking of Jason Kelsey, rather, will the tush push be as effective without him?
No. I'm not trying to be smart.
Because it was like 100% success rate when you saw it last year.
He's the straw that stirs the drink. Now, it also helps that your quarterback squats 650 pounds. You know, Jalen Hurts is the strongest lower body quarterback in the game. That combined with a borderline Hall of Fame center, that's why it's really good too. And then you get to the part it's a totally unfair play. Rico?
It's not unfair.
I just put that there for you.
I know. You know what? I feel like Mike, Kenny. That's a great question. Wow. That's a really good question. I didn't think about that. Yeah, your center is gone, but no, I think that they will. And I think they'll still get it in the high 90% range. It's not an unfair play. Everybody can run the play. They just choose not to do it as well as Philly.
So still enough where you're going to see it probably every single game.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, as much as you won't see field goals kicked in this city, yeah, why not?
That's a cheap shot.
So back to the broadcast booth, Greg Olsen will take a $7 million salary hit as Tom Brady replaces him.
Total disgrace.
Olsen
has worked his way to being the premier guy on that network. He's very good at what he does. And now you're bringing in Captain Filler, Captain Botox. The guy is as boring as the day is long, and Olsen loses his gig. If I were Olsen, I'd say, I'll tell you what, cut my salary by $10 million. I'm going to free agency. He'd be scooped up in a heartbeat.
See, I wonder how long that contract is with all the new streaming services coming out there. They have to see what we see and say he's not happy. So guess what? We're going to build around him.
It's a disgrace.
We're going to pay him whatever. So he's going to take a pay cut now, but I think he'll make that money up in the future.
And by the way, can I make one edit to this? Can we please discuss this whole idea of agreeing to do a roast and then playing the victim?
That was literally on my notes for the next question is he's being roasted, and he reacted to it. Sometimes you don't know, and he didn't realize it was going to be that bad, acting aggrieved.
Even worse, Giselle's playing the victim. You banged the Karate Kid. I didn't. You don't get to be mad at that. Tom, you agreed to this. What are we doing?
For this.
Oh, it had an effect on my kids. I'm sorry. When you read that Nikki Glazer and Kevin Hart and every professional ball breaker was going to be there, did you really think they weren't going to make your wife cheating on you with the jiu-jitsu coach a thing? I watched the roast. I mean, you knew what was coming.
Jeff Ross was there. You knew bad things were about to happen.
Don't agree to the roast. You don't need the money.
So the last thing here, are you going to watch the Giants Hard Knocks offseason?
No.
Stop. Okay.
Stop. Why are you looking at me with disapproval? Why?
Why do you feel like Mike, I'm laughing because it's funny what you're saying.
Oh, all right. My bad. I'm sorry.
You know what, Mike? Little known fact. Every now and then, I have the best seat in the house.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
There was a disapproval.
So, you know what's funny is when you get so upset, you literally have an argument with yourself.
I do, because I feel like I live on a different planet. It's
So-
like the Truman Show,
Right.
and I'm watching Brady and Giselle act as victims here, and it's not... That's not how it works.
So I don't interrupt you. I just
My
sit
bad.
back and wish I had some popcorn right now because
very
I'm
sorry.
watching you fight with yourself.
Now, Kenny, what did you ask me? What's the deal?
I said, are you going to watch the Giants Hard Knocks? And then I answered it, no, because
Yeah, no.
obviously you're not.
No.
And that is football today.
Go to hell. All right, NBA playoffs. FanDuel giving all customers 2 chances to bring home a big win with the no-sweat same-game parlay every weekend in the NBA playoffs. Just place an SGP on any matchup. You get bonus bets back if you don't win. Bet on everything from the rebounds, assists, three-pointers, you name it. FanDuel offers it. FanDuel.com/ticket. Shoot your shot with America's #1 sports book. It's FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you've got a gambling problem, call 1-800-270-7117.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Tarek Skubal goes for 6-0 tonight as the Tigers start a 3-game series at Arizona. Skubal leads baseball with a 2.01 fielding independent pitching. That's currently the second best mark in the Tigers' 130-year history. Here, Tigers and D-backs on 97.1 The Ticket. It's a 9:40 first pitch. It's not pitching Detroit should be worried about, but MLB insider Jon Heyman said the Tigers could add another arm, one that belongs to a familiar name. And an update on the PGA Championship leaderboard. Colin Morikawa has taken the lead at 11 under. Scotty Scheffler apparently suffering no jail hangover. He's 5th at 8 under. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Okay, I'm while Beanie was doing his update, I turned into the Nick Young gif. Okay, if the Tigers go out and trade for Justin Verlander, we have reached parity status. We are not serious about winning baseball games. We are just here to be carniacs. Mm-hmm. I am choosing to ignore Beanie and ignore Jon Heyman and ignore anything I just heard.
Well, you know, the Tigers are interested. It's not a great vacation spot, but he could see that.
We're down here. We are going to focus on business. I'm not doing that.
Come on,
topic.
you're rocking the old English D.
No, I am not doing that topic. Do not ask me to.
Come on.
No, we have things to do. No.
I think it could happen. It would be a great pickup.
David, he's not stopping.
No.
We're not doing it because it's going to put me in a negative space and I don't want to be there. We have to play Goff or.
Okay.
So here's the rules of the game. We now have had all week to either celebrate or stress out on the Goff extension. And now the dust is settled. So before you get to your weekend, I wanted to do something to just try to see if we could place what our money bought us. And it is a way of ranking Jared Goff. And it's like yesterday's show. When you're not really big into doing things like this, the best thing you can do is take a page out of what our government does. You just pay somebody else to do it. So that's what we're doing here. We're going to have Kenny and Rico and hell, even David if he wanted to. We're going to play a game of Goff or. I have the latest and greatest in quarterback power rankings. And I'm going to ask you the question. Goff or, boom, quarterback. And you give me your answer. You say Goff, we go up the list. You don't, we take a pause. Then what you have to do is you got to stand on business. You're going to live with your answers. So the real term of Goff's contract is 4 years. We all agree on that?
Yep.
Okay. You need to tell me, is Jared Goff over the course of the next 4 seasons better than what I'm giving you here? So it's going to allow projection to play a role. Now, a lot of these other players were not available to you. We know this. But it's about understanding what your money got you and just how good do you believe Goff is. Now, if you're somebody like Cookies, you've probably got Jared Goff somewhere 4th or 5th in the Canadian Football League. If you're an adult, you've got Goff somewhere in the top half of football. And if you're a Goff supporter, a Goff truther, Goff is probably somewhere in your top 8 or 9. So who wants to play the game first?
So this is all quarterbacks, not just free agents.
Man, what did I just say?
I'm just clarifying.
Hell yes, it's all quarterbacks.
Just clarifying.
According to the new CBS Sports quarterback power ranking, who wants to play the game first? Who wants pizza?
Let's go.
You want to play?
Yes.
Now, Rico, we can do this 2 ways. Kenny can do his list, and then you can do yours. Or you two can just fight about it like 2 Golden Girls.
Let's do that. That sounds way better.
The fighting?
Yeah.
Okay.
David in on this or no? Okay. No, you were just saying me and Kenny, so I was like, listen.
Well, David might have.
Basically,
We learned pre-show David might have a shelf life, so I'm not sure if David is here or not. Rico said.
Kenny, we can move along now.
Okay.
All right. Let's play Goff or. Gentlemen. Goff or Daniel Jones?
Goff.
Yeah. Okay.
Kenny speaks for me.
He's the proxy.
Can you make that a drop, David? I would like that.
Goff. Well, we know what else you like. Goff or Bryce Young?
Goff.
And again, you can allow projection, but I'm just saying it's Goff. Okay, Goff for Bo Nix?
Goff.
Yeah. Goff for Minshew?
Goff.
Goff for Jaden Daniels? Nobody asked you.
Goff.
Projection? You can allow for it.
I'm going to take Jaden Daniels.
Okay.
I want you to write that down on your list. We'll carry on. This I can't say with a straight face. Goff or Jacoby Brissett? Okay, then. Goff or Derek Carr?
Goff.
Okay. This is the easy part. Goff or J.J. McSizzle?
Goff.
Rico nods. This is an audio format. I'm going to need a
Goff.
verbal cue. Now, this one's interesting, and this is a James Costa test. Goff or Anthony Richardson?
Goff.
I don't know what Anthony Richardson is. I'm going to go with Goff.
Exactly.
Goff or Caleb Williams?
Well, if I believe the hype, it's going to be Caleb Williams. If you're projecting, you know what? If I can project Jaden, I'll project Caleb.
I won't. Goff.
I'm adding it to the list.
I got you, because I'll tell you one thing. He's starting to pretend he's John Jansen over here.
No.
Jansen had him better than Joe Montana. It was something to behold. All right, here we go.
Projecting here.
Goff or Will Levis?
Goff.
Goff or Kyler Murray?
Goff.
Goff or Baker Mayfield?
Goff.
Do we have the drop of this next guy? Goff or... No, definitely not that. What did Rico call this man yesterday? Hint.
Goff.
That's
a great drop. That'll be good in the tournament.
Oh, it sounds like Rico's drunk. It's the best. Mr. Dangerous. All right. Goff or Geno Smith? Goff or newly tattooed with blank Super Bowl ring. Did you see this?
No.
Goff or Deshaun Watson?
Goff.
Are you serious?
Full back piece, and there's a Super Bowl ring. It just doesn't have what year. Uh-oh. Goff or Deshaun Watson?
Dumb thing to do.
All
I
right.
say Goff just because of the tattoo.
I'm going to go Goff because something happened while he was off that Deshaun Watson is not the same quarterback.
This is where the fun begins now, fellas. Goff or Matthew Stafford?
Goff.
4-year projection. I don't think Stafford's going to be around in the next 4 years, so Goff wins by default.
Goff or Trevor Lawrence?
Goff.
Got him.
I think Lawrence hit a wall. I do.
You think so, Kenny?
Yeah.
All right. I'll go with Kenny.
Goff or Cousins?
Goff. Although it is very Spider-Man meme.
I was about to say they're the same person.
Goff or Tua?
Goff.
Taking Tua.
Goff or Aaron Rodgers?
Aaron Rodgers might fall apart any second.
Aaron Rodgers may not be there in the next 4 games, let alone 4 years.
Okay.
Goff.
Goff.
Goff or Jordan Love?
Love.
I think I want to know what love is.
Wow. Goff or Herbert?
Goff.
Whoa, really?
Yeah.
What
I'm
sorry.
laughing at his new drop.
Which one?
What he just said.
Kenny's been on a roll. Goff or Herbert?
Yeah, you know what? I'm switching. I'm going Herbert.
Okay. Goff or Dak?
Projecting.
Goff.
Ooh. That's kind of a Spider-Man-ish too. Because Dak's going to stay with the Cowboys, so that means he'll never see a Super Bowl. I go with Goff.
Goff or Hurts?
Hurts.
Goff or Lamar?
Lamar.
Goff or Stroud?
Stroud.
Goff or Burrow?
Burrow.
Goff or Allen?
Allen.
Goff or Purdy?
Purdy.
Goff.
Okay, write that down, please. And Goff or Mahomes? Don't you dare say Goff.
Yeah.
All right.
Goff.
Here's Thank you, John. So let's tabulate. Rico, how many names are on your list that you selected other than Goff? Kenny, how many are on your list that you've selected other than Goff?
Between Lamar, it was Lamar Stroud.
Just
and,
the number. I don't even care
no,
about
no,
the
no.
names.
I'm saying I'm the one. I think 9.
Okay.
I may have missed one.
I had 3 less than Rico, so 6.
Okay, so Kenny has Goff as quarterback 7 over the next 4 years. Rico has Goff as quarterback 10. Issues, comments, concerns, verbal abuse, anything of the above. Would you like to participate? 248-539-9797. And of course, Goff above. I can't get enough.
Oh,
please put that up. That's, well.
Actually, I have him at 11, Mike.
And Kenny, if there you go.
Kenny, I have him at 11. You have him at 8.
11 and 8.
Yes.
Okay.
I think that's right about where I'm at. That's where I would have guessed that I would have been.
The question becomes, are you satisfied with the investment? We'll talk about it next. Music is dramatic. Thank you, David. America's favorite place to watch football. Stadium Swim, located Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at the best viewing experience built for you, the fan. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view of the massive screen located at Circa, and it is ready to roll. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Okay, so we've established the baseline here for Kenny and Rico. And whether you want to partake in attacking it or agreeing with where they have Goff, here's the real reason we did this. Now that the contract's done, Kenny's got him as the 8th best quarterback. Rico has him as the 11th, both today and with projection over 4 years. Here's my question. If Goff is only the 8th best quarterback or the 11th best QB in football, can you win a Super Bowl? It forces you to really think about this. I mean, when Stafford won it, clearly he was one of the 8 best guys. When Burrow went there to lose to Stafford, clearly one of the 8 best guys. Who would be a quarterback that was 10th, 11th, 12th that's won a Super Bowl? And if so, how many are there? Now, historically speaking, you could bring up Brad Johnson. You could bring up Trent Dilfer. You could bring up Jeff Hostetler. The point I'm making is, now that you know, hey, Goff has given us the best football of his life, and Kenny still has the guy 8th. Rico's got him 11th. Is that good enough to win a Super Bowl? Now, I say yes because I believe in how you're built. Do I believe Goff needs more to go right, needs more support than some of these other guys? Of course I do. But any quarterback, I mean, if you go into a situation with no help, there's very few guys in the history of this game that are able to thrive. I think Goff's absolutely good enough to win a Super Bowl. But I want to know from people, once you put pencil to paper and start not thinking about or maybe kind of sort of, no, make hard decisions on where you have Goff ranked. How do you feel about the contract, and do you believe that the ultimate prize is absolutely in reach?
It's an interesting spin you put on that, Mike, because when you look at the history of Super Bowl winning quarterbacks, most sit within the top 5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The exception, Nick Foles, because even at the time, Russell Wilson was good.
He has a different name.
No, he was Russell Wilson then. Now I don't know who he is. I guess the biggest one I would have to ask you, Mike, is where you would put Eli in there.
No, Eli's the outlier.
But yeah,
Eli was, I will tell you this, and I'll fight tooth and nail. Eli was never a top 8 quarterback in the sport.
Yeah, most of your
I'll
quarterbacks.
fight you tooth and nail on it.
Looking at Brady, Roethlisberger, Peyton Manning, Drew Brees, Aaron Rodgers. I guess Flacco would be another outlier.
Sure.
Wilson, Brady, Manning again. Yeah.
And do yourself the favor.
And Stafford.
Right. If you want to expand it, look at the quarterbacks who lost the Super Bowl.
Okay.
And I know it's only to prove a point. While I am a Goff supporter, and while I believe he is good enough to do it, are you trying to do it on an alternative path? You are. You're going to be an outlier. That if Jared Goff wins a Super Bowl, he will be an outlier to the establishment of top 5 QBs winning it.
Well, if you use that criteria, Mike, he's actually in there because he actually made a Super Bowl.
He did.
And lost.
And Bill Belichick depantsed him.
One of the worst offensive Super Bowls ever.
Horrendous.
Man, that's a good question. Wow.
I try. 248-539-9797. David, your thoughts on this now that you're welcome to join us. And again, take a text momentarily.
Yeah, my thoughts on their rankings here were there were just a couple I would be different on. One may be controversial, but the first one I would be different on is Justin Herbert. He's better than Justin Herbert in my mind. Justin Herbert has done nothing. He has won nothing. I get all the yards, but until he wins something, I know you're projecting. I know, I get that.
Right.
But until he does it, I can't tell you that he will.
And David,
and Goff is taking teams to the Super Bowl.
No, but see, the reason why I am saying projecting is because, heck, 2 years ago, we didn't think that Jared Goff was this type of person.
Well, hold on, though, because he took the Rams to the Super Bowl. So I think we all knew, if you look at his career, he could do that. If everything around him worked, which it did in L.A. when he had Gurley and when he had Cooper, everything he had.
Right, I'm saying, and using that criteria, the Chargers haven't had anything around it. They've had pieces, but Herbert has not had a full
Understood.
So that's what I'm saying. Projecting, Harbaugh goes out there, says we're going to establish a running game because you know that's what they're going to do, take some pressure off of him, that yes, I think 4 years from now, he will be better.
Yeah, and there was one other. I would choose him over Lamar Jackson because, again, the same thing. I get 2-time MVP. But when it comes to doing your job in the playoffs, he has never done it. When he needs to make the throw.
That Lamar has stepped up like Goff
correct.
did against Tampa Bay or
Correct.
Goff did against the Rams.
Correct.
Lamar Jackson is a playoff choke artist to the tune of the fact Steve Spagnuolo of the Chiefs said, Lamar, go ahead and beat me. We are going to keep you in the pocket. Oh, don't worry. I'm not going to bring a ton of blitzes. You're going to read a defense, and you're going to have to beat me with your arm. And you know what Lamar did? He filled his diaper.
And that's
again.
why. And that's why, with the question you just asked, it's easier for me to say yes, they can win a Super Bowl with him because I have him closer to a top 5 quarterback in my mind.
Yeah.
So
I agree. But here's where I don't have him. And this is, I'm not trying to be provocative. We're just having a good time with it. He's not better than Jordan Love. So the reality is going to be the following.
Because, David, it's not just now. He said if you said now, then I would have said yes, better than Love. But projecting for the next 4 years?
See, I wouldn't.
Because, see, for me, for Love, it's one of those, okay, show me again.
I know.
And if you go out there and do it again this year, now that everybody's seen what you can do, you're legit.
I think the thing that's going to make this very tough, and again, my line of thinking is different than Rico's, you're going to have to win the Super Bowl and win a division where you don't have the best quarterback. That is a challenge. And I know that people here don't want to talk about things like that. I love your infrastructure. I love your head coach. I love how you guys play ball. But it is very hard, based on the data I had Rico give to you. The better quarterback wins the Super Bowl, and the better quarterback generally wins the division. Mm-hmm. Well, what have we said about the Lions? It is critical for them to play home playoff games. A, because you guys rock, and B, because your quarterback outdoors, that ain't something I want in January.
Green Bay, yeah.
And if Green Bay, if Green Bay got that higher seating, we'll see you in Lambeau Field. You see why it is just a fun discussion. I wouldn't have done it different. I wouldn't have not paid him. But I don't think this comes without challenges that Lion fans probably don't want to talk about. David, the ticket text, the slander, and more. We'll get to the phone calls momentarily.
if you look at the outliers, the teams they were on all resemble the team the Lions appear to be building. So, yes, they can win with him from Matt.
Really good up front. This defense will take a step forward. Yes, David. Agree.
I love Goff. What worries me is the history of quarterbacks that go to a Super Bowl, even the ones that lose and come back to win it. There really hasn't been any.
I believe the last 18 quarterbacks who have lost their first Super Bowl have yet to get back?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
Last, Burrow and Hurts have not, and that's just recent.
Keep going. David,
yeah.
Any quarterback who's made their debut and lost it, I don't think they've ever gotten back.
Yeah, Garoppolo did not. So that's another one in the recent memory.
That's, again.
Yeah.
But it's just something to monitor. I wouldn't have done this different. But look, all jokes aside, right? And me and Cookies have broken each other's chops on the Goff thing now for 2 years. I'm not mad at the debate. I just get mad at slander. Yeah, you had to pay this kid and he earned it. But does it come with challenges? Challenges that Brad Holmes is going to have to navigate. Yeah. Because he is not a top 5 QB. He is, and I don't think he's the best QB in this division. Now, that's not your fault. Jordan Love's not available. That's not your fault. Joe Burrow's not available. You signed the best guy for you. But it's going to be a task. It's going to be really, really hard. I'm excited we can talk about the Lions embarking on the adventure. I'm excited they got it done. But I think it's super interesting when you put pen to paper. Rico's studying over here, by the way, David. He is all in the book.
No, because I've counted 20 quarterbacks, including Purdy this last year, have not made it back. He hasn't had a chance to.
Right.
But yeah, 20 quarterbacks. But the caveat to that is you went up against Brady or Mahomes.
But you're always going to.
Yeah.
So part of what I'm saying is you're going to face a guy who's better than you twice a year in your own division that'll play a major role in determining where the playoff games get played? Well, what if, now don't get mad at me, but we're having fun. What if Caleb Williams is the truth? It's not a ridiculous statement to suggest he's the third best guy in the NFC North. So now if you have to go into these games against 4 games in your division where the other guy across from you, the biggest difference maker in sports, the most important position in all of sports, if those players are better than your guy, those games are really difficult. See, I think that's going to be interesting because I don't think there's another level to Goff. Goff is a Pro Bowl caliber, really good quarterback. I'll never use the word great. He's very good. Yeah. But the other 2 guys in his division, there's potential. I think one of them's already showing you great.
Right. The other level meaning, kind of like
they
Mahomes.
Yes.
10 seconds left on the clock. That's 9 seconds too much time.
They become that dude.
Yeah.
And that is something that, look, that's part of that's why we love football. It's why we love sports. It's why this division is going to be a bloodbath over the next 2 to 3 years.
You're right. Okay, I'm done studying.
I love it. No, please. More. 248-539-9797. We get to your phone calls next. When it comes to IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. They'll fight for you, organize a plan for you, and save your time and hard-earned money. Guys, they've taken on the IRS for years. Let them get to work for you. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or just call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to personally deal with the IRS again.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Michigan State has added its second starting caliber defensive back through the portal this week. Nikai Martinez, who started at Central Florida the last 2 seasons, has committed to the Spartans. He has 2 years of eligibility remaining. Martinez joins former North Carolina corner Legend Cavazos, who portaled to MSU a few days ago. State also picked up former Arizona State corner Ed Woods earlier this season. Offseason, that is. Former Michigan State pass rush coach Brandon Jordan out at Ohio State after just 3 months. The Buckeyes hired Jordan as a defensive assistant in February. He spent all of last season with the Seattle Seahawks. And Tigers with the first of 3 at Arizona tonight. Tarek Skubal throwing for Detroit, Ryan Nelson for the D-backs. Hear it here on The Ticket, coverage starting at 9:15. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. More at 4 or at 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, let's get to the people. Lou's in Rochester Hills. He's up next on The Ticket. Lou, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, when it comes to professional sports and athletes, you're always looking at what they do in the playoffs. The playoffs is like a different animal altogether, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you look at the playoffs last year, leading up to the Super Bowl, before the Super Bowl was played, Goff was leading in percentage, yards. Patrick Mahomes played in the Super Bowl. He had 333 yards passing and 2 touchdowns. He beat out Goff by 214 yards total, and he had 6 touchdowns. Goff had 4. So, I mean, up until the Super Bowl, he was probably the best quarterback in the NFL in the playoffs. And had he played in the Super Bowl, he would have beat Mahomes' numbers. He already had him beat before the Super Bowl. So I don't know why people aren't looking. You're talking about looking at hard numbers. That's what you're looking at, right? Numbers that matter.
Sure.
Yeah. So, this, and not to mention, he won 12 games through the regular season. Technically, it should have been 14 because of Dallas and Seattle games. We got screwed.
We won. Listen, you won the Dallas game. But I'm never acknowledging Dallas winning that game.
But see, here's the thing, though. If you just go strictly by numbers, then you have to put Lamar Jackson back into this conversation.
The numbers. But what did he do in the playoffs, though? What did
two-time MVP? So I'm just saying he's got the numbers. He made it all the way to the AFC Championship game.
Look, numbers is a dangerous solo argument. Now, Lou, I'm with you. What you do in the playoffs is always going to trump what you do in October. I'm with you.
Right.
I think you have to use multiple things in here. It's why I allowed for, hey, these guys wanted to project some of the younger QBs or process out the older ones. It's the reality of making a long-term commitment. I mean, Lou, I think he's good enough to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, he's definitely good enough. He's one of the best quarterbacks in the league. You got guys more athletic, whatever, but as far as, Tom Brady wasn't athletic. He stood in the pocket, and he won 7 Super Bowls. So, golf, Who knows? Who knows how many we can win here in the next 4 years?
Look, let's start with getting to one.
Can we do that?
We will.
Win one before we put him with Brady.
I mean, Lou's already getting fitted for rings 2, 3, and 4. Lou,
he's got that tattoo on his back.
Lou, I'm still convinced if the Lions win a Super Bowl, the meteor's hitting all of us, and we won't even get to enjoy it. So, let's just start with 1, Lou. That's all I want.
Yeah, that's just a dangerous thing if you just want to go stat-wise.
Yeah, I think that's always dangerous.
Yeah.
Well, player A and player B, it's like, okay, that's a reference point and a good one. But come on now. Let's go to Matt, 97.1. Matty, what's going on, buddy?
How's it going, fellas? Thanks for having me. Love the show. A couple things on Goff. I agree with Rico and Kenny right about 9 or 10. I don't see any reason why we lost in the playoff as to doing with him. You want to talk about calls. I like the aggressiveness or the drops, whatever. Stuff happens, but, I can't put that on Goff. And I hate the argument of, well, he's got all this stuff. If he was on the Panthers, he wouldn't be top 10. Well, that's irrelevant with what he's got. He produces, and he takes care of the football. So I don't see
it's the argument of, well, if you take Justin Herbert and put him here, well, he's not here. You got to take the quarterbacks in their current situations. You can allow for projection of growth, et cetera, or a guy like Rodgers turning 60, and you make your list. And I mean, look, I'm comfortable if first of all, my quarterback was ranked 32nd. Naturally, I'm very comfortable from a Lions perspective. If Goff is the 8th best quarterback in the sport and second only to Jalen Hurts in the NFC, sorry, Rat Purdy, I don't believe it. Yeah, I'm comfortable.
See, you'll never believe that, so that's why I'm never going to try to convince you on that.
I think the guy you need to be worried about is Jordan Love.
I think both.
Yeah, I mean, it's I hate SOL, but it's the most SOL thing to finally vanquish Rodgers. Cousins gone. You're the best team in the North, and then Caleb Love. I think he's legit. If Williams is the truth, I mean, it's like you can't catch a break. We're going to have the best division in football.
Oh, I think you are about to experience what David has lived with in the AFC North for years. I think this division is going to be whatever the best representation of the old NFC North was, it's back. Right. I think this division is going to be a street fight, Matt.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel for you with Jones. I mean, I hope he does better. I think you guys are kind of screwed with the contract.
Oh, we're totally effed.
I mean,
we're totally
everybody plays better in a winged helmet, so there's hope for him.
Nah.
But the jerseys are horrible.
All right, listen, everything's bad. Listen, the Giants have more problems than Kenny's credit score. We have real issues, and it's not going to be fixed anytime soon. I know this, Matt.
Yeah.
Tell my dad.
Dude. I mean, at least he's seen it before, you know.
Oh, but he's still optimistic. I mean, he was asking me about the uniforms. I go, Dad, it doesn't matter. They're going to win 4 or 5 games. Oh, Michael, come on now. Yeah. I'm like, Dad, all right, buddy.
And I love the Lions talk. I'm not going to derail it. Just a quick word of advice on the Pistons. I was on the phone with my dad and my brother after the draft that I didn't even know was happening, the lottery, but we just decided to kill them, almost like a family member that left, and 10 years later you just kill them. They've done nothing for me. I was 8 when the hard going to work Pistons broke up, and we just decided it'll take 15 years to get a championship team with the lottery and the way players develop. Yeah. So if you're hurt out there and you feel like you've been cheated, just kill them. It'll save you a lot of time.
That's listen, Matt. I mean, Rico shared with me something. It invalidates what I've been saying now for 6 weeks. Rico, where did you see the anonymous NBA general manager saying that the number 1 pick in this upcoming draft would not go higher than 7th most years?
Yeah, I believe it was an article I was reading on CBS Sportsline.
That's how bad this draft is.
Yeah. NBA, a high-ranking NBA executive said, yeah.
So essentially, the Pistons are picking 14th.
Well.
Oh, my heart, I'm coming, Elizabeth.
12th.
Oh, no.
They're picking 12th. Well, no, David, no, they're picking 12th. Because they got the 5th pick, so they're picking 12th.
That's not what I was saying.
Wow. All right.
I was quoting Fred Sanford. That's what I was quoting.
It doesn't matter at this point. And great segue to Northville Lumber, I guess. All right, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more Trex than Northville. Last year, contractors, homeowners bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields. And again, there's a reason. It's all in stock all the time at industry best pricing. I mean, right now, you can get some of it $1.59 a foot. So whether you're a do-it-yourselfer or a pro, they got you covered. They will introduce you to a Trex certified pro as well. So call Northville Lumber today or simply go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, we do it every Friday. Very exciting stuff. Cue up the cheesy 1940. By the number. It's sports by the numbers, David. All right, this week, lots of things happen, producing lots of numbers. This is where we all look like bigger idiots than we already are. David, the floor is yours.
Yes, so I have categories here. I have baseball, basketball, football, and other. Okay?
Other.
So if you want to choose
How about
a category.
Kenny's sport not even getting a column? You want to start with football? Just something. All right, let's go football to begin.
Maybe NHL is other.
We'll start with football.
He's got another category. It's called poverty sports.
I'm going to go with the number 6.
Number 6. Football. This week.
Amount of primetime games for the Detroit Lions.
The number of 1 p.m. games you play. Audio format. Somebody's got to speak.
No. That is true what they have, but that's not why I'm choosing 6 this
hold on.
time.
So timeout. It's sports by the numbers.
Yes.
I give you a number that's true.
Yes,
you
but
bleep
that's
all over
but
it
that's-
and tell me different
But
number.
that's not what I have. It's 6, but that's not why I chose 6 this time.
Number of illegitimate kids you have.
Is it? Wow.
I'll give you a hint. That is your hint.
I can't get enough of that. It's so stupid, but I love it.
I'll give it to you. 6. The Steelers play all 6 of the divisional games in their final 8 weeks of the regular season, starting in week 11.
That's terrible schedule making. That really is. To play all your divisional games in the back half?
So wait. 6 of the last 8. Guess who they play for the other 2 games?
Like the Chiefs or something?
The Chiefs and the Eagles.
Mr. Dangerous.
So
going.
6 divisional games, not hard enough. You know what? Throw in the
Right.
Chiefs and the Eagles while you're at it.
David, nice knowing you. I'll see you in the top 5 of the draft next spring.
Right. Not the Panthers. No.
No. We got something different for you.
Choose a category, Kenny.
Give me other, because I guess hockey might be in there.
Yeah, we knew which one you weren't selecting.
I'm going minus 57.
Minus 57, and this is in the other category, sports by the numbers this week. Now, can other be featured in one of the sports from the other categories or no?
No.
I was going to say, is that what the Nuggets were down by against Minnesota last night? Can we get a hint? Something that just guides us a little.
WNBA.
That'd be how much Caitlin Clark lost by to the New York Liberty?
That would be their point differential through 2 games. Negative 57. You just hate to see it.
She's getting there.
You just hate to see
Man, she's been terrible.
That's 2 games.
I mean, not that I've watched. I just by the numbers. She's been awful.
She's been trash, okay?
10 turnovers?
It took Kobe a while.
Okay. Listen, for the coverage that they're giving this league, I mean, gee whiz.
I'm kidding.
Man. Carry on.
I'll give you baseball.
Okay.
And I am going with 30. 30.
The sport of baseball this week, 30. Kenny, you're smiling like an idiot. What do you have? It's kind of bugging me.
I'm not sure. 30.
I was about to say, it's not the amount of runs the Tigers scored this week.
And it's not the amount they've allowed because their pitching's been great.
Javi Baez's total bases on the season.
This week.
In fact, I don't think he has 30. I think he has 27.
No, but it does have something to do with bases.
30 bases. Christ, I feel like that's what Ellie De La Cruz did last night.
Ding, ding,
For real?
ding. He has 30 stolen bases for the season. Got it this week.
He went like 5 for 5 last night.
In all
17
fairness,
steals.
He went 4 for 4 for 4 steals in the game against the Dodgers
Dave,
last
in all
night.
fairness, 3 strides and he's at second.
True. Ellie De La Cruz is a freak show.
I still remember when he stole second, third, and home.
Reminds me a lot of Colt Keith.
You know what? That's a flag. Mike, that's one.
Ellie De La Cruz or Parker Meadows?
I'm going to do
That's a
this one
great
just
or.
for Kenny. In the other category,
Yes.
3.
Kenny, the number 3.
3 in the other category.
Yeah, David, it's going to require a hint, brother.
I'm going to need a little more.
Games. Wait.
I already gave you your hint. It's for you.
Games that the Rangers lost?
No.
No.
It's for you.
Rangers scored 4 in the third period.
What do
to
you
eliminate.
watch every night, Kenny?
Um,
You should know this. He said Rangers.
Chris Kreider,
Hat trick.
the natural hat trick in
There
the third
you go.
period.
There
Yeah, all
we
right,
go.
I'm back.
All right, you're back.
Yeah, so it's a two-way meaning because,
You're
yes,
back.
he had a hat trick, but he also is one of only 3 Rangers who ever scored 3 goals in a single playoff period.
Can
Mark
you
Messier-
name the other 2? Okay, forget it.
Name the other one because I'm Mark Messier, Chris Kreider.
He can't. If it didn't happen in 2010 or beyond, he doesn't know it.
The guy is on TV right now. His name is Wayne Gretzky. Oh, Kenny.
Tell you who else is back, Kenny. Igor. Shesterkin is back.
That guy's electric.
You slandered him middle
I
of the
never
season.
once slandered him. You called him Sisterson once.
I did not. You know what? Leave it alone. That's a horse trainer. Leave it alone. Jack Sisterson does a very nice job. Carry on.
Basketball.
No, we know Kenny's out on this. All right, go ahead.
45.
45, Rico. This week, by the numbers, NBA playoffs, 45. I'll go again. The amount the Nuggets were down last night.
I was going to say points by the Wolves.
You're closer, Mike. It is the large 45 points was the victory total that the Timberwolves had. That is the largest playoff win against a defending champion in NBA history.
I think that's what makes it more stunning is just Denver. I'm not saying if they lost the game that it's a crime, but to not show up and lose by the professional equivalent of 100 points, I'm going, what planet am I on? It's like they just packed it in and went, we'll see for game 7.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to close it out with this one. Could not believe this number. 218 million.
218 million.
This is other?
Yes.
This week.
218 million in the other category. David, I need a hint. Got to have a little hint.
Highest paid athletes.
Oh, Stafford? No, not Stafford. I mean, Goff.
No, I'll just give it to you. Could not believe that this guy was number 2 on this list. So they listed the world's top 10 highest paid athletes. John Rahm, second with $218 million, a golfer.
Oh, the Live Tour.
Yes.
That makes sense now. You know what I almost said? And maybe it makes me a huge dumbass. I almost said Verstappen. The money in F1 is nuts.
He actually isn't on the top 10 list.
Yeah, all right, I'm a dumbass. There we go. Thank you.
That and soccer. Like, it always amazes me when I
big
see
time.
soccer players like, what?
Oh, yeah, teams will pay $70 million for the right to negotiate and pay a guy $300.
Now, the funny thing is with the golfers, finding this out today, you make this much money and you don't have somebody drive you around. You still drive yourself.
I don't know.
No, I mean, it's just one of those like, wait, he was driving himself?
Yeah, by the way, there were 5 soccer players. Half the list.
Right,
Soccer
that's
players.
what I was like. Soccer is just like
I mean, like Mbappe and
yeah, you got Messi,
what
Ronaldo.
about the kid with the ponytail in England? He's Belgian. Not Hocken. The hell's his name?
I don't. He's not on this list.
We'll just
Got
call him that
Neymar
guy.
on this list. Benzema on this list.
Benzema.
Yeah. So
who's the guy? You know what? It doesn't matter. That's the key. I don't have to stress about it. Nobody cares about that sport. All right, we'll move it on. That is Sports Dangerous.
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties.
Rico and I are yelling about Michigan State football, and I'm very upset.
Yeah.
Now carry on.
Feels like Thanksgiving at home. Yikes. Tigers in the desert tonight for a matchup of teams heading in different directions. Detroit has lost 9 of 12, scoring 3 or less in 8 of those games, currently on a 19-inning scoreless drought. The D-backs, who've scored the 5th most runs in baseball, have won 7 of 10. Here on 97.1, coverage starting at 9:15. Checking on the PGA Championship leaderboard in Louisville right now, it's Colin Morikawa all alone atop the leaderboard. He's 11 under. And Florida State petitioning the NCAA to undo penalties it incurred for NIL recruiting violations 2 years ago. FSU was fined, lost Scallies, had limited recruiting, and was forced to ban a booster after making an NIL offer to a recruit in 2022. The school is now asking the NCAA to rescind that punishment since a federal court has ruled the NCAA can't enforce its NIL regulations. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, I know we normally do Who Said It here, but we're going to wait one moment because Rico and I were just getting into this on something. And it's not even that I'm arguing with Rico. I've reached a point of like it's absurdity with college football. So Rico and I are sitting here and you can't even keep up with it. Like MSU just got some nobody from LSU and then they got a kid from Central Florida. And you're like, do they have any players on the team that I'll actually know? The point is they were supposed to be getting a guy who was an honorable mention All Big Ten player, a really good player at Indiana named Kobe Minor. Mm-hmm. Okay. So then you read a report today, oh, there's some problems with the transcript. And I looked at Rico before Beanie's update, and I go, why do I care if the kid's illiterate or not? They're not even students anymore. This isn't college football. This is nothing more than like a Snoop Dogg class in pimping.
Right. It's not.
That's all this is.
But until you put the East Lansing Spartans and the Ann Arbor Wolverines, it still represents a school. So you got to see
then what you said.
As if
that's what I don't need. There's no play acting. These kids don't care about school. Here's the other thing. And then you're like, well, what happens if they get caught and then you get it going and they all get it taken away? Really? Connor Stalions on line 3.
Right. And you know what? You're not going to blindly support the school the way the Michigan people have.
No, it'll be great content for the show.
No,
the point I'm
you'll
making
bury
is
them, whereas everybody else is sitting
but
there.
If
Rich Eisen is on there just basically singing their praises.
But if you're Michigan or Michigan State, why the hell does your clearinghouse have a say in anything? What the hell's the difference at this point? These guys might not be in school in 3 weeks.
Because while you're there, you're still representing the university.
Shedeur Sanders just went to his first live in-person class at Colorado in a year and a half. Do I really believe he's doing work? Let me help you. I can't hit the button. The point
Maybe had you gone to class.
Right. But I'm just making a point. Who the hell believes it's still college football at this point? It's a joke.
It is.
So Kobe Minor can't go to school because what? His basket weaving class at Indiana doesn't transfer? Get over yourself. If you're Michigan State, you can't score in a whorehouse. Kenny would know. The point is, let everybody in. I don't care. If they don't care, why do I care? Yeah, no, you don't have anything for me now, do you?
Because I don't work for the school. I don't care.
Yeah, you know plenty of people up there. Get them right.
And you know what, Mike?
Get them right.
Once again, so long as it says whatever university on the front of the jersey, they're going to say, we got standards.
Georgia fan, Michigan fan, welcome to the conversation that's going to last 5 more minutes.
You may not like it, Mike, but
I
that's
have
just
heard
how it
enough
is.
From you.
You asked me a question, and I'm trying to answer it.
Well, and I don't accept your answers.
So then why do you ask me questions? This is why we were arguing in the update.
Submit your answers to the portal. Guys, behind the glass. Am I wrong to be taking this approach that seemingly people do whatever they want in the portal except my school or like David's school? Michigan cannot get a kid from the portal. They're the credits don't clear. What credits? So you can go to school and get another degree in nothing like the rest of their football team?
If a report came out that Georgia was doing this, I would be livid. How do you let that happen? That's such Mickey Mouse stuff.
I already can't get the best players because they're making more money in the NFL draft picks. So now all I want is the hell behind poor pile.
So Mike, pick up the phone and you find out.
This is my phone.
You know people
let the kids in. Nobody cares about your stupid degree. It's not worth the paper it's written on for most football players. Oh, I got a degree in blah-bitty-blah. Show me a Michigan player going to the Ross Business School. Here's your answer. Let him in.
I totally agree because it's the arrogance of the school that I root for that says, well, we can still get good talent and still have grades.
What's my school's excuse? We just had a coach embarrass the university, priming his pump and losing $80 million. We can't make a bowl game. Our uniforms blow. And now we get the opportunity to get an all Big Ten caliber player in the secondary, and we don't let him in because of hashtag things. Transcripts.
They're still working on it.
Working on what? Falsify the grades and move on. That's what North Carolina did. What happened to them? Nothing.
Okay. Thing is, if they get caught,
who cares?
Then you're not allowed to sit here and say, this university embarrassed themselves. You're not allowed to do that. You can't have it both ways.
I just don't even understand why the grades are a thing. These kids don't
because
care.
It's technically still a university, Mike, and the kids don't care, and the coaches don't care, and the fans don't care.
I don't think the parents care.
Don't care.
I don't think
and
the parents
don't care. But you know who do? The academic people who run the university.
Then fire them. That's the answer.
You're going to fire the president and the deans of colleges.
Get rid of them all. Have the university be separate from the football team. Done.
Did not say that at the beginning.
No, I didn't hear it.
Make it the East Lansing Spartans. You can do whatever you want to do.
Spartan football, brought to you by the 5-Star Zone.
Right, the Ann Arbor Wolverines. And you can do whatever. But so long as you are
Presenting
affiliated,
sponsor, Michigan State University.
You're affiliated with the school, then the presidents and the deans and all the academic people have a say-so.
Get rid of them too. All right. So David,
you technically don't have a school.
We don't have a football program.
Okay.
Potato.
There's more. More to a university than the football team.
Right. If it's Michigan, it's a hospital. You made the sport a joke. I'm trying to follow along.
I didn't make the sport a joke.
I never in my life believed a kid would not be admitted to state because of hashtag transcript.
I thought you opted out for the year. Then why do you care so much?
Hey, blame Beanie. Just hit the Beanie button.
You opted out. You hit the portal. You said, I'm done.
Because I call out absurdity when I see it. It's the same ridiculousness if Michigan pretends. Oh, the credits don't transfer. In what?
Once again.
Dennis Norfleet is out on the street with 120 credits of doot-to-do.
I understand where you're coming from. I agree with you. But I'm not in charge of the university. The president and the academic people have a standard.
Okay.
It's their house.
Okay.
If you don't like it, don't go to their house.
I don't. David, ticket text, please, and then we will go to who said it. I had to get that off my chest. Beanie was so rude, a.k.a. doing his job, that Rico and I couldn't finish the debate in the commercial break. So to hell with it. Bring it to the air.
You feel better?
I do.
Okay.
I feel great.
Just yelling at me all day.
It's like when David's dipping people in the river, baptizing people. I feel fresh.
At least he's saving souls.
I feel anew.
You just trying to run me over. He's sending people into the afterlife. You're trying to send me there.
David?
Yeah, someone says, Valenti's Wild Kingdom coming to a university near you.
How's it any different than the SEC? Answer me. Do you really think transcripts are checked in the SEC? Be real now.
Maybe Vandy.
And what are they? Why does Vandy even exist?
Because they keep the academic records, the standard
and again, hashtag things I don't care about.
Okay, don't ask questions if you don't want to hear the answer.
Should the academics matter? Yes,
Why
to
do
a
you think
point.
Northwestern's been around for decades?
I can't answer it. Oh, wait, I know. All the idiots in the media who went there.
No, for the academic standards so they could say, look at
Hey, here's your standards.
You do realize that they get a ton of money.
I don't care.
The schools get money for grants and things like
Does
that.
Does any of that help the football team? Then I don't care. David.
Someone says I'm stealing that idea and I'm taking it to every university.
What idea?
They want your idea. They're saying you're right, Mike. That's what they're saying.
We jumped the shark. It's over. So just roll with it. That's it.
Someone else says no one cares about the MAC grades anyway, so just take them.
That's it. Yeah. I mean, what's honestly, Indiana transfer stuff doesn't compute with MSU. I'm sorry, I must have missed where I was applying to Harvard Business. Do you like football? Circle yes, you're in.
Well, I can only imagine how you would feel if you actually cared about MSU football.
Yeah, well, that would be a real thing, wouldn't it?
Because I thought you were done with it.
Largely am. I don't even know who these people are.
So why are you upset?
Because I think the sport is such a joke. And then when a sport that's already a joke and has already pimped itself out 7 times over wants to stand on some faux thing of integrity,
let
it's
me help
just
you
like,
out.
stop.
Buddy, let me help you out. None of it makes sense. So stop trying to make sense of it.
Well, that's not
None of
nearly
it
as
makes
fun.
sense.
All right.
All you're going to do is stress yourself out.
I'm not stressed.
It doesn't make sense whatsoever. Have another sip of Red Bull.
You seem stressed.
I'm not.
He seems a little bit.
Just everybody calm down.
You want us to calm down. Wow.
Woo!
I blame Tom Izzo for State's athletic program
I blame him
problems.
too.
2024, not 1994.
That's right. We just brought in some stiff from Longwood. No pun intended. No pun. The kid's not any good. Why would you name a school Longwood? These are just things that don't make sense. The jokes write themselves. All right. Rico's opted out. You hitting the portal too?
Oh, I'm hit the portal. You just get it all out your system, buddy.
We're good.
You sure?
Everything's fine.
All right.
We're going to get to who said it next. Companies out there advertising BOGO offers on AC and furnaces. Nothing's for free. You want a fair deal? Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. You got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop. Heating, AC, plumbing, electrical. Beat any price. You bundle with a new high-efficiency AC and furnace, you're going to save yourself up to $2,000. Fast installation, great same-day service. Visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, love-hate relationship with this deal. And it's not even Rico. It is our coworkers' words dramatically reread, and we got to guess who said it. Genuinely and generally using smarm, sarcasm, or outright slander. It's time for Who Said It. All right, I already sold it. Just get to the damn thing. I hate
All
this.
right, you know the rules. You know the game.
Yeah.
We're ready.
All audio.
You ready to play
this
the game?
week could be anybody.
That includes the night program.
Anyone who has spoken in these 3 microphones and these 4 microphones at any time.
At any time?
Yes.
Even this guy?
Of course.
Oh, boy. All right.
Of course.
Let's do it.
Okay, here we go. Whether it's in Detroit or in Chicago, I want them to hit him under the chin. I want to hit him in the ear hole. I want him to feel the pain.
Dear God. I mean, on surface, that sounds very meathead-like.
I said, it sounds like Jansen.
Yeah. Me play football.
That sounds like a WWE promo.
Right. Ooh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna hit
The
him
cream rises to the top.
I'm gonna hit him in the ear hole. Yeah.
Right. And then like Bobby Heenan live on the ticket. All right. Jansen was my early read on that. But may I offer an out-of-the-box suggestion? Once in a while, Doug or Gator will do a weird, like they're not big opinion guys. They're very respectful people. And then once in a while, they'll just gut somebody. They go like Ted Bundy on someone.
I'm trying to think of why would they get so angry? Maybe Gator, but
who hates Caleb Williams? Do you think that comment was about Caleb?
No, because he said either Detroit or Chicago. Oh, they play him. Okay.
Aha.
Okay.
Aha.
Because I'm like, are they talking about? Okay.
All right.
Yeah, Gator probably will, but I'm going to still go with the simplest answer. I'm going to go with Jansen.
Who would use the term ear hole?
It's one of those two.
Generally, like a 55-year-old white dude. Kenny?
I think I need to hear this one more time.
Okay.
Whether it's in Detroit or in Chicago, I want them to hit him under the chin. I want to hit him in the ear hole. I want him to feel the pain.
So, Mike, I think you said something that I was thinking earlier when I was hearing him read that, is sometimes Gator will get all fired up about something for no apparent reason.
Right, and it's the weirdest things.
I think it's Gator.
So I'm going to ask a question. Did you guys talk about this when Stoney was here?
No.
Okay. Because I was going to say, I can see Stoney maybe.
You know I did hit the drop button on him 3 times in one show?
The drop or the dump button?
The drop, the dump, whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
Beat my record.
Yeah.
Okay.
Talk to me. David?
It's got to be Goff. He's also someone that's angry and will go off on a tangent.
No, but
hit him in the
ear.
But his anger is normally reserved for politics.
I was about to say, Goff's a good Christian young man.
I'm going to stay with Jansen, but now I have more doubt than ever. Everybody locked in.
Mm-hmm.
Roberto, who said it?
Said it.
Yes.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to, yeah.
As Rico says, it's Occam's razor. Turn him off. I've heard enough. The simplest explanation's the best one.
Yeah, don't overthink it sometimes.
Yes. Punishment, pain, ear hole.
Oh.
All right. Thanks, John. All right. Let's go.
All right,
Number
here we
2.
go. Even if you didn't make a trade, you could have gotten some bats. You could have gotten some players here.
Oh, Christ. That sounds like me when I'm just out of anger for Scott Harris. Uh-oh. See, that could be me. That's the I'm
One more time.
apoplectic, I'm desperate, disheveled Mike.
Even if you didn't make a trade, you could have gotten some bats. You could have gotten some players here.
Mm-hmm.
I could hear you.
I know.
See, I'm hearing cookies.
Really? Why?
It just sounds like cookies on the whole, because you two sometimes sound alike on some of your stances.
God, God, like I know you're not being insulting, but it still is.
Just a couple of Italians. You know how it is.
No, first of all, that guy is nothing but Prego. Second of, he's like Newman's Own Italian. Stop. Ragu.
Prego.
Ragu. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he puts the boy in Boyardee. So listen. Second of all, I might be an ass or I might be sarcastic. I am not smarmy. That kid is smarmy.
Right. This sounds like, one of those on a soapbox type of things. I'm going to go Costa.
Kenny.
I think it's Rieger. I'm going to go with Rieger.
Oh.
Similar opinion, a little bit, trolling the Tigers. That sounds like it could be Rieger.
David.
Generic Mike.
I was also thinking Rieger as well.
Why?
Same reason for him. He just repeated what was said on this next show.
So you're going Costa.
You're going you.
I just feel like I've said that.
No, I could see all three saying it.
And then these two are saying Rieger. Roberto, who said it?
Said it.
Wrong button. I'm sorry. Wrong button. I apologize.
Who said that?
Wow. So are you saying you're a smarmy ass?
Yes.
Is that essentially where we've brought this?
I'm Costa Jr.
There you go.
Jim Blasta in the afternoons.
I'm DiGiorno.
Only the best.
Right. Wow. All right. Let's go to the next one.
All
Who
right,
said
here we
it?
go. The Lions got better last year in one aspect for sure, where they were outstanding against the run, but they had a ways to go when it came to stopping the pass.
Jesus. One more time.
The Lions got better last year in one aspect for sure, where they were outstanding against the run, but they had a ways to go when it came to stopping the pass.
It's got to be Jansen. So simple.
No.
It's got to be.
I
know I can't play this game anymore.
Good God.
Is it Jansen?
Now we all have to go around the room and call somebody simple because
so
of that, David.
insulting to everybody.
See, I was going to say Doug.
There's an element of Doug to
because
that.
it's very verbose.
Well, who uses ways to go?
That's why I thought Gator. That seemed like a Gator phraseology sort of thing.
I don't. Man, this one I'm very clueless. All right, you're going who?
I'm going to go Doug.
Kenny?
I'm going Gator.
David?
You're going to go Kang?
I'm going John.
You're going John.
Wow.
I'm with you. I think we thought the same. I was going to go. But the problem is anyone could have said that.
Right.
That's very, and it could be like the introduction to a real statement.
Correct.
I mean, any of us could have said it.
Correct.
I'll go Doug. I'm probably going to be wrong. Roberto, who said it? God bless it. You know what kills me with this? Turn him off. What kills me is I don't hear him say a lot about sports. I turned it on 3 times today. He was talking about yum yum sauce.
Now, the Yum Yum sauce last year in one aspect got better.
I don't know what they were talking about.
I think it was a consensus that he would eat it.
My point is, I'd never guess him. Damn it. Like, I want to be good at this game. Why? I have no idea.
Right. If David's not guessing him, I'm not guessing him.
Next.
All right, another one.
Last one.
Here we go.
God, this game.
He is on track to be the GOAT, Patrick Mahomes. He has been absolutely fantastic, and he is a different type of quarterback.
A different type.
Oh, what's your problem with that?
He's on track to be the
GOAT.
Duh. Of course he's a different type of quarterback. If he's on pace to be the GOAT, yes, he's different.
Who would use that? You know what? You're going there?
I don't know. It just felt like something he might say.
I'm going to go with Kang.
Why?
Just for the whole on track of being the GOAT.
I had the exact same thought, Rico.
He likes using that term all the time.
Oh,
That's
wait a minute.
Term.
Did you hear this? You know the rules.
No, I would have absconded.
That OU education's really paying off.
Yeah, the big word you just used.
Wow. David?
I was also thinking Kane. Wow. I was.
Wow.
It's because the GOAT is a term that he likes to use.
Yes, it is. He thinks he's young.
Well, if you can collect it, he'll talk about it.
Shoes, cards,
things. All right, Roberto. Who said?
Who said it?
I can't do it. Wow. I can't do it.
Shout out Scott the Gator Anderson.
Can't do it.
Using GOAT.
Yeah. That really ups his cool factor.
He's dope.
Okay, then. That is
What's
who
up,
said it.
fellas? What up, Doe?
Summer driving season is here. You know what that means in Michigan. Tons of traffic, 18-wheelers everywhere, and all of our roads under construction all at the same time. Bottom line, there's going to be a ton of accidents. And if you're injured in one of them, injury attorney David Feminini and his team are ready to help you right now. And David, he doesn't take a fee until you win your case. You could speak to David personally right now by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. It's been a whirlwind 10 hours for Scotty Scheffler. He shot 4 under in the second round of the PGA Championship at Valhalla in Louisville, putting him tied for third on the leaderboard at 9 under. All of this after a stint in jail this morning for allegedly assaulting a police officer. Tigers at the Diamondbacks tonight, starting a 6-game road trip here at Huron 97.1. Coverage starts at 9:15. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. More at 5 or at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Rico, can I ask you a question based on the audio Beanie just played there? Mm-hmm. And again, I've stayed away from this story, and maybe I'm just different. First of all, it's innocent until proven guilty. And second of all, I guess for me, I didn't care. I'm just being open. There were other things I was way more interested in the show today with. But that Scheffler audio there, doesn't that sound a little, what's the word, flippant? Do we go to our resident thesaurus, Kenny Cott, after use of abscond? I don't know. Like he's making a joke about stretching in a jail cell, and like then you read the reports like the cop had to go to a hospital. I mean, or am I just overthinking this?
I think everything about this incident has a lot of people scratching their head. He's probably thinking, I was just trying to get to the course, and the next thing you know, I'm in the back of a cop car. I don't really know what happened. The cop is probably thinking, I told somebody to stop. Next thing I know, I'm getting dragged. I don't know what happened.
And again, the cars the players use are official vehicles. They're marked with a giant P on the side for player. Apparently he had clearance, but I'm not sure.
It was an active crime scene going on from what I believe.
Well, right. Somebody got hit by a bus.
So, and I think that they were trying to secure the scene and was like, from what I gathered, no, you can't go through here. Well, I'm supposed to go through here. No, sir, you're not.
See, and I think that's why we need more details to come out.
That's why I didn't want to do the damn topic today.
Everything I read was that the incident that happened was more than half a mile from where he was trying to get into the golf course.
Mm-hmm.
And that means you all were doing the show. So he was talking while you all were doing the show, and I was listening to kind of see if there was something we needed to talk about. To your point, Mike, if you listen to it, he did talk about the person that lost his life before he got to any of that jail stuff.
Okay.
So he did, there was a different part of him
and
before
he
got to
social
that.
media as well, saying the same thing about the person that lost their life.
Well, and I'm just like, I don't know what happened. And I mean, like I was listening to Cookies this morning. He was like Nancy Grace. I mean, it was like play by play. And I'm like,
but David,
what the hell are we
know
doing here?
When they have to do an investigation for somebody who died, like they'll shut down a freeway because they have to go out there and look at tire tracks. They got to look at everything to see what happened. So they will block off about, maybe a good mile either way to make sure nothing gets tampered with.
So,
what?
It's why, like, if you're ever driving home and the freeway is completely shut down, that's normally a bad sign of something that happened, and they can't let anybody go through.
Yeah, I don't. After listening to him, there was no flipping to him.
Okay, good.
Yeah, there was no flipping to him.
And again, none of us know what happened.
Correct.
Even this morning, I couldn't believe
like the Buckner sound. Like if you just take a little clip of it, it sounds worse. But when you hear the whole thing, it's like, okay.
Rico, I guess my point in all of it is I didn't understand the breathless coverage of this nonstop this morning when no one was going to bring anything new to the table. That's the thing I can't stand with it. If you break in, report it, go back to what you're doing, break back in, report it. Rico, they're live, and they're just showing stock footage of a tree. Mm-hmm. Nobody was going to have anything new this morning on Scheffler. That was the only thing that bothers me.
And even when his lawyer spoke, he didn't even say anything. Because he's like, we're still, investigating or doing it. He didn't have anything.
How'd he play today?
Oh, he was amazing. He had shot a 66.
I mean,
that's wild.
I mean, you talk about laser focus.
That's wild.
I mean, that's one of those like, wow. If this didn't affect your game, man, nothing's going to affect you.
That's
absolutely
this is what
insane. It's like, you know what, guys? If he would have said, I mentally can't do this today, I'm not going to get angry because, yeah, you didn't wake up thinking you were going to be arrested and have a mugshot put out there this morning. But, yeah, he rallied.
Last time I've seen that type of focus in a situation like this was Mozzie Smith. I mean, really, to be able to hold it together, get driven to the airport, and then play at IU.
Yeah.
Just a true leader.
Laser focus.
I thought he was going to do something serious there and talk about like a Brett Favre or a Michael Jordan or something, right?
Well, I mean, it is apples to apples when you think about it.
David, how long we worked together? Come on. Please.
David, that wasn't Red Bull. That was some ooh-wee. Mike's on the ooh-wee.
That is every flag from the stands is being thrown.
It's like the Seattle Mariners hot dog promotion with the parachutes on the hot dogs. Just penalty flags floating from the sky. All right, hit the ticket text, and then we'll get to a football today.
Someone's saying on this, I don't understand how you assault a cop because the cop chose to attach himself to a car. We need more details.
I agree, but hold on. Listen, if the cop is attached to the car and the car is deemed to be a weapon, if you will, that's how you end up there.
Right.
But do we know what happened? No. And I'm not going to take sides. I don't know what happened. There's no video.
Well, actually, was an ESPN reporter actually got it with his cell
Well, that
phone.
was of him
Getting
in
arrested.
handcuffs
Yeah.
and walking to
'Cause
the
he was
yeah.
like, dude, can you help me out here? And the cop's like, no.
So he did a you know who I am, help me out here is what
No,
he did.
It was kind of like if all of a sudden there's Kenny and he's looking at you like, David, put the camera down and help me out. I can't.
Oh, no.
Oh, well, maybe stop seeing hookers.
Kenny, it's probably better if you just kept screening that call.
Someone says, I agree with you, Mike. The golf coverage this morning was effing a snore fest. Thank you. They kept repeating the same stuff over and over again.
Right, and it bothers me because it's not like anyone's going to be able to unearth anything new.
No, but let me help out, especially like the morning show of why they had to.
I understand, but I mean, Cookies was like amped. You would have thought, you know what Cookies reminded me of? It was like Dan Rather when there's an election. Let's go to New Hampshire. +2, -2.
The guy from CNN with the board who goes like,
no, who's the
NBC guy. That's the NBC.
Yeah, Steve Kornacki.
Yeah.
He does horse racing now. I was watching the Derby and I'm going, what the hell's he doing here? And he's like, zibbity dabbity doo.
Now when you go around that third turn, this is going to happen. This happen. This happens.
Oh, he's all over the place. Sleeves are rolled up to his armpits, and he's just like,
but if he gets into that fourth spot, now this happens and this happens. But yes, in the morning, you constantly have to update people because they're in their cars for about 8 minutes. So you don't know if they know anything or not.
David.
Yeah, someone said the last time I was this excited about golf was Thanksgiving when Tiger Woods had an incident.
All right. Thank you for that. Keep it moving.
Yeah, someone says, it is amazing what Scotty did on the course today. Can't believe he did that after being in jail today.
I mean, that's kind of psychotic. I mean, you know, like I understand charges are charges. You're innocent until you're proven guilty. But that's some pretty heady stuff on that piece of paper. And you're like, and you just went to work and did one of the most difficult jobs on the planet.
Because it's one of those that if you would have said, you know what, I can't do this.
I'm out.
today.
My wife just had a kid and I just won the Masters. I'm going home.
I wouldn't be upset. Like, yeah, that was a pretty traumatic morning, and I understand. And I don't think anybody in the golf world would be like, you got to tough this thing out. Like,
well, because here's another detail. You're right, Mike. He just had a child, and he doesn't have his phone in all of this. So she's at home, doesn't know what's going on, and you're basically going to say, whatever, I'm going to golf, and you got to deal with that too. He did say his head was still spinning after his round. So he did that, and he's still kind of like, I don't even know what I did,
focus,
what happened
man.
today.
That's laser focus.
That's built. You just build different. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's like some Jordan type stuff.
248-539-9797. NBA playoffs have tipped off. Not too late to get in on the action right now. New customers get $150 in bonus bets. Any winning $5 bet. It's $150 to use on SGPs, live bets, championship futures, and anything else your imagination come up with. FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Tigers back on the diamond, starting a 6-game road trip tonight with the first of 3 in Arizona. Desperate for offense, no one more so than Javi Baez. The Tigers shortstop has the second worst batting average in baseball. He's next to last in on-base, slugging, and OPS. And on top of that, Baez has gone just 4 for 40 at the plate so far in May. But it doesn't sound like he'll be benched. Here's A.J. Hinch a couple of days ago on 97.1. The 149th running of the Preakness Stakes is tomorrow. Kentucky Derby winner Mystic Dan, the favorite at 8-5. Bob Baffert trained Imagination at 3-1 odds. Catching Freedom 7-2. And this just breaking: former Michigan State safety Jaden Mangum has officially transfer portaled to U of M. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock. Great to have it. Listen, if you want to hear baseball, Odyssey.com Rewind. We opened up with a Tiger issue. We also got to Jared Goff at 3. So if you want any of that stuff, Odyssey.com Rewind. I'm largely going to stay away from what Beanie just said in the update. But it's just another sign that this sport, I mean, these players are mercenaries. I'll never understand how a kid from U of M goes to State, and I'll never understand how a kid from State goes to U of M. Sorry. Just like I didn't understand it when Justin Bourne, Ohio State, Michigan. I'll never get it. But that right there, that is another step where it's like, kid, you can go wherever you want to go. There's one place you can't go.
But remember, they do not have the same level of hate that most fan bases have.
Which is why I now hate them. So that's just where I'm done. That's just goofy to me. But that's the new college football. Like a kid from LSU should never end up at Ole Miss. They hate each other.
Correct. You don't go from Bama to Auburn or Auburn to Bama. But
disgusting behavior. Sociopath behavior.
I think it happened one way or another this year where somebody left that school and went to another. Because to these kids,
you ruined the sport, Rico. I hope you're happy.
Well, you know what? Until I burn it down, I won't be happy.
Okay. So
I want misery and pain from you.
No, here, but this is a perfect segue into our next topic because it's Friday, it's 5 o'clock. It's going to be a beautiful weekend of weather for people. And I've already given you the roadmap if you want the serious sports. So I don't like the world of college football. I don't like reality. So I'm just going to create my own. Today, the trailer for the much anticipated, a decade-long wait is going to be over for EA Sports college football. Now, just to give you an idea, I mean, this trailer went online and there were like 50,000 people waiting to watch it. Hundreds of thousands of pre-orders are going in today. And it is one of the only, I mean, it is hard to explain, but college football is the ultimate, like, American video game. And again, for people who go, video game industry is more productive, more lucrative than the movie and music industry combined. Just so you understand the level of money that industry produces.
Did not know that.
I know. Trust me, it's crazy. But college football coming back is a very weird thing because, for instance, if you're a guy like Kenny and the game disappeared 10 years ago, that disappeared when Kenny was, what were you, a junior in college?
Yeah, about that. Yeah.
Okay. 10 years later, while you're still at a maturity level of a junior in college, you're grown. You know, again, David, or even me, when that game disappeared to now, but I'm telling you, I think this thing is going to bring people back. And I think part of it is people like me hate the reality of college football. So at least with this game, you can create your own world. It's perfect. It's perfect.
But wouldn't it frustrate you?
No,
because the real world does not go the way you want it in your world.
No, that's fine. I'm done with the real world.
No.
I'm gonna go escape into La La Land.
I understand, but then on Saturday you get frustrated because you're like, why can't you just play here? Or why don't you just do the?
No, because Saturdays have largely just turned into, okay, I hope I hit my picks for the podcast so the people are happy. There's really no emotion with it. My question is, like, for a guy like you, and I know senior citizens aren't really big in the video game community, but it was this idea of, would college football bring you into the fold? Oh, that's right. David, you know the first thing we're doing when this comes out this summer, we're setting all the conferences to the way they were 10 years ago. First step.
Texas, you're back in the Big 12.
No, the Big 8.
Oh, you want to go way back.
We're going all the way back.
You going to bring back the SWAC?
Penn State's an independent in my world.
This is going to be more popular than actual college, I think.
It is, honestly. I just wanted to know if you're an old head and you left when the game disappeared, you were 25, 27, or 30. Are you coming back because this game's back?
Nah, probably not.
Well, you're no fun. You're a killjoy.
But you're talking about, Mike, that's all I did in grad school. We played video. No, David, that's not fair. Why is it that whenever I disagree with anything, I get that? You know what? I'm done.
I can't believe you played the deflator. He didn't even get to explain himself. Please. I want to apologize for David. You can't play the deflator when the man hasn't explained himself. Please, the floor is yours. The floor is yours. Rico, come on, talk.
I'm done.
I will move away.
Nah, we're good. Nah, I'm done. I mean, it was fun. I played it all through grad school, all through college. It's for you guys.
But there's no coming back.
Nah, I mean, I like it's one of those things where kind of like how you talked about the joy you saw on the face of me and Evan when we went through that swap meet one day.
Oh, that was hell on earth.
Right, but that's how I feel for like watching you guys, you and Kenny. Like you guys are genuinely excited about this.
And David, and Evan, and most anybody.
So it's like, okay, cool. I hope you guys are happy. I hope it's everything that you want it to be. But yeah, I think I'm done.
All right, Rico's opted out.
Watching that trailer today and seeing Notre Dame or Florida, Michigan State, the Michigan stuff, Tech, I would, oh my gosh. You can make Tulane and whatever you want to make them.
That's right.
Oh, I love it.
And you get to avoid all the nonsense.
Correct.
Listen, for me, it's like a nostalgia play. Yeah, I'll be into it 100%.
And it's, I mean, it's,
and
but this is where you create your own teams and the dynasty and like it just seems like a lot of work. Like,
listen, here's what I would suggest to you. Our football program is dead. So why don't you bring it back to life? R.L. Beard as head coach. You just fix MSU.
Because it's not going to be really fixed, and I don't care
It's
that
fixed.
much.
You just have to imagine.
I just don't care that much.
You don't care anymore? Are you done with college? Like,
I mean, I just accept it for what it is. I mean, it's
that
like going
terrible.
It's like going to a movie. Like, okay, it's not going to win an Oscar, but it's entertaining for a couple hours.
Okay. David, I wonder for the people on Ticket Text, this is what I never can figure out. Every sports, for instance, if you like college football podcasts, so the Cover 3 pod that has Danny Cannell on it, Bud Elliott, they dedicated a whole episode today about this game. Late Kick, Josh Pate, big time college football podcast. Entire episode of a show dedicated to this. ESPN.com, huge features on this today. It transcends the sports world. Mm-hmm. What I'm trying to figure out, though, is it real? Are people actually interested, or is this just something people are reporting on a slow day? Because just because it's reported, like I said this the other day when we were enduring all of this Caitlin Clark's debut coverage, I'm going, it isn't this big of a deal.
No, but I think it's one of those both things can be true. It's not a ton going on, but this drops, and it's been gone for so long that there's people out there who are excited about this, so you kind of pander to that crowd. And I'm going to hype this up for that crowd because I know this crowd wants to hear about that.
I think the reason this is a big deal is because so many people, when the game disappeared, now, like, Look,
you didn't realize that it was about to go away, and it's like, man, you thought it was going to be just another year and another year and another year. And it's like, what do you mean it's gone?
Well, and it's
dead.
also the game disappears, and 10 years later, all of a sudden, the guy's 42 and he's a father of 2. He ain't going to the bar no more. You're at home.
No,
this is what you do.
See,
You've hit the end of Netflix.
I think for a lot of people, it's a lot like what you've said. You can go back and you can just make college football work for you.
I can fix it.
And in your household, college football is right with the world.
That's right. Because on a side note, that Mangum news today, that's a disgrace. Any kid who goes from U of M to State or vice versa, you're a disgrace. That is just, you never signed up. You had no idea where you were at school. And if you're good enough to go to U of M, you're good enough to get paid from plenty of other places. That is nonsense. Poo-poo caca. Nonsense. That's a kid going from Bama to Auburn.
No.
Ridiculous.
Or you just realize, you know what? A paycheck's a paycheck, no matter where I go to work.
And that's where the real sport has lost me, because I will tell you, the digital warriors that Kenny coaches will not subscribe to that line of thinking.
The Georgia Bacons?
Yeah. Don't you diminish my Georgia Bacons, damn it. You can say what you want about my family, but I'll be damned if you talk badly about my Georgia Bacons.
Are they called the Georgia Bacons as well?
I'm not sure. We'll figure that out.
The problem for Kenny is he roots for the only school you can't improve upon anything.
No, I'm not going to be Georgia when I start playing that game. I'm going to rebuild a small school.
So you can't. So being Georgia, that's like cheating?
Well, yeah. I mean,
pretty much.
Where's the fun in that? I mean, come on.
You can't even play with your favorite team?
I will eventually. I'll get around to it, but that's not priority
But if your team is too good.
His favorite team will be the digital warriors who say yes to the program.
Yes.
Now, it just, to me, I think there's going to be a lot of nostalgia gaming. I think you're going to have a lot of dudes in their 30s and 40s that are going to either dust off a system or buy one.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Sure.
I don't know what's going on in this game, but what if all of a sudden in the game, your top quarterback enters the portal? The quarterback that you've cultivated.
Listen.
And all of a sudden it pops on the screen.
See?
No, I'm saying, because if it's like college football.
The transfer portal is a part of the game.
Right,
So,
that's what I'm saying. So,
I'll tell you what I'm going to do.
You get that news where all of a sudden it's like, wait a minute.
I'll find out where he went. I'll schedule him, and I'll hurt him every play. Personal fouls until the guy's dead.
So that's why I like, because
that's how that goes.
Because just like we got the news on Mangum, what happens if all of a sudden your running back decides, I don't want to be here?
Can I ask a serious question on this? And obviously, video game aside, do you understand how much of your own life you're taking into your own hands when you go from one school to the other? What the hell is that even like? You got to face the dudes that you considered your brothers. You got to go. And if you're at Michigan and Ohio State, or you're at Michigan State and Michigan, you know what it means. You know what that countdown clock was. And now you're there?
And the funny thing is, now all of a sudden you think that the guys that you're going out on the field with have your back? And they were just laughing at you a couple weeks ago. And now you're a part of them? Kinda? Maybe?
I'm telling you, it's for guys like me in the early 40s or older. It's what tears away at the fabric of the game. That is an unthinkable sin. It is. And I'm sure there's been like 2 players in the history of Michigan to go to Michigan State, but you get my point. It's
like Van Sumeren.
Right, and he would know damn good. It's a sin. It's insanity. You can go anywhere. You can't go there.
Van Sumeren did it.
He sucked.
He's in the league.
Michigan fans didn't even want him.
No, they didn't want him. But
you're not any good.
We don't want anyone that leaves. Remember that?
Oh, yeah. You cooled on him. Academics suck, or no, trust us. This guy at Walmart's a better player. I know your routine. But I would love to hear from the people on this. Does NCAA 25 bring you back to the fold? I think there's going to be plenty of people who will.
I think the better question.
Let me hear the better question, Deflator.
It's not a deflator.
Inflate.
It's on Saturdays, are you playing your game or are you watching the game?
Oh, no. I'll be
watching. I know you'll place bets.
Yes.
But will you get more enjoyment out of just playing it with the team that you created rather than looking at a team that you have no idea of the roster? You don't even know who you're cheering for. You just know
The
guy
problem,
X just got an interception.
The problem for me is Michigan State has brought me no joy in years.
And that's what I'm saying. Wouldn't you have more joy playing your game?
Yes.
Look, your bets are going to take place whether you hit them or not.
Yeah, but
So-
I like the sweat.
Okay.
And I'm there for the people. See, I know you don't support the podcast. I am a man of the people.
Mike, I do support the
Costa
podcast.
doesn't care if he helps the people.
I
do.
was with P1. I was subscribing to your podcast when you weren't subscribing to mine.
Uh-oh.
But I'm just saying, it's like on Saturday, because that's your team. Wouldn't you get more enjoyment of like, you know
Yes,
what?
probably.
Why am I watching this game? And you fire up the place or whatever.
Probably.
And you start playing.
And you
it.
bet your ass I'm putting the Pac-12 back together, David. That's the first thing.
Well, I'm kicking Maryland, Rutgers, Nebraska, gone.
Sure. The old Big East is coming back.
So you can create your own conferences too?
Oh, yeah.
Everything.
It's going to be the way it's supposed to be. And by the
So
way, if
BCS,
you have...
just the voters are going to pick the top two teams?
Yes.
Okay.
Also, if you do have thoughts, like I don't want you to think the Mangum thing. Look, if you think I'm off base on it, go ahead. And the kid's got a right to go make his money. I'm just telling you, like, I'm sorry to say it, but like, it's probably good I don't have a kid. Because if I did, I would tell him, you can do whatever you want in this world. There's only one place you're not going to school. I would never send my kid to that scumbag factory, ever. Go anywhere you want. I'll pay more for you to not go there. It's in my blood. When you go to a certain place, the other place is not an option. It's not.
It's not, Mike, but with the portal, they don't see it that way.
Exactly. And that's why the sport is dead, and I blame you. 248-539-9797. Go ahead.
Well, you know what? If you're blaming me, you get your own show. You want your own show? Go to Specs at LTU. They can help you get your own radio, TV, or graphic design artist, and you create your own game. Specs at LTU can help you out. Here's what you need to do. Got to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program through Specs at LTU. Going to be taught by people who work in the business and with the hands-on approach and expert faculty. You're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program. Do that today.
Companies are out there advertising BOGO offers on AC and furnaces. Look, nothing's free. You want a fair deal? Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered 24/7. Locally owned, over 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. And Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Beat any price. You bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace, you're going to save yourself up to $2,000. Fast installation, same-day service. They got you covered. Visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, if you're looking for Tiger Talk, we gave it to you to start the show, Odyssey.com. Rewind, also a fun perspective on Jared Goff. We did that at 3. We're having a little fun. Weekend upon us. EA Sports, NCAA dominated most of the news today. Is it getting you back in the mix? You know, if you're a retired gamer, you're in your 40s now, does this bring you back? And then the side note was, in the 5 o'clock update, hey, if you guys disagree, it's fine. I'm an alum. I will always have a soft place in my heart for Michigan State. I spent some of the best years of my life there. The idea of leaving there to go to U of M, that is blasphemous. Mm-hmm. It is heresy. So when a Spartan player does it, and vice versa, if a Michigan player goes to OSU or whatever, it is the death of college football, because it says to me, you never bought in. You got no understanding of what this rivalry is. And frankly, you're soulless. We're done.
I think the middle one, you have no idea what the rivalry is the one that really hits home, because with a lot of the players, it's just like, I'm going to go here. Okay, wait, I'm going to transfer here. Now I'm going to go here.
Right.
Because, yeah, you just kind of feel like certain schools, like, okay, if you went to Penn State, I don't think anybody's going to be that upset.
You don't go to Pitt. If you go to Penn, like, that's the issue.
Yeah.
You go to Florida State, you don't transfer to Miami.
Yeah.
Hell no. My point to you is, okay, like today, State brought in a couple of guys I've never heard of from schools I don't care about. What the F do they know about this rivalry? Nothing.
Right.
Nothing. They're going to show up for 1 year, get their bag, and leave. And they got no concept of what this rivalry is.
Well, here's the beauty of it is, Mike, the players may not know some, but the fans sure do. Because, man, he tweeted out, go blue in this thing.
Yeah, and you know what? Here's my message. Go to hell.
And the comment section shows you that the rivalry still exists.
You know what he should have done? Logged out. Make the transfer, delete all your social media, go to school.
Well, he hasn't updated it yet because he still has MSU football on his social media.
And he's saying go blue?
He's saying go blue, but then people...
David, could you ever imagine the words go green coming out of your mouth?
No.
And you didn't even go to school.
Correct.
That's not a shot.
No,
I'm just
you're
saying,
right.
You're a Wolverine.
I can't do it.
Well, the funny thing is that a lot of Spartans upset went and found some receipts. Some things that he said. This is a quote. Just because times get tough doesn't mean you could take the easy way out, the transfer portal. I feel like that's the easy way out now. I just don't want to do that.
He just did it. Wow.
No, and look, I'm not even mad about that comment.
No.
If you don't land at U of M, I can deal with just about anything else. You can go anywhere, and if you're good enough, this is a compliment, Wolverines, and I don't even know if he's good enough, by the way. He's built like a little kid. He weighs like 150 pounds.
When he's playing, he's good.
Yeah, but he's getting blasted. He's not big. He's a tiny player.
Well, Marvin Harrison did that to a lot of people. No, it wasn't him. It was the quarterback ran him.
Yeah, hello, dude.
It was the C.J. Stroud.
The point I'm making, if you're good enough to go to Michigan, you're good enough to get money from a lot of other places. Figure it out, kid. I'm sorry. That hurts my ability to care about the game, because that shows me these players there's no care factor. That's unthinkable to me. And by the way, you're joining a group of players who rubbed your face in their mess last year in your house. They were one step from pulling their pants down and rubbing their ass on the Spartan head like Jalen did at the Breslin. They beat you 500-0. They mocked you. Now you're going to waltz into that locker room and act like you're one of them?
Brother, you're only going to get upset, but yes, college sports,
I don't like you,
is year to year.
Okay. That's
And-
why.
and it's not.
Thank
and
you,
think about
EA
it.
Sports.
And-
I'm out.
And that's why I asked the question on Saturdays. After a while, like you will start off saying, "Yeah, I'm watching this," but after a while, you may just be like, "I don't even know who I'm
Kenny,
rooting for anymore."
our players will love our digital universities. Let's go to the people. We'll go to DJ 97.1. DJ, what's going on, buddy?
My God, what up, though?
How are you? Nice to hear you again.
Oh, yeah, I'm great, man. Did my guys relay my message to you the other day? Rico and them, did they relay it?
No, what
happened? He was at the Madison Square Garden for the Knicks game.
Yeah, your building.
The celebrity is back.
Oh, don't do that.
Would
But
you have
I
Ben
told
Stiller's
them,
seat? Look at you.
That's pretty nice
Yeah,
seats.
I told them to relay to you, man. Your garden is actually pretty nice, man. Like on TV, it looks all old and
No,
broken down, but
great place.
No, it's one of the nicer arenas that I've been to. It's
Great
pretty
place
nice,
to see a game. It really is. Hockey or
it is.
basketball.
It is, seriously.
So what's on
Seriously,
your
it is.
mind? What can I do for you?
So what we got going on, man? It's a couple of different things. These kids go by what they see, and it's not just the college football, man. I think this is like Generation Z or something like that. I think these kids watch Kevin Durant go to Golden State after he got his butt whipped. These kids watch LeBron go play with Miami. Like, this is their generation. Me and you are in our mid-40s, Mike. We dang near old men as far as sports-wise.
DJ,
This is what they're doing.
let me add to that. It's also, it's the culture of AAU. You know what? How about we all just quit our other teams and come play on this one team until we don't like the coach, and then we'll just all move and go to another team.
Absolutely, Mike. So, just real quick, man, up until I started calling you guys, as of 5 years ago, I coached around here for like 14 years. The dynamic has changed, man. These kids hot from AAU, they go whatever's hot. Ain't no loyalty on no level, Mike. No
And I'm
level.
not asking for the loyalty, but what you can't do is go over and join them. You go anywhere you want, you can't go to them.
That's loyalty.
Mike, listen to me, my dog. That's what they doing all the way at the AAU level in high school. That's this generation, man. Not to mention to take a spin on when I told Kenny, in the real world, you do know, like the lady who makes Bond number 9, she was with Creed. You get what I'm saying? Like, they do this all day, every day. It's just kind of this culture now.
You can't have cologne wars here. We're talking about a rivalry. DJ, I'm saying he can go anywhere he wants. I don't begrudge him the opportunity. He's mad that his brother lost his scholarship. Well, be a better running back. The point is, you can't join the Death Star. You just can't do it.
I'm gonna let you go, this Mike, but I hate to tell you, these kids idolize these professional athletes, and these professional athletes started this. So the kids are just going by what they see.
I know, and you're not wrong. I don't like it.
No, DJ's right, because I saw a video, Mike. It was like some 7-year-olds playing basketball, and one just flopped on the court and got a call. And it was just like, wow, yep, you could tell he's been a LeBron fan. David, I don't know if you saw that video, but it was like a little kid, and he was guarding somebody, and the guy barely touched him, and he died right there on the court. They emulate their stars.
See what
Their
LeBron has done to this game? See what he's done?
Their stars, as DJ said, the stars move along, and they go from team to team to team.
Disgusting. All right, Moran Buick GMC, it's simple. Road trips galore this summer. The 24 GMC Terrain, $279 a month, 24 months. The 24 Buick Encore GX, $229 a month, 36 months. New stock arriving daily. Easy online ordering system at MoranExpress.com. And remember, Moran Buick GMC, the certified service, you get the free loaner. You don't have to waste your day waiting for your vehicle to be done. It's fast and easy. MoranExpress.com at Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Jaden Mangum transferring from Michigan State to Michigan. Safety had 52 tackles and 4 picks for MSU last season. U of M recruited Mangum, a 4-star prospect, out of Birmingham Groves High School. He has 2 years of eligibility remaining. Mangum's brother, Jaron, a running back, also transferred out of MSU this offseason to Minnesota. Spartans, by the way, reportedly close to landing former Indiana defensive back Kobe Minor in the portal. Tigers kick off a 3-game series in the desert tonight with Tarek Skubal on the mound here at Huron 97.1, coverage at 9:15. And USPBL baseball officially back tonight, West Side versus Utica from Jimmy John's Field. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. More at 6 or at 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
America's favorite place to watch sports, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience built for you, the fan. 6 pools, 3 different levels, perfect view of the big screen, located all at Circa Resort and Casino, right in Las Vegas. Stadium Swim, book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, David, couple of ticket texts round out the week. Rieger is here.
Wojo is also here.
All righty then. David, go ahead.
Yeah, a couple of ticket texts catching up on the video game topic.
Yeah.
Someone says, haven't played video games in years. I'm buying this game the day it comes out and playing it all day and all night.
I mean, what a time to be alive. The game releases the opening weekend of Saratoga. Oh, it's
so I'm talking to Kenny, and I was like, okay, so if I wanted to play this game and he started breaking down, I felt like I was buying a car. Well, wait, there's more. You got to get this, and we got to add that to it.
What about the Chrome package?
I'm like, Kenny, I'm almost up to $1,000. Are you serious?
Yeah,
and then Mike comes over like, no,
It's not that much.
Kenny was upselling him. He was taking advantage of Rico.
You could buy in a system and all. He was telling
He
you
was
everything.
like, you got to buy a system, then you got to buy a monthly subscription, then you got to go buy the
Your
game, and the game
problem-
comes in different tiers.
Your problem is you travel so much. I think that would really take away from your ability to just relax and grab 45 minutes. You travel a lot. It's a tough thing to pull off.
I mean, I can easily play the game. Like, I can go home and play, but it's just like, so I was just saying, was it work? Like, okay, well, can I just, he's like, no, you got to download it. You got to do this. And it's just like,
You'll
okay,
be fine.
This went from being fun to I'm just seeing dollars.
Okay, you sound like Doug. That's all I can say right now. And I hate ending the week on an insult, but here we are.
You've been insulting me all day.
How dare you?
And they were roommates, so it makes sense.
Right, you sound like Doug.
Why? It ain't why. It's like
I don't want to download it.
No, I asked the question and he just kept telling me, okay, you got to do this and you got. I was like, why is it just simple?
Just think about how much joy you could get from that purchase versus the complete waste of time you're going to have going to see Janet Jackson. I mean, it's a value what Kenny was selling.
I don't think that's going to be a waste of time. So I'm actually looking forward to go see Janet Jackson.
Maybe they have a Pac-Man version.
Rico can play Pong.
Get it on Atari. Maybe it'll work.
All right, go ahead.
Drew and Davidson, I have July 19th and the 22nd taken off with
my.
PTO, introducing my 8-year-old to the greatest game franchise ever.
That's right.
Another person said, can't wait to build Hawaii into a powerhouse.
Oh, man.
I'm 35, married with soon-to-be 4 kids. I never stopped video games, but I can't wait to get this game. It's like a drug to me. That's from time.
All right, hold on. Let's ask Rieger. He'd be a good candidate for this because when it disappeared, his life was totally different. There was no kid. I don't even know if he was married.
What are we talking about?
With college football, EA
Yeah.
Sports coming back over 10 years after it disappeared. Are you back in the mix with this game?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Believe it or not. I mean, I
wonder.
I sold my PS5. I might. I don't know if it gets good reviews, but I don't play a lot of video games. I do the Oculus, though. You know, the
what?
The Oculus.
What's
Have you
an
done the
Oculus?
Oculus?
The 3D.
It's the virtual
no.
reality. Oh, that's good stuff. You can
Are
play
you
golf.
serious?
Well, hold on a second. You can play golf on the Oculus. So, like, by yourself, you
God.
just need
Bob,
like
Bob.
a 10 by 10 space. It's great.
All right, this is a bridge too far for
I was
me.
about to say that'd actually be kind of cool if you could play the video game.
Oh,
with the
there you
Oculus.
go. You can do it on the Oculus. You
We're
can. There's a football game.
surrounded by
You can play quarterback.
13-year-olds all of a sudden. I thought you had to be an adult to be on the radio.
No, dude, the Oculus is sweet. Now, like I think Apple just came out with one that's really expensive, but the
Really?
Oculus is like very affordable.
Okay, you lost me.
Yeah.
All right, what's
You should
coming-
try it, Mike.
No,
I'm
thank
gone.
you.
Somebody should take a video of you doing
No,
it
I
too.
can't.
No, thank you. What's coming up next?
I can't tell. No, the Scotty Scheffler thing, of course. And
Really?
Well, no, that's one thing. What it has spawned might be the most creative use of social media in our lifetime.
I mean, Twitter, Mike. I know you're not a part of Twitter.
Yeah, you should go.
But
and look.
this day only, you need to go on Twitter.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Some of the greatest, most hysterical
Creative.
tweets,
Just
yes, very
creative.
creative, have come from this incident.
Yeah, and we know there was a tragedy, but that was separate from the Scheffler situation, where it wasn't even a rent-a-cop.
No,
it was a real cop.
It's a real cop.
Chased him down. Mm-hmm. So
Okay.
So let's say let's say Rico's a golfer.
Okay.
You think he makes his tee time?
Wait.
You know what, Woj? I know where you're going.
Oh, no.
But
No.
Let me say this. I think if it was Tiger Woods, he would have been happy he was black at that moment because they would have recognized him because he was black.
That's true.
Yeah, you're right. Tiger would have got recognized.
Yeah.
Tiger would have got to play golf right away.
You are really unbelievable.
What?
Just wanted to throw that out there. All right. Rico?
Rico just wants to go home.
I really do.
He does.
He
He's had a
always
long
wants
week.
to go home.
Yes. We're also going to talk about the Tigers, and Bob actually did some research. He found
Who's Bob?
something. He found something that really is going to give Lions
no.
fans a reality check. It's not great. It
It's
really
gonna
isn't.
shake you to your core.
It's not great.
Because it bites at the very fiber of why you think the Lions are going to be really good this year. And somebody ain't buying it.
I would say it's actually a pretty reputable source.
A computer.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. That I'm interested in.
Okay, good. Yeah. And
All
also, do you think the Tigers will score a run tonight?
Yeah, because the guy the Diamondbacks have on the mound gives up like
He's got like a 70 ERA.
Mike, you can't say that. Did you see? What about Weathers for the Marlins? Who was the dude that pitched on Wednesday?
I know, but Rieger, I mean, this guy's really bad. And you got Scoobs on the mound tonight.
Yeah, but is he going to hit? Oh, it's National League game. He's going to hit.
Unless they trade him before the game.
All right, I'm out of here. Listen, great seeing you both. You're insane. Rico, you enjoy yourself. I know today was rough for you. We'll talk to everybody Monday at 2, 97.1.
Why was it rough?